on the city's website. And my priority hires are what I intend to hire first. We're looking to set some interviews up next week for my priority hires, and those being the office manager or office coordinator and the assistant director.
Okay. Because you know as well, there are key, and the safety department is here in attendance, there are key commander positions that have not been ratified, and is this a reason because of lack of staff?
Indeed, indeed. So as you know, staff are the ones who support the work of the commission. And as you can see in the numbers in the summary of the budget report, those numbers have significantly declined from 2023 to 2025. And Chair, I would like to say it is not for lack of effort on the commission's part, it is because of the staffing gap. So as this commission that we currently have, they were seated, nine new commissioners were seated in 2025 at the same time that the CPC was experiencing those staffing challenges.
Okay. Are there any vacancies on the board right now? The Community Police Commission?
I believe we have one vacancy right now.
One vacancy. Okay. Okay. I'm going to open up for questions. Okay. I've got Councilman Slife. He's going to keep his own time. And then Councilman Casey.
You can trust me, I'm a politician.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And wait a minute. Let's see. Anyone else? Okay. Anyone else down the table? Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So just as a reminder for everybody, for one, I'm getting frantic messages. The YouTube feed cut when there was an internet drop. It still seems to be on TV 20. They're working to fix it. Sort of an inconvenient time for that to happen. But as a reminder to everybody, when issue 24 was passed, now Charter Section 115, part of that required that whatever the police budget's expenditures are, an amount equal to half of 1% of that would be set aside for subgrantees related to violence prevention, which is in this budget. I'm being told it's back up. In this budget is $1,192,588. So there's a fluidity to that number. If this body were to add to or subtract from the budget of the Division of Police, that number would have to adjust accordingly. And that is not a number that we can add. I mean, I guess theoretically we could add to it, but we can't have it be less than whatever 0.5% of the police budget is. Through the chair to the executive director, was the legislation passed for the grant administration? Was that the Urban League? Who was that with?
United Black Fund.
United Black Fund. Thank you. If we are budgeting the amount as seen, and then we are learning today that dollars provided for subgrantees in 24 and 25 was not spent, then there's roughly $3.5 million total in that fund. Is there and my assumption is we can't claw back any of those funds because we're required by charter to budget for them. Is there a spend down plan? What is the plan? Are there grantees that are awaiting their reward, and there's just a process between the United Black Fund, the City of Cleveland, and them? Or is it the case that we have not awarded any grants at all, and is there a plan to spend that down this year?
Director?
To the chair, Councilman, there is a plan. And so what we are actively working on right now to catch us up to speed is to combine years 24 and 25 together so that the 40 grantees who have been waiting for 2 years can, receive their awards.
Okay. I think that's something that we should monitor. I will say, and just as a bit of caution, and not to rehash the past, but one of the reasons that I was not supportive of issue 24 as it came forward is while I think it's very understandable and honorable to try to find grant awards for organizations like this, $1.2 million, let's say, annually for such a large issue divided between any number of organizations that would compete for such organizations. Like, we're not going to solve our city's most critical challenges by awarding $30,000 here and $30,000 there. Even $1.1 million in total is a pittance when we speak to the scale of the issue. And I only bring that up now because I wouldn't want to end up in a situation where now we have an ability to give 3 times the amount that we typically would because we haven't spent down. And I don't want to put organizations into the expectation that this is an amount of money that they can receive on an annual basis, and only for them to realize that were to successfully spend down the dollars, come back to an equilibrium, and now they are trying to fight amongst themselves for fewer dollars. So I just say that as a caution. I think we all know it, but I want to say it out loud to set an expectation. But again, this is not a lot of money when we talk to the scale of the issue, and I also want there to be a strategy. Personally, I would rather see all that money go to one place effectively than get subdivided so many different ways that its effectiveness comes down to 0. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay. To the director, are you, since you're new on the block, are you looking at the groups that have been targeted for funding? Are you going to review those? Are you going to maybe rethink some of those? Go ahead.
Indeed, to the chair. We are actively looking at them right now. As a matter of fact, the ones who got 2024 grants, they're fine. In order for you to receive a 2025 grant, you will have to qualify, if that makes sense. So everyone will not automatically roll over. We have to look at your budget. We have to see your scope of work. We have to see if there is still a need for you to receive this award.
But the 2024 grantees have not received any money.
They have not received their money, but they have been vetted.
They have been vetted. And then the United Black Fund will administer those funds.
Indeed.
Who will measure their success or not? Who's going to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do?
So that will be a combination of UBF and our commissioners.
And the commissioners.
Yes.
Heaven help us. Okay. Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me give the public comment or something to comment about next Monday night. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. And Ms. Williams, Mr. Director, or Chairman, to Ms. Williams, this is not a reflection on you. You've only been there a month, right? This has been a disaster since its inception. And when I hear people are going to run around saying 60% of the voters wanted this, I don't think that 60% of the voters wanted what this has turned into be. 0 grant dollars out the door. 2 years ago, we heard the same thing. We didn't have enough staff. So the CPC came to us and said, we need help getting the grants out the door. So we gave you the authority to use the UBF to get the grants out the door. Come back again still this year. 0 grants out the door. Absolutely nothing has been quantitatively accomplished with the Cleveland Police Commission. It just hasn't. Your own numbers say it, right? So you hold a meeting once a month. Okay, you hold a couple of subcommittees. If I watch it online, all I'm doing is watching a bunch of people scream and holler at each other and can't get along. Community events, you've only got 1 community event planned for this year. That's what you've got in writing in the book. You've only held 5 in 2023, 4 community events in 2024. Police trainings passed or under review, 0? 0. And this was supposed to change the way that the public perceived public safety. This is what we were told. This was going to completely revamp our police department, and it has done 0. And Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, I want to see if we can claw back that money. According to the charter, you get per year. You don't spend it, it should come back to the general fund. You can't get this out the door, it should come back, because it's the only entity in the city of Cleveland where its budget is tied to another department. That other department, if we don't spend that other department money, and we've had this during the transfer order about whether we have to take the Cleveland Police Commission budget and adjust it when we do transfer orders out of, to and from the police department. Same thing needs to happen with this. If they don't spend it, that's not on us, that's on them. According to the charter, that's what they're supposed to do. If they don't do it, we need to hold them accountable as well. This rollover, give us time, since 2022, it sat in 2000, it started in 2022. 2, 3, 4, 5, we're on the fifth year. The fifth year, and absolutely nothing has been accomplished except infighting, people quitting, directors suing the city of Cleveland. Absolutely no policy has come out of it. No discipline has come out of it. It's an utter failure. Utter failure. Now, Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Williams, I hope, I was not in support of this, and I've stayed relatively quiet because it's what the voters wanted, but it's time to ask the voters maybe again, is this exactly what you wanted? Because I don't think that what was told to the voters is what's happening with this. It's just not. I'm really hopeful, and I'll try to be very patient, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Williams, that you'll be able to come in and turn it around. But anything that's happened prior to you getting there, if they haven't accomplished it and that money's sitting there, claw it back because they had the opportunity. Going forward, I think we need to hold them to the same standard. And Mr. Chairman, if we need to look at the legislation and take something to the voters regarding that, maybe we need to do it. But we can't just have this entity out there with a dangling little halo over our police department with the threat of maybe doing something, and they're doing absolutely, positively nothing. And go tell Subodh Chandra I said so. Mr. Chairman and Ms. Williams, do you believe, knowing the history of the Cleveland Police Commission, that you'll be able to turn this around?
Ms.
Through
Williams.
the chair, to Councilman Casey, absolutely.
Absolutely. It's
Absolutely.
a tall task. And by that, I'm saying, per the budget, you'll be able this year to get this $1.18234 out the
Yes.
door because it's doing nothing but
The
hurting
grant,
who's supposed to be receiving it.
the grant money, that's going to be a done deal. We're definitely going to get the grant money out. As far as operationally and getting the CPC back on track, rebuilding the CPC, absolutely. That is my charge, and I will
And
do
with
the
all due
task.
respect, Ms. Williams, I believe you, but it's not getting them back on track because the Cleveland Police Commission has never been on track.
Yeah.
Well, I will
So it's
get
putting
that.
them on a track and sending them into the way that the 60% of the voters, as everybody keeps telling me, wanted, to try to put them back to where it's not even put them back, it's to put them on the track. It's to let this thing be what the voters actually wanted, because right now, it's failed.
And so this is, if you will,
Williams, go through the chair. Thank you.
sorry, through the chair, to Councilman Casey. I do understand your concerns and your frustrations, and they are warranted. Let me be clear, this is a different day.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Williams, I hope so.
Okay.
Because one thing I do want, on page 127, your travel, right? Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Williams and our CFOs, this Cleveland Police Commission has a lot more to do at home than to travel anywhere. We need to get our house in order first before we decide that we should allow anybody to start traveling to go to a conference here, go to a conference here. They don't even know how to run a meeting appropriately here, let alone go off somewhere to travel. Well, that's one thing, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO. I don't know how we adjust according to the charter with how we're supposed to do it, but I'm not sure that the Cleveland Police Commission needs any money to travel anywhere until they can get their house in order here first. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman, for your line of questioning. Again, I want to say to my colleagues, when Ms. Williams came over to meet with me, I appreciate her. She was direct, upfront, and honest with me as to what she has inherited as the new director. And so, as you alluded to, Councilman, she was not the architect. It's amazing to me, the architects of this Community Police Commission have been like missing in action because we all know now it was poorly written, it was poorly put together, and I don't think any of them who are connected to it want to take responsibility for it, because it has, as you indicated, it's turned into a mess. So we're faced with the reality. It's a charter section. We have to figure out how to make it work. Ms. Williams has indicated she's going to do everything she can to make it work, and I'm prepared to give her all the assistance and help that she needs. Councilwoman House
Chairman.
Jones is up next.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director and the team, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How would I say? So in regards to grants, if I'm not mistaken, as they indicated, the 2024 grants are actually they were awarded and not contracted, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then I guess just a follow-up for the through the chair to the executive director, have the 2025 grants been awarded as well?
Through the chair to the council lady. So what the plan is to have those 2024 grantees, we're going to combine those years to those grantees, As I was telling the chair, you will not automatically roll over,
Right.
right? So you do have to submit to us a new 2025 budget, a new 2025 scope of work, a 2026 non-compete bid form, and a letter requesting. And then we will have to vet those. We'll
Right.
have to see that, there is still a need for your programming or your project to
Right.
receive this award.
And again, I want to, how would I say this? This is part of the issue too, because again, I had the pleasure of back in August of last year, actually sitting down with, it was no less than 45, I'm gonna say people representing various groups who were the recipients of the 2024 grants. And what I can tell you that many of these grant recipients are doing great work in our community. What they are applying for, while it may not be all that we want it to be, they have found ways to work to provide intervention services, prevention services that are much needed. And going back to just a conversation that I had with the law department and my frustration, many of our community organizations are feeling the same press, right? They are no different than community development corporations and others who are waiting a year and a half, 2 years to get a contract out of the door, right? Now, I did provide, a suggestion to the Community Police Commission, specifically in because one of the things that happened when I attended the recipients meeting back in August, and I told them I would do some research, and one of the things that we find out is because people were comparing the CPC process to the Neighborhood Safety Fund process, right? And so the one thing that I did offer, where I will offer to you too, that I think at least could help us ensure that dollars get out of the door quickly, is to not just contract with the United Black Fund to be administered, but to do like the exclusive awarding to United Black Fund, right? Which means that the United Black Fund will have the final say on grants, similar to what the Cleveland Foundation has with the Neighborhood Safety Fund. You still have your steering committee that says the awards, but in your actual grant language, it will say that the final decision comes to United Black Fund. It has been a way to get around the significant contracting challenges in the city of Cleveland. And I just would say, even in the here and now, that's what needs to be done until we can ensure improved contracting processes with the city of Cleveland. And so I just want this body to understand, again, just like the community organizations are having problem with the contracts, is very similar to what we are experiencing here in Cleveland City Council. And so to penalize community organizations who are doing work when we can't even get monies out the door. This is the same thing that I'm talking about, where if you ask them similarly to our community organizations, what's the flow chart for our community organizations? Again, I was just having a conversation during lunch with our policy team. They said, well, what we really need is like a pre-contract process, the contract process, and a post-contract process, which I agree, because when you have a pre-contract process, when you understand the categories of contracts, you would already know, depending on the category, these are all the things that you need. People can prepare. Right now, many of our people cannot prepare because we have not written the rules, and it's so arbitrary based on people's feelings. And again, it has gone awry. So offering that to the, to you, Director Williams, and to the Community Police Commission, so that we can get these grants dollars out into the community as the people wanted it. The other thing with that being said, I know we have our allocated through the chair to the executive director. We have our outline of what we project for 2026. Do we have an idea of when is the grant announcement going to go out for 2026?
Director?
Through the chair to the council lady. So the timeline is not set in stone.
Okay.
But I'll let you know this. We will be meeting again with United Black Fund. The plan was to make sure that we had everything that we needed for the 2024 grantees, their packets completed.
Okay.
Right? Once we have their packets completed, and we're just taking a look at them, because the person who was here before, she'd started the work, and so did UBF. They had also started the work. So some time has passed. I just want to make sure that everything, their insurances are all up to date. So we want to make sure we have everything in the 2024 grantee packets completed. Then we're going to do a webinar with UBF, inviting the grantees to come in and let them know we're going to combine your years.
Okay.
Right? We're going to combine your years, but we will require just an additional 4 additional pieces or documents for 2025. Once we get those 4 additional pieces of documents for 2025, we can combine 2024 and 2025, upload them into DocuSign. That will, on Law's department, I guess, trigger the contract process. And then once the contract process is initiated, it's just a matter of them signing through DocuSign, going over to finance, and having that check cut.
Yeah, and so I will say through the chair to the director, I am strongly, until Cleveland City Hall gets our act together when it comes to contracts for your 2026 contract, make it just similarly to what the Cleveland Foundations is for the Neighborhood Safety Fund. I am telling to the chair. I know people want to have a final say on the contracts.
Front page.
Thus far, being a member of the Neighborhood Safety Fund, we have yet butted heads. And the only reason why the foundation would butt heads is because someone didn't clear the muster, right? But outside of that, your 2026 contract, you should literally give all the money to United Black Fund for grants. They can do the whole process. You wouldn't have to worry about all this back and forth with the city of Cleveland. I am offering that to you. I will ask the commissioners to get on this immediately so that you can get that contract and you can get that 2026 dollars into the hands of the United Black Fund, so that the awards for 2026 moving forward will be done. You can have your processes. And like I said, I'm almost certain I had submitted, I believe I sent you all an email with that language so that you don't have to recreate the wheel, because it's already done. So that's that portion. And then just the other thing I will say, I know, again, I was a Cleveland voter who voted for issue 24. I still believe it's necessary. I'm still going to support the consent decree, all of the things, because we need to reimagine what public safety looks like in the city of Cleveland. I am not going to, and we know I have plenty of we already know all of the things that have went wrong with the community police commissions. With that being said, I will not judge. How would I say? I'm gonna still give a bit of time to get it right? Democracy deserves that, and compared to a system that's been in existence since 1866 or whenever it was, 1866. I think we can say that if you're 5 years into it compared to someone who has been 156 years plus, actually that's 161 years, I think. 161 years. I think you deserve some opportunity. I bet you when you get to 156 years, you'll have it perfected and right and doing all the things as people envision. So that's just my 2 cents. I'm just like, we're not going to just say we're going to get away with it. And when you know you're not supported, hence I can talk about my experience on the Cleveland Commission on Black Women and Girls and how when you are not fully supported and people are going against you, how things fall awry. So hopefully I am confident we have Executive Director Williams in place, and when we have this budget conversation come 2027, we will see a new and improved way. And so whatever I can do to be of a service to you, move on.
Thank you. Thank you and I want to thank all my colleagues for keeping time. The staff has heard our requests with regards to those funding dollars. We want to know what that dollar amount that has not been spent, okay? Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Chair. And if Councilman Slife can start my clock, because I've been using his clock to keep an eye on my clock. You got it? Okay, fantastic. That works.
10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Executive Director Williams, thank you for being here today. You have my sympathy. I know what it's like to take over a division that you did not create, yet be held responsible for the problems inside of it. So thank you for coming in today and talking with us. I do have a couple of questions about the grant applications. And I know you were involved in it earlier. Correct me if I'm wrong, through the chair, Director Williams, but the 2023 grant allocations were done internally by members of the commission. Was that correct?
That is correct.
And through the chair, when did they switch over to the UBF model?
Listen up, everyone, please.
I believe through the chair, the UBF model was switched over in, I want to say 2024, and it was because the grant model that we had administered in 2023, which was that first year, it was very cumbersome. It took up a lot of time and resources, and honestly, it took away from the commissioners doing commission work.
Sure. So I owe an apology to the law department. We were just giving them a hard time for being a year late on contracting, and we're 2 years over here. So I understand that getting money out the door is difficult, whether you're inside the city or outside the city, but I think it's worth noting that getting money out the door is hard. Whether you're a nonprofit partner or internally to the city. To the salary expenditures on page 127. So I thought I gathered from previous questions that in 2025, only 2 people total were employed by the Community Police Commission. And so is that $289,000 in salary reflective of those 2 people's earnings? Is the very, very top line for 2025?
So through the chair to the councilman, this would be more than 2. We did have additional staff at the beginning of the year. It's as of the end of 2025, that we had that staff turnover.
Okay, so the 289,000 was salaries for at least 1 person for the year and 1 person for half the year and a handful of other people for various lengths of time?
Through the chair to the council member, I think at any one point they had 3 or 4 people on staff, and then there was just turnover towards the middle to the end of the year. But there were multiple. This isn't one salary. There were multiple people employed there.
Okay. And then my last question, I forgot I didn't go in order here, but back to the UBF. Where I assume that they are compensated some amount for their contribution to this effort. So where is their internal compensation for managing this on behalf of the Police Commission? Where in the budget?
Director.
Through the chair, yes, UBF is compensated at, I believe it's $110,000.
What line is it in the budget?
It would come out of the subgrantee line.
I'm sorry?
Wait a minute, let's all get on the same page through the chair. What line item is it?
So through the chair to the councilman, our understanding is that gets paid out of the subgrantees. It's part of the grant process.
So,
Grantees, on what page?
okay, so
To the chair, it's page 127.
So on page 827, under contractual services, the second to last line is subgrantees. This is the money, this is the grant distribution money that we're talking about for 2024 and 2025 that has not yet been dispersed, but the 2024 recipients have been identified, and you just outlined a plan to deal with that backlog. But UBF takes their, I'm sure it's like an administrative percentage out of that. Through the chair, is that okay with the charter? Because the charter did specifically identify money that had to be distributed. It was a percentage of our general fund or whatever. Is that okay? Does that?
Police budget, police budget.
The police budget, I'm sorry, it was a percentage of the police budget. Is the language of issue 24, I'm sure some lawyers looked at this, but it's okay for them to take out as administrative fees within this, as almost a recipient of the grant to themselves?
Director?
So let me do some research on that, and I will get back to you with the answer.
Okay,
And the
that's fair.
finance director?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, I actually have the exact language here.
Okay.
I'll spare you the $1 million because the $1 million that gets allocated plus CPI. But the part that you're asking about, in addition to the amount above the greater of CPI percentage increases of the Division of Police's budget, in addition to the amount above, as it may be adjusted, the commission will receive a budget for its grant making to community-based violence prevention, restorative justice, and mediation programs that is at least 0.5% of the amount budgeted to the Division of Police. So that's the exact language that governs that.
And so just on that point, so the dollar amount that is being presented to us is exactly what we are required to provide by law, correct?
I guess the question I'm asking, Mr. Chair, is the UBF as now a recipient of those funds an eligible recipient because they do not do violence prevention themselves? They're taking an administrative fee, and should that administrative fee come out of a different part of the budget so that all 1% makes it to subrecipients?
So who,
Through the chair, the council person, we did talk a lot about this because the language in the charter says grant making, and because we had to hire someone to do it, they said that that was eligible under the point, the 1/2.
They've looked at this and said it's okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay. All right, that was all my questions.
Thank you.
I'll just say, Mr. Chair, I represent the people of Old Brooklyn where this failed in every precinct. I think we were the only ward in Cleveland where issue 24 was denied by the voters in every single precinct. My constituents are also wondering when we're going to see sunshine at the end of this tunnel. So I hope that we can get there and we have good things to show for it.
Thank you.
Because it is the law of Cleveland, and I thank you, Chair.
okay, Councilman Conwell, don't forget everyone's 10 minutes.
You know what? I'm not going to go long on this here. Matter of fact, what I was disappointed in is this young lady, Director Williams. This job is tailored for you, to the chair. When he asks you to do your background history, you're very, very modest. And you have done a lot of things in the community. I know when I walk in the community and when I work in the community, you know who I see? I see you. You out there working with the residents, you know the residents. You tailored, you sit back and you listen to the residents, you watch what's going on, you're very, very active, but you didn't talk about those things. And people need to know that. And you coming into a shop where it's going to be difficult for you, but you know the people, and that's very, very important. And in my ward, and I could say this through the chair to Councilman Harsh, they got at least 80% in my ward, at least 80%. And you need to do some projects I see here. Who are your project managers through the chair? Have you got anyone that you have yet, and they're going to do what kind of project?
Director?
Through the chair to Councilman Conwell. We are actively hiring for that role. I don't have anyone yet. Currently, my only staff member is my senior comms and marketing person. But we are looking to, I just sat with one of our commissioners yesterday and talked about the engagement with the community that we're looking to do this year.
Right.
And so we are putting together that plan, and we do intend to go into all 5 policing districts and do some focus groups and some intense community engagement.
That's a
Thank
good
you.
thing.
Councilman?
Through the chair also, please get some people that really truly want to work. Because a lot of times you can get people who say they want to work, they want the paycheck, but they don't want to work. That culture is very, very important for us. I was listening to some of my colleagues discuss that the bad times, which is true. But we have to help you as well, the city of Cleveland, and we have to make sure that you succeed. Sometimes you could put systems in place, the administration, but if we don't help you, like get contracts out the door, and or even with the hiring process, we could hurt you, and then we could say, see, she failed. So I know that you have to be able to reach out to us and on a safety committee to let us know. Because it's hard to get money out the door. I don't know why it's so hard to get the money out, because we need the dollars to make things go. And you're going to need resources to the chair, to the director.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right.
Okay.
I will be leaning very heavily on you guys.
Yeah, so all you have to do is call us and we work together for the good of the whole. Because what I don't want us doing is say, see, they failed.
But I have to repeat again. We do not hire, we do not fire, we do not deploy, we do not administer. So she is in charge. And she has, I'm confident from my discussions with her, that she understands what she's been dealt, what she has inherited, and we're here to support her. But we're not going to administer. We're prohibited by law. So you know what you have to do.
But you know what? He's right. However, we do have oversight. And if I see things
Financial.
failing, right, if I see things failing, I do have the ability to say something about it to help. So if my residents, my bosses, his bosses as well, if they want this and we're not helping, then shame on us. Okay. One thing to the chair about leadership, you got to get involved and you have to help to make things happen. We can hide behind, we did not hire, we did not fire.
We're not hiding behind it. That's
behind
the
it.
fact of life.
It's the fact of life, Mr. Chairman, but we could also do things to open our mouths and say things and talk with the safety director to make sure things push through. We could definitely do that, and we could shine a light on issues and concerns.
Thank you.
So I want this department to end up working out very, very well. I believe in you. You reached out to me, and the first thing I said, I talked more than you. I talked about you more than yourself working in the neighborhood. I like activists, and I think activists, that's an activity. I think you can get this done. I believe in you. My residents believe in you, and the people believe in you, but you're going to need help if things don't work out. Because they have glitches. Isn't that right, Councilwoman House Jones? They have glitches. And they'll say, see, you failed. How are you going to get things work? You can't get money out the door. Or you try to hire people and you can't get them hired. And you need bodies to help you out. And people turn around and say, see, you failed. So I can't say I support you and I'm not there working with you. So you have my support, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Slife?
Thank you for putting me back on. Let me start my timer.
I have after Councilman Slife start and Gray, then we're going to wrap it up.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Adams, how long on average do your meetings last? Like three hours-ish?
Mr. Adams, will you care to identify yourself, sir?
Good afternoon. My name is John Adams, and I am one of the co-chairs for the Cleveland Police Commission. To the councilman, through the chair, our meetings typically last about 2 hours. So
Okay.
a full meeting of the commission, 2 hours, and then committee meetings, depending on the amount of business, can go up to 2 hours as well.
Okay. Would you be able to speculate between full meetings, committee meetings, non-meeting work, like what the annual amount of hours you all spend? I assume it's substantial.
It's significant,
Yeah.
especially for a co-chair.
Yeah.
So I would say just this week alone, we were in the office on Monday, even though it was a holiday. That was a few hours in the office. Yesterday, there's always business happening during the day where we have to converse with commissioners, we have to talk with the executive director, we have staff. There was a meeting for the policy committee meeting yesterday, so that was another 2 hours. There was a 2-hour meeting with the monitoring team yesterday, 3-hour meeting with the monitoring team. Then today, we're here. We have a training meeting that we have to be at tonight. That'll be another couple of hours. So the time that we spend on the commission, it varies. I mean, obviously, when there are actual committee meetings, then you're going to be spending at least 2 hours a day. But I would say as a co-chair, on average, I'm doing at least 20 hours a week for the commission every week.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman?
And to the executive director, I think we've spent a lot of time on the grants, and if we look at the so let me just say to the finance, the summary in here says nothing about what the police commission does. It just sort of gives like a statement of that this was passed by the voters. But the key programs, discipline, recruitment, training, outreach, grant making, and policy, really, I think my understanding is in theory, the grant making is a rather minor component of a larger plate of tasks. I think one of our concerns in the early years was the grant making was being front-loaded kind of to the detriment of the slew of things before the Community Police Commission. In asking, since we focus so much on the grants, could you also speak to kind of your plans on getting the rest of the totality of the Community Police Commission's mission back in line? Because we hear from residents, I think residents for many, even though most people citywide voted for this, it's still not intuitive to them that it is not this body that has say over general police orders, for example. That is, so in our current structure, it is very important that those things function, and I'd like to hear a little bit of information on your plan to make sure that we're able to do those tasks since we've found assistance with grant making.
Ms. Williams?
Through the chair to Councilman Slife. Indeed. So our focus areas are discipline, policy review, and community engagement. Those are our, what I would consider, 3 big buckets, right? And then within each of those focus areas, discipline, we do case reviews, evidentiary hearings, right? With policy, we do review policy and write policy. We tweak policy when necessary. And certainly with community engagement, we're out in the community making sure that we're not just engaging with the residents, but that we're also getting their feedback and input so that we could truly center their voices at the table.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you. It's a huge task, and let me just say, for whomever is listening and cares, I was never opposed to it. If issue 24 had not passed and the consent decree sunsets at some point, we would no longer have had an obligation to have a community police commission. So an argument in favor of issue 24 was a continuity of the community police commission in perpetuity, regardless of whether or not there be a consent decree. That I always actually saw a value in that. I think one of my concerns from the onset was, one, accountability. This body is directly answers to voters, and I can be recalled, and now we have a structure that has an indirect representation. But also, you're being paid below minimum wage for the amount of work that you need to do, and I don't say that because I'm advocating for increasing the budget as much as I'm saying that I think from the onset it was sold as this is a simple thing when it was never a simple thing, and I'm not rooting for the CPC to stumble, but I also sort of saw this coming, and not because I disagreed with the thesis that there should be a continuity, but the structure of this has been challenging from the onset. So it's a huge task, and I'm hopeful that if this exists, that we can get back to focusing on GPOs and trainings and things that are really the onus that this body, I think, at least I shouldn't speak for the body, I can speak for myself, I want to see, but I no longer have the ability to guide forward directly. But I wanted, I'll wrap just by saying I wanted to have an opportunity for them to explain the plan for doing things beyond the grants, even though the grants gets a lot of attention, especially within a budget hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Starr.
Council President, Dean, thank you so much. This is a tough discussion that we have. Obviously, one of the things that definitely come to the forefront is talking to just the co-chair through the dean is it's very important to make sure the grant dollars are getting out the door. And you've been here possibly since the inception. Is there something that you could to speak on that you, as a board member or a co-chair, have done to be able to work with the city to get dollars out the door? Where's the bottleneck? What is going on from that standpoint? Because we did just have an in-depth conversation this morning dealing with the law department, contracting, the processes, the flow charts, all those different challenges that we too ourselves on council have to deal with or been dealing with. So my question would be, can you elaborate on why some of the dollars that you have tried to get out the door for the last 2 or 3 years have not been able to get out the door? And what have you done proactively to address those issues as a leader that you are in a position that you are as a leader through the chair?
Mr. Williams, Mr. Adams.
Thank you. To the councilman through the chair. I think that the process is a big part of the problem. The commission is dealing with a lot of grassroots organizations, not necessarily professional. Not say they're not professional, but they're normal citizens that have seen a need in the community, and they have created organizations and structures to try to address these things. What we were told in the first year in 2023 was that the grantees would have to go through the same process with contracts as any other entity for the city. And I feel like that has been a huge challenge. If you've ever seen the city's, the law department's contract, it is very difficult for a normal person to read that contract. It is filled with legal language. It's about 35, 40 pages, and it's a challenge for people because it's legal language. And I think that process has been extremely challenging for grantees that we've tried to work with. There's a lot of documents that they have to submit. I think that the first year when we awarded the grantees, there wasn't a lot of clarity from our end on as to like how that process actually works. So for example, a lot of our grantees, I think the city likes to operate under a system of reimbursement. And so that became a challenge because that wasn't something that everyone was aware of. And so then when we got to the contract phase and the grantees didn't have the money to upfront, then we had to kind of go backwards and do hardships. And so then that changes the contract again. And the law department's not sitting around waiting for the CPC to give them work. They have other things to do. And so we don't have a person in the law department who's designated just to work on grants. I mean, we have assistant law directors that are our contacts in the law department, but they have other work to do. So it's not that when we're ready, they're just sitting there waiting for us. Like, we have to get in line because they have other things to do. And so I think that this contract process, to Councilwoman House Jones, I think that, you know, the charter says one line about the grantees. It simply says that we have to create a grant-making program, right? And how we do that is up to us. But what we trusted was that the process that we were told that we had to go through was in fact the process that we needed to go to. And then where we are now, with a couple more years under our belt, exactly what the councilwoman said, we want a system where we can give UBF the money and then they can get that out more quickly to the grantees. And so, because we are dealing with public money, we also want to make sure that we're doing things legally. And so when we get advice from the law department, we took that advice from the law department, but with the frustrations that we've been going through in 2023 and 2024 and now 2025, our duty is to the community. We need to get this money out to the community. And if the process that we are using to get that money out, if it's not working, then now this is where we are, but we're trying to figure out a better way to get the money out to the community. So I just think that the process, you know, you learn, you don't know, and so you allow yourself to be directed, but now that we've got a little bit more time on our belt, we're thinking a different way to do it because we want to get this money out. We're in agreement, we're frustrated, we want to get it out to the community as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'll tell you, didn't make sure my time is there. That was very in-depth answer, and I know you and Councilman Slife got on the same tie, so I don't want y'all to confuse my time. But But that's something that is very real and important because getting dollars out the door is a tough process, especially dealing with the systems that are outdated. You know, one of the things that we did not talk about is we had someone from the law department stand up and said, I've been here for 34 years. But you have not modernized anything you're doing, and you just think the way you know from 34 years old is the best practice for 2026. So I think we should be strategic on figuring out how to get dollars out the door so we can be able to make that grant process more accessible. So I think that's something you should revisit. And one of the things I definitely would like to ask to both of you and the new executive director, Ms. Williams, who I've had the pleasure of working with in different realms of life and service, advocacy. I can't think of no one else that would be better suited for this position to be able to deal with a lot of the problems that we have. You know, I too can say, like, people who talk about what they see from the bickering, going back and forth, the disagreements that you may have dealt with in the past with this whole commission, but people could look at Cleveland City Council throughout the years and say the same thing. People too could look at what we see on administration at times and say the same thing. So we can't just be judgmental and not being able to roll up and just figure out what we can do. I definitely would like to say from with this standpoint of what you have going on, and Mr. Adams may be able to give more context because Ms. Williams is getting caught up to be able to see what changes she has. But how many policy recommendations has CPC issued since the start of this? And how many have been actually adopted and implemented, if anyone through the chair can speak to that?
Ms. Williams?
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, with the exception of last night, our policy chair, Pete Van Leer, he has been, for lack of better words, a rock star. I think there were 9 policies, according to your report, passed, but I think we just passed 3 more last night. So that's 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12 policies passed, and I believe there are 6 that are currently under review right now.
Okay. And through that standpoint, can you send those, if possible, actual over to the council for review so we can look at them too? I think that would be great. And then I see that you do have a budget for staffing. So what percentage of your budget goes to staffing versus community engagement and research through the chair?
Who wants to respond?
What percentage of our budget goes to staffing?
Versus community engagement and research. So within your budget that you currently have, which is on page, I believe it's 127. I believe it says total salaries for the budget of 2026 is around $709,000. Then overall, I believe the total budget for this department is $2.3 million. So would that be like a 1.6? Or trying to see exactly what we're doing as far as the actual dollars that you're spending, just so we can get some context of what's going on through that standpoint. Maybe the CFO.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's see what they have to say.
So through the chair to the councilman, we just did the back of the napkin math here. If you had the 709 and the 211, which is for benefits, that's the above the line for staffing.
Yes.
So that comes out to about 40%, and then the rest of the below the line stuff is dedicated to programming, travel, and anything else that they need, contracts.
All right, and thank you. And within that standpoint, you may you may want to think about within this process, like you heard Councilwoman House Jones say, may look into a different entity to get the dollars to, so they can do the actual contracting and get the dollars out for the grantees. Or you may look to see if there's someone you could bring on board to help manage with dealing with all of the processes to be able to get the contract through the right department so you can get the dollars out the door. So there are different opportunities you could do that. And then also one of the things that is very important is how does CPC coordinate with the Division of Police and the Office of Professional Standards to avoid duplications of work that is actually being done? How do you work with those other 3 divisions or bureaus to be able to work together potentially through the chair?
If you can answer, I know you're just new, just came on board, but if you can answer that.
Through the chair to the councilman, I think a great display of how we work together with CPD or CDP, was done last night at our policy meeting. And so there were members of CDP who were in the audience, including, I believe it was Captain Muscle? Captain Muscles, and a couple of sergeants who attended the policy meeting to give their input and feedback on the new pursuit policy and a couple of other policies that were, being written and under consideration to be passed.
Yep, and that's important. And then one other question would be, how are we ensuring representation from all wards in CPC engagement efforts? Some of the things that we're looking to improve. How do you ensure that we have representation in all wards? And that'd be my final question, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone want to
And
respond?
through the chair to the councilman. So what I am looking to do once I get my CECs on board and oriented, I would love for them to come out to each of your wards and from time to time be on your agendas to give updates as to what's happening in committee at the police commission and deliver that information to the residents in each of the wards, and also get the feedback from residents in the ward and bring it back to committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And just to remind my colleagues, we have all the safety departments in division, so unless you're prepared to order breakfast, we better get going here. Councilwoman Gray.
And Dean, one question. You know we came under budget $500,000, so if we needed to order something else, we should be good
we'll
today.
need that for your appetite. Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair. I just want to say first to the Director Williams, I've been knowing her for years. I want to just piggyback off of Councilman Conwell. I've been knowing her for years too. We go back as activists in the community when we first met on the NLI. And we did a lot of talking in the community, just going over young, new, adventurous ideas and trying to figure out programs and how we're going to change the world, change the community. But however, we're still out here together. I know how she progressed. She is genuine, true to the heart. She's about the people. She is the people, and she meet people where they at. So I just want to say it's an honor that you was chosen for this position, and it was yours. And they need a leadership person like you in order to engage with everyone at every level, because your patience at this table has been awesome. Awesome. Okay, but saying all that, I just only have a few questions because everybody else kind of hit the main points of asking her and the director and Mr. Adams some question. My question is this, just going back on the few years before the bump in the road, before you got here, Director, I want to ask Chair to Mr. Adams. I want to ask him this question. During the first vertical years that you guys had, and it was vertical with your meetings, with your conversations, with all the ups and downs during that time, you were at the table every time you came. And you expressed on at that time how you guys was building a policy of conducting questions to the police officers. That is the first engagement that you said y'all had to figure out on how to partner up with the police officers to understand how to manage things in the community that they, that the resident felt that, wasn't managed, and your position was to help to facilitate that, correct?
Correct.
Now, to say the least, I voted for this. I supported it 100%, and also Ward 4 had a high percentage. Because at that time, we were under siege in our community and didn't have any guidance. So that's why we were on board to vote for this issue. Because we needed the guidance and understanding on how to work with a lot of things that, that wasn't occurring at that time in Ward 4. So I'm behind this, and I'm still behind it, but I know we have bumps in the road. So I'm asking you, the first 4 years when you sat at this table and y'all was going through all y'all was digressing through the whole 4 years and it wasn't working. I did not look at one Zoom link. I did not come to one meeting because it was overwhelming for me. But y'all sat at this table, talking about y'all bumps in the road. But at the same time, you was trying to write bylaws to understand how to engage with the police officers. So to this point, on this document that you gave us, it shows number of discipline petitions, hearings conducted, 2024 4/0, 2025 1. Tell me now to this date, how you going to overcome this to make it better? Chair to Mr. Adams, because Director Williams wasn't around during those 4 years.
Mr. Adams, briefly.
So thank you, Councilwoman. So I think that, unfortunately, in the world that we live in, things that are negative tend to get more attention than things that are positive. And so that's what people have focused on, but in the meantime, we have gotten a ton of work done. Last night, we passed the pursuit policy.
Okay.
We passed a new disciplinary corrective action policy that the police will be using. We passed additional policies about body cam, adding the ability for officers to be able to use AI to translate with different people who speak different languages as they're out in the streets. So that was just yesterday in itself. We are currently up to date on our trainings. That has happened. What happened with the evidentiary hearing, with the hearings, is that unfortunately, the way that the charter is written, it only allows an executive director to do a hearing for officer discipline. So when we lost our executive director, we also lost the ability to actually have hearings. So there's cases that we have, but we could not continue until we had an executive director.
Okay.
So over this time, we have written that manual. We've started those cases. We have flagged cases. We are making records requests. We are reading the disposition letters. We're reading the charge letters that we're getting. So the House is essentially in order now. But again, the charter lays out specific duties that are to specific people. And the reality is that as commissioners, like, my apologies for being late, but I am a school teacher. And so I just rush from school to here. The commissioners are not full-time people. We are part-time people. And so we work within those confines, but I just want to be clear. The commission has gone through growing pains, but that did not stop the commissioners that were remaining, like Commissioner Van Leer and Commissioner Zayed and Commissioner Marrero Benito. It did not stop us from working. It's just that, unfortunately, the negative things get more attention, but we did not stop. I think that as we move forward this year, we are focused on the work. I know that that's like something we've been saying, but we really are there. It's just that we had, for example, a lull and when new commissioners came on. We knew it's set we knew when the commissioners were going to be leaving. But unfortunately, those commissioners whose terms were expiring December 5th of 2024 or 2025, we knew that, but they did not get sworn in and approved until March. So then you have from November of 2025 until November 2024 until March of 2025, where we don't have a functioning commission. We had 4 commissioners. That is not enough for quorum. So we cannot have quorum. We can't have meetings. So those of us that were on the commission continued to try to do work even though we could not have meetings. Once the new commissioners came in March, they have to get trained. They can't just come on the commission and then sit on the accountability committee and just start disciplining officers.
Right.
They need training, they need education, they need time. So listen, in June of 2024, we contacted the city of Cleveland and we said, we would like for you to appoint the new commissioners earlier. We would like 45 to 60 days between their selection and their swearing in so that we can begin a process of onboarding them before the terms expire. We did not get that. I don't even think council even got the names until November. And then, of course, now it's the holiday season. And so we have to wait until January for council to be able to just,
Whenever-
to process. So all I'm trying to say is, I know that, there's a narrative that people like to put out about the commission, but all I'm saying is that everything is not within our control. And so we've worked to get these new commissioners on in March. We started having meetings immediately. We are constantly training, helping them go along. I think we've done very well considering that we just brought 6 new members on the commission. So
Okay.
I think we're there. I understand. I understand everyone's frustration, but we are not deterred. We are moving forward, and I think that we can just give us a couple more months and let our executive director
Right.
kind of get her staff and everything. I think you'll see a difference in visible productivity from this commission.
And just let me add, whenever we receive any of the requests from the CPC, we, with regard to commissioners, we move expeditiously. It's not the council, I can assure you that.
Okay,
Floor is still
thank you.
yours, lady.
All right, thank you. I only have a few more minutes because we got 10 minutes, but thank you for that deep dive answer. So we can understand now you got a new page. We got a new director, chair to the director, and Mr. Adams. And I'm here to still to support you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Can't kick nobody when they down. You guys just bring us up. We got to support each other. But I want to say one more thing, that I know that you're moving forth in a good direction because a month or so ago you got what's his name that does the meditation classes. That's one of your grantees.
Walter Penn.
Yes, I was on a meeting with him a month ago that he scheduled a meeting with me in January, and we did a group meeting with him and the young lady, what's her name, what's the other? Sharina, and a couple other folks, and then somebody from community relations. He's getting his meditation class set up, and he had one on Zoom a couple weeks ago, which I missed per se, but I will be participating in that meditation class because he wants to show the council what he's providing and what he's doing, and that's the engagement, as Councilwoman House said, that we have to start being a part, we have to start going to the meetings, and I will do my best to assist, even though I'm not on the safety committee this time around, and I'm really, that was a decision that was agreedly made, but I miss being on the safety committee, but I will continue to be a part of,
Thank you.
you guys can come to my meeting again because you're invited to my meeting, but I still will be engaged with understanding and checking on the process as well. So congratulations, Ms. Williams. You're going to be awesome, and you got my support. And anytime we need to meet, definitely we can do that.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you,
Council
Lady.
Here we go. Councilwoman House Jones, Councilman Shaw, Councilman Jones, and my brothers and sisters. I'm not taking any more names after that. We got a whole bunch to do here. And again, if you want to be sleeping here tonight, and I do mean that, when you look at the calendar here, what we will be sleeping here if we don't deal with the budgetary issues. Councilwoman House Jones?
Yeah, thank you. It was just one question. Through the chair to the team here, have you all met collectively with the Office of Professional Standards and the Civilian Review Board? Have you all collectively met together to kind of work out who does what, and to be able to offer some suggestions of revision to legislation so that each of your boards and commissions can work more collaboratively together and not do duplication of services?
You ain't getting double time. No, it ain't.
Through the chair to the
Yes.
council lady. So not just yet, but it is my intent to meet with, I believe, Edie Hess. Mike Hess, soon. Soon. I'm still making my way through meeting with all of my commissioners and, all the parties that are involved, including the monitoring team. And so I will be meeting, setting up a meeting to meet with them soon.
Yeah, and I just a clarification. So through the chair to the executive directors, so it's not just the executive directors. I'm actually talking about the working bodies, so that figuring out a way, because we always talk about it's duplication of services, it's overlapping of services, but actually having a work session where those three entities can come together to really clearly outline what we are supposed to doing, and if there is duplication of activities, that we can kind of streamline those processes so that we all are working in the best interest in the city of Cleveland. So again, if I can be helpful in that, I would be more than welcome, happy to do
Okay.
that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Shaw.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'll make it quick. I know we want to move on. Just real quick, I want to clarify through the chair to the director. The green sheet is in addition to what is already in the binder. Is that correct?
So through the chair to the councilman, when there's a green sheet, that means either there was an error or correction that needed to be made based on information that was given to us after the budget book was published. So you'll see those throughout the budget hearings. We try to minimize them as much as possible, but we can't control if, like in this case, we had a new director and she wanted to put her input in on the metrics. So that was after the budget book was printed. So it wasn't an error. It was just, there wasn't a director here to update that. So you'll see that throughout budget hearings.
I understand it. I just want to clarify because the green sheet indicates there's 10 members total allocated. So that looks like a drastic difference from what's on the budget sheet that was in the binder on page 128. There's only one private secretary indicated.
So through the chair to the councilman, that's actually the back side of what was corrected. What you're looking at is the police review board, which is a different group.
That helps a lot. Thank you. I wanted to make sure we got that clarified. Thank you. And to the director, to the chair, wanted to understand, what is the pay scale that we're going to be advertising for the project coordinator position?
For which position?
For the project coordinator position?
So the project coordinator position, that's kind of like a broad term. More specifically, a project coordinator, I have used the, I want to say like the technical term, like a community engagement coordinator. And so for that position, I have set between 50 and 60,000. For my office coordinator position, I believe I've set that at between 55 and 65. For my senior policy research analyst, I believe that position is set between, I think, 70 and 75. And then for my assistant director, that position is between 89 and 120.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you indicated there was a posting already up on the website. Is that correct? Have you already gotten?
Several. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Then what is the time frame that you hope to finish hiring by? Can you give us because I know you said soon. I'm just wondering, like. Yeah.
So my priority hires, I'm looking to do that within, before end of March. And then my core hires, like my policy research analyst, I'd like to get that person hired by April, end of April. And then my final hires, I would say, before September.
Okay.
So by September, we will be, fully functioning and up to speed.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate your responses on those. And join with, I think, what has been a majority of council who has expressed, we want to see this actually succeed. And we're here to follow through on that. And if I remember right, more people voted for this than anybody has ever voted for a council member. So we definitely have a democratic decision making. And democracy can be messy. We all know that. But we want to see y'all succeed. So good luck. And we look forward to seeing what you come back to the table with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman. Our last questioner is Councilman Jones.
Mr. Chairman, you got to make sure you put me down twice.
Yeah, you're down once, I can assure you that. Okay?
Make up for the time.
Down once. 10
me.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Make sure you put that timer on, okay?
Don't hold the timer now. I want Kevin Conwell time.
He was 10 minutes.
All right. Now, let me just start out with, saying congratulations to the executive director, Mrs. Williams.
Thank you, Chairman.
That's a long time
Councilman.
coming. I've been sitting here at this table for quite some time now. This is my ninth budget. And when we first started out, the commission wasn't established the way the commission is now. And at that time, the commission, then under Frank Jackson's administration, I challenged why they couldn't mail out, because one of the things that's really important, and I guess we need to come back here because now we're facing our 9th year. The stuff that you do is the participation in part from the community. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
That is correct.
And tell me how it is that all of these important policies that the public is supposed to participate in, how do they get an idea or understand when you're having meetings, and how are they actually involved?
Through the chair to the councilman, that should be through my outreach team, my community engagement coordinators. Unfortunately, at this moment, I do not have any.
You don't have your community who?
The community engagement coordinators, my outreach team.
Okay. So then why wouldn't you have them, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, why wouldn't you have these engagement people?
Through the chair to the councilman, I can't answer why my community engagement coordinators are not on board just yet, but I do have positions, you know, the previous team, why they left, but I do have positions open on the city's website to hire.
I see. So you haven't hired them yet, in part?
Correct.
Okay. So you do have the funds that are available, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so how many positions are we talking about, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Through the chair, I'm looking to hire one office coordinator, one assistant director, one senior policy analyst, and possibly 2 community engagement coordinators.
Do you foresee any problems with being able to hire them at this space and time?
Not at
So
all.
you have all the funds and resources there?
I do.
And then tell me how it is that they're going to communicate to the public.
Through the chair to the councilman, my plan is to have them to come to DPC meetings to make sure that they are.
Wrong way. I need to have the time suspended.
Don't pass out, because nobody's giving you CPR, okay? Keep going.
It's not
Okay.
COVID, it's just water going down the runway.
Okay.
Through the chair to the councilman. They will be speaking at DPC meetings. I'd like to have them on agendas, your agendas, at your ward meetings and block club meetings.
Great, so how is their format of communications? I mean, how are they getting out to the public? How do they reach the people in my neighborhood who would like to participate? So are they on do you have social media? How do you get the word? That's where I'm trying to go.
Indeed. So I do have a senior marketing and comms person who is in charge of our social media. Of course, it's on our website. We should have a landing page on the city's website. We will have, I believe it's called SharePoint. We will have a landing page on SharePoint.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I want to really dig down in this, and I don't want to waste no time on it. Do you have a budget for mailing out
We do.
and communications?
We do.
How big is that budget?
I think currently it's about 7,000.
That's all you have for the entire city of Cleveland?
That is it.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, in order for this, and this has been an ongoing situation, at least she has 7,000. There's times when they didn't have anything in the budget to fundamentally communicate with the citizens of the city of Cleveland. One of the reasons why the commission was put together, Mr. Chairman, just to remind the community, was to seek the input from the community as relates to issues impacting them, as relates to the police department and how we go about our business as relates to protecting our citizens, and then having the right process and public policy in order to do that. Back then, it seems the same to be here now, that we haven't resolved the issue. We've kicked this can down the line here now. There is no format here, Mr. Chairman, that allows for the public to be fundamentally aware or have the proper communications to know about these meetings so that they can truly engage and participate. So how do we rectify the situation, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Ms. Williams?
Or anybody. We can even look at the administration, because this has been an ongoing issue, Mr. Chairman, starting from Frank Jackson's administration when I landed here representing First Ward in 2018.
Mr. Chair, Councilman Jones, it's not the responsibility of administration. The CPC is an independent body.
Yeah, but the administration, Mr. Chairman, and this body funds this body. So
Body.
that's the reason why we're sitting here talking about the budget here, because if we didn't fund them, we wouldn't be sitting here at the table. And their very salary, Mr. Chairman, is coming from the general
But,
fund.
Mr. Councilman, we don't administer it. We do not administer it.
I understand that, but we do fund it. So that's the question. Are we going to fund this department so that it can truly do what it's supposed to do? Because the initial intent before it became a piece of legislation, of which I will say I fondly supported, the only council member had endorsed the piece for them to be in existence the way they are now. So the question is, maybe there's two, I take that back. When I was a councilman back and they started to formulate, I endorsed their campaign. Maybe the second campaigns they had, I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, I know that we are still talking about the same subject matter, and we need, because you won't be effective as you need to be effective if you don't have the community input.
Through the chair, to the councilman, I agree. So we do have a strategic plan that we're working on with community engagement. And that plan does include having focus groups and town halls and other forums to make sure that we are receiving community input. And that's just one part of the strategic community engagement plan. Again, the other part of that is to make sure that my CECs are actively in the community, making sure the information flows up, down, and sideways.
So let me ask this question, because again, I want to try to dig deep. I'm trying to help you here, Director. So I need you to help me help you. All right, so the issue is this. How many community meetings have you had thus far since you've been the new executive director?
I've been here
Mr.
for
Chair.
1 month.
Okay, so have you had any meetings? Okay, do you recall any meetings you had when you previously worked on the commission, community meetings?
Absolutely.
And you put them together, Mr. Chairman, to the executive director, is that correct?
That is correct.
And on your average meetings that you had down in Tri-C Community College for the public, what was your general attendance, your average attendance? Be honest now, because I need you to.
Average attendance would, I would say, be between 30, 50 people.
Now, I've had the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to come down to some of your meetings, and I was lucky and hard-pressed if I saw 50 people. I know that for the most part, one of the things I was trained by then Congressman Louis Stokes was to count the room, meaning I know how many people are actually in the room every time I go into a public setting. And every time I went into your public settings, I was hard-pressed to get over 50. Now, what I will say is the lowest number I saw in your room was 15 to 30. That's about the max and about the lowest. So what I will share to you, you've had other public meetings in other communities of council people. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Williams?
Ms. Williams?
That is correct.
Okay. And so then in those meetings, can you name off some community meetings on the west side, maybe one or two, and then maybe one or two meetings on the east side, and what was your attendance?
Through the chair to the councilman, specifically a community meeting that we had on the west side, and it was more like a focus group. That meeting had at least 50 people.
50 people there?
At least.
And what community, if I may ask, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
I can't.
If you don't know, that's okay.
Yeah,
It was on the west side.
It's on the west
So,
side.
so then the question would be, how did you get the information out? How was it communicated to the constituents?
So, various ways. When I was the community engagement person, I would put flyers in through the library system. I would come here, put flyers in through our rec system. So the flyers went out, to all of our rec centers. Flyers went out to all of our libraries. We have a listserv that the CPC has. We made sure that we emailed everyone on our listserv. Word of mouth.
When you say listserv, is that digital?
It is.
Okay. So you've been able to do all of that, and then you came up with only 50 people at that attendance at that session. Okay, now let's go to the east side. How many meetings have you had there? Can you put me back, because this is important, it's on communications.
Councilman, in all due respect.
With all due
we
respect.
had a lot, we
Can I have
discussed a
an
lot of
additional
this when
3
you were
minutes?
outside of the room.
No,
when you
I
came
listened
back
to
in.
everything on my thing
Okay.
here, so I wasn't
I'm
gone.
going to be gracious. I'm going to give you 3 minutes, but we're done at that point, okay?
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I go back, just for for the sake of the ruse. If you put me back on there, and the previous chairman, the president of Cleveland City Council, gave me a full
If you
full
were in
ride.
here, if you were in here for the full time of our discussion, Councilman, it would be a
So,
different story.
Mr.
But
Chairman,
you were out of the room for
I
most of
wasn't,
our discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't aware that you were penalizing another member of council who
Not
represents
penalizing,
his
but
own
Councilman,
neighborhood.
We have 1, 2,
Mr.
3,
Chairman,
4, 5, 6,
I
7, 8,
understand,
9,
Mr.
10,
Chairman.
11 other sections that we have to deal with right now.
Right, I understand that,
So if
Mr.
you would
Chairman.
please Be expeditiously.
I appreciate you giving me a little extra
Okay,
time
go
here.
ahead.
It's
Go
just
ahead.
one issue. It's not the
Go
whole
ahead,
subject matter,
Councilman.
because this
I
is
gave you 3.
important.
Go on.
Thank you. The question, Mr. Chairman, to Mrs. Williams is really easy to hit this. You went to my neighborhood. How many people was in attendance when you went to my neighborhood?
I would say about 100.
About a who?
About 100.
About 100 people. To be exact, there was 135 people in attendance to the meeting that you and your board went and came to our community, and I think that was around, what, November of that time period? Do you recall that? You were there.
December 2023.
Now, let me say this. It cost us $5,000 to have that one meeting, and that was just mailing. So if your commission is truly to be an effective commission and not just have a little small group, but have the involvement of the community as it should have, then you need to have a bigger budget. So I would suggest here, Mr. Chairman, to the executive director, you look at next year, maybe including a bigger budget so that you can communicate efficiently to have the residents participate. Because you're participating right now in a vacuum. And then all of the citizens of the city of Cleveland don't have the opportunity to do what I fought for and many others fought for and paid a price for, actually, to have this commission be what it is today. And may I need to say to you and remind you, there are members in previous past on council who would not want you to be in existence. I'm one of those who want you to be in existence for the proposition and the purpose of protecting the interests of both police officers and making sure that our police officers, our men and women, have the policies in place to truly have an effective police force. And also to further remind you that we are one of the first commissions in the entire nation to be established years ago. And so with that distinct history that we have, almost rolling back 100-some years, we should have a commission that has the capacity and the ability, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your wisdom here, to be able to communicate to the public efficiently and effectively. So if we are to achieve that good, strong police working force, as Stephanie House talked about reimagining what our police department can be about, then one of the things that we have to have here is a strong budget that has the capacity and the ability to reach our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we are done. Ms. Williams, we look forward to working with you. I look forward to any issues that you need to bring to our attention. I appreciate your frankness and the time we met. And so without objection, we are moving on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay, come on back up, Director of Public Safety. We are going right into Division of Office of Professional Standards. Up next, Office of Professional Standards. No correlation with animal control. Come on up here. Come on up here. Office of Professional Standards.
Page 120, Office of Professional Standards. Page 121, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $1,023,803. 2026 budgeted, $1,369,145. Page 122, total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, $1,373,462. 2026 budgeted, $2,127,009. Staffing, 2025 actual, 13. 2026 budgeted, 19, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. On page, first identify yourself, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name's Mike Hess. I'm the interim administrator for the Office of Professional Standards. Joining me is Austin Kelleher. He's our data analyst for OPS.
Thank you. On page 120, under output metrics, complaints received. Complaints have Gone down?
That's correct.
Okay. On page 122, under Assistant Director of Law, you have no attorneys at this point?
So at one point, a previous administrator wanted to hire a kind of an in-house assistant director of law, and the office has kind of moved away from needing to do that. Typically there are two ADLs who are assigned to represent OPS and CPRB.
From the law department?
From the law department, correct.
And who are they?
Well, it is Dahlia Oprian, and up until about 3 weeks ago, it was me, until I was appointed as an interim administrator.
Okay. The training dollars on page 121, identify what your training dollars are for.
So the training, there's kind of two things. There's information, there's a lot of intermixing with CPRB, the Civilian Police Review Board, and OPS. CPRB oversees OPS, but OPS is, it's a part-time board, so OPS is kind of doing the day-to-day. The training is typically for either the investigators within OPS or for the board members themselves to just kind of learn about criminal justice and policies, and then for the investigators, it's additional training on how to actually investigate incidents of alleged misconduct.
Okay, questions of my colleagues, Office of Professional Standards. Questions? Yes, Ms. House-Jones.
Thank you, under the chair, to the team here. Just a question from you. Have you all met with the Community Police Commission and the Civilian Review Board?
Well, the Civilian Review Board, yes. I have not met with the CPC yet, no.
Okay. Yeah, through the chair to the team. Also, I'm going to just ask everybody, like this year and like the next 3 months, if you all can plan to have some type of working session, because we always hear about people duplicating services, and so if we can get some clarity and maybe even some policy guidance as to ways that we can strengthen your work, that would be greatly appreciated.
And to the chair, for example, one of the, we have an urban AI kind of work group with CPC that's in about a week and a half, I think, that's focused on document transfer, for example. So the wheels are in motion.
And again, I thank Councilman House-Jones for raising that. And I'm glad the safety director's here and the administration. At some point, because let's be very blunt, do we need to continue to fund all of these operations in light of the progress that we have made? And so Councilwoman House-Jones is on mark that at some point there's going to have to be some meeting of the minds here, including Dr. Anderson in those discussions. That's the reality. Okay, any other questions, Office of Professional Standards? No further questions? Yes, Councilman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the gathering here. Hi, Mike. Good to see you. I always, this is just I'm learning how the process here works. I get constituent requests regarding OPS reviews of certain cases. In one particular case, it was an impound of a car by the police. OPS is, I think, considering my constituents' concern that their car was impounded. How should I be communicating about OPS's mechanisms to my constituents? How long does it take to review these cases? Who should they be getting in touch with for follow-ups? Because you're doing the work, not me.
Yeah, to the chair. It can really, really depend on the complexity of the case, how long it's actually going to take. Sometimes the investigator has to do a lot of interviews and request and view a lot of wearable camera footage or security footage. Sometimes the board has issued subpoenas for video footage or other documentation. So it's not easy to pin down what a standard length is. I would say that the board meets monthly, and they are trying to hear 10 to 20 cases a month, and the cases are getting completed by OPS at about the same rate, I would say. Maybe a little bit quicker, because I think there is a little bit of a backlog between OPS and CPRB. So it would be hard to give a hard timeline. I would say that the best way for them to follow up would be to contact the Office of Professional Standards by phone, and they're usually put directly in touch with the person who is investigating their complaint. And our investigators tend to be pretty reachable. And if not, I'm the administrator currently, and I'm reachable. If my phone rings, I answer it.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you. Through the chair. That's very helpful. I was going to ask where the front door is, so it sounds like the phone to find the investigator, or if not, then you're the guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Through the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Without any further questions, excuse me, Councilman Casey. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just have two quick questions. One on page 120. CDP chief hearings went from 27 to 20 to your budgeting for, you're saying you're going to go to 206. Mr. Chairman, I forget your name. If you could tell us how you anticipate going to 206 hearings from 20?
Yeah, to the chair. So that is the number for 2025.
Oh,
That's not an anticipated number. That's what actually happened.
Okay. How did you go that many?
I believe that is due to a change in the format of the meeting. So during the course of last year, there was a change to the board adopted new manuals to sort of match better with the language of the charter amendment.
All right, I just want to make sure we're not fudging numbers here, because a lot of these have jumped from 2024 to 25. So, and then on page 122, I'm a former board member of OPS. I sat on the board under then Mayor Jane Campbell. Where's the board in your staffing levels?
Yeah, to the chair. So there's actually two different, they have their own section. They're in the next section.
We're going to read the next one.
So the OPS board members are not in the General Fund Office of Professional Standards?
Right, so to the chair. The OPS, the Office of Professional Standards, is the investigators and the administrative staff.
And then the police review board
CPRB is its own, it's sort of its own entity, but they really only have like one full-time employee that just kind of helps administrate their meetings. So that person kind of works with OPS, but not directly for OPS.
So for the next one, the police review board, is the board members on page 125, are they really for OPS?
To the chair, no. They're treated as two separate entities. So those board members are members of the Civilian Police Review Board.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Without any further questions, we're going to move on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question.
What's the question, Councilman?
Well, you told me you was gonna give me the chance.
Okay, you
Now
got
you're
a
trying
chance.
to treat me like a oogie over
Just
here.
keep going, man. We're moving it.
I know you are. Mr. Chairman, I was looking at this, my colleague, Mr. Casey brought this up, about these hearings here. First of all, let me just say you guys are doing a good job. And I appreciate the work that you do. I've had the opportunity to have some folks talk to me about some of the stuff that you do, so I'm appreciative of it.
Thank you.
So what I will say, though, on page 120, can you elaborate or explain a little bit to me about how does the chief hearings work and what happens at these hearings?
That's number 10 on your output metrics.
Yeah. So to the chair, I have personally not attended one of those because I only started in my role with OPS a couple of weeks ago. But my understanding is that the board, OPS investigates a case, they present it to the CPRB. CPRB votes, and then they issue a findings letter, which goes to the chief. And then the chief holds a hearing at which OPS presents its findings To the
So
chief
then that
and-
would be a
and
question I would
CPRBs.
have to ask. So I couldn't ask anyone in your, do you have anyone here that might be able to tell me that now?
No, none of our investigators are here.
So let me just ask you a question. You wouldn't be able to tell me pretty much from 1 through 18, it seems, if I started asking questions on any of this. Is that somewhat accurate?
I think I could. No, I think I could cover most of these to the chair. As I mentioned, I am.
Well, can you explain to me then what's number 9, the CPRB hearings?
Yes, to the chair. CPRB is the 9-member board that OPS reports to. So CPRB is the Civilian Police Review Board. OPS investigates cases. They present their findings to CPRB for adjudication.
And do you have a listing of those members who are on that board? Or if you could make them available? If you know them offhand, that'd be great.
Yeah, there's 9. I could send you a list unless you wanted me to list them.
Staff, we will request a list of the board members.
Yeah, I can send you guys a list.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And then the next question, Mr. Chairman, and I'll wind it up here. You talked about, and you have, and which I don't understand, it says CPC directed investigations completed. Why is all across this non-applicable? We don't have any completed investigations, or they're all open investigations?
To the chair, my understanding is that there have not been any CPC directed investigations. It's on there because that is theoretically a thing that OPS could be doing. CPC could ask OPS to investigate a specific case or incident, but to my knowledge, that has not occurred yet.
So what happens in that column in terms of investigations then? Who does the investigations if they're not doing investigations?
To the chair, OPS would do. CPC does not have any investigators, so if they wanted anything to be investigated, they would have
It
to
all has
ask
to go to
OPS
OPS
to do
right
that.
now.
Yes.
I see. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Without any further questioning, we will move on to the Police Review Board.
Page 123, Police Review Board, Chair Brandon Brown. Page 124, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, 91,111. 2026 budgeted, 137,732. Total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, 138,214. 2026 budgeted, 258,167. Page 125, Staffing, 2025 actual, 10. 2026 budgeted, 10. Mr. Chairman.
Identify yourself again for the public.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Hess. I am the interim administrator for the Office of Professional Standards, which is an organization within the city that is overseen by the Police Review Board. So unfortunately, our board chair, that is a part-time board, and our board chair was unable to be here this afternoon.
Who is the board chair?
Brandon Brown.
Who appoints the board members?
Approximately half of the board members are appointed by this council, half are appointed by the mayor.
Okay. So get us a list, up-to-date list, and what the length of their terms are.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. Questions of Mr. Brown? Questions of Mr. Brown? Yes, Council President.
I just want to briefly speak on behalf of Mr. Brown. He just sent me a text message that he couldn't be here, but he wanted to make sure that he wanted this council to know that he supports this budget and that he's willing to work with this council on whatever, especially what Councilwoman House is talking about, to have a joint working session to look at how all of the different community policing entities can work together. He just happens to be a part of the best fraternity ever made in the United States of America. So he just basically just reached out to me to make sure that I can give a couple of comments on his behalf. But Mr. Brown couldn't be here, but he is an attorney and a very good steward of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, wait a minute. You have a question, Councilman Jones?
Since we're here, Mr. Chairman, the Police Review Board is supposed to be looking at various different cases. So how many cases have they looked through?
So, to the chair, I would answer that by saying that the board reviews approximately, let's call it 15 cases, I would say on average at one of their meetings. So a monthly meeting, 150, 160-ish.
We're getting feedback. The public is having a hard time hearing, so please talk into your mic as soon, pull up as close as you can. Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, you know, the CRB board has absolutely been a staple in the neighborhood. And over the years, we've seen from one mayor to the next mayor make appointments to those boards out of the various different communities. And it was one of the original boards that were established to have some kind of level of community accountability before the previous board that was sitting here in front of you was given rise to several years ago. So the question I would have is, you know, when we're doing these reportings and because we didn't have an operations committee review last year, would be also important for the hearing public, in addition to council members, we have new members here as well, to be able to understand what it is that you do and also some kind of report of progress. And I don't see that here established in any of the paperwork. And so that's the reason why I asked the question, how many hearings have you held?
The board regularly holds one meeting a month. They have been holding special meetings to kind of catch up on a backlog. So I think that there is so in 2025, they held 18 hearings.
So wait a minute. So the statistics on page 120 tie into the police review, correct? We're talking about the same numbers, the same statistics.
To the chair, yes, that's correct. So CPRB is the police review board. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the reason why, Mr. Chairman, I'd asked the questions about, you know, some of these acronyms and some of these hearings, because, you know, it'd be good for the public to understand them as well, to properly, if they have problems and issues, to be able to know who to go to and how to get to them and how to communicate. And that's the whole purpose of having these various different boards and commissions, is to be an outpace and an outtouch to the public so that the public can have access. And that's the way our form of democracy in the city of Cleveland works. It works based upon these various different boards and commissions, and their responsibilities, as you've heard me eloquently speak in the last session here to the young lady, is that she needs to have, or the executive director, she needs to have the ability and capacity to communicate to the public so that they can get the proper input. If we don't do that in that way, then we don't have the real input from the public, and you won't have a real judge of what you need to do. So that's the reason why, if in the future, Mr. Chairman, if we could have that information, that would be very appreciative. And I would like to know the answer, Mr. Chairman, to the question about the chief's hearings, how they function, how they work, and how it's
Can
processed.
you respond to that?
To the chair, you want me to follow up with a response? I can.
She can follow up later. He doesn't have
Okay.
it, unless you have it. Do you know it?
I think it would be easier to
Okay,
explain
then
it in an
you
email,
will
so I will
provide
follow
it
up with you guys.
to us.
Thank you.
So
And
everybody's
Mr.
in
Chairman, I have
concur.
no further questions.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Any
To the
other?
chair, can I respond to one thing?
Briefly.
Yeah, okay. So there is, and probably one of the more notable achievements of the office in the past year is that we now have a dashboard that's up and running. So we can also send you guys a link to that. It is, if you like data, it is very interesting to see. So you can get the answer to that question and many, many more.
Thank you. Okay, without any further questions of the committee, thank you for coming to the table and providing information so requested. Okay, Chief, Director Drummond, you are up.
You should count me as
Good luck.
real quick.
Oh, yeah,
And then
yeah,
we'll
yeah,
fast.
that's like a witch doctor
That's
luck.
called
Okay,
lightning
that's
fast.
right,
Until
that's
that end of the
exactly
day, we
right.
was just lethargically flowing.
Yeah, I'm
And now you're moving.
Yeah, I'm moving. That's exactly. I got to move before we have to install a porta john in the committee room here. Okay. Okay. Okay, animal control, Division of Animal Control, one of the most important sections of the city.
Page 230, Division of Animal Care and Control, Chief Animal Control Officer Bruce Campbell. Page 231, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $1,703,734. 2026 budgeted, $2,018,342. Page 232, total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, $3,395,798. 2026 budgeted, $3,926,129. And page 233, staffing, 2025 actual, 36, 2026 budgeted, 42, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, identify yourself.
Yes, sir. My name is Bruce Campbell. I'm the manager at Animal Care and Control.
Okay, thank you for coming to the table. Very important section, an area that council people are very familiar with in light of the complaints that we receive. On page 230, you've indicated that you've had to rescue more animals in 2025. Trapping of wildlife has diminished in 2025, and then adoptions have increased, and I'm assuming that's just dogs, correct? Adoptions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the decrease in wildlife trap, can you explain a little bit to us? Is that because of requests or complaints are down, or that you do not have the ability to respond to the requests for traps?
Well, what happened in 2025, we were down 916 from the previous year. What we've done, we hired a chief animal control officer, Chief Bryant, and her background is very strong in wildlife and animal care. She has a long history of that. So we looked at our wildlife and what we're doing with wildlife, and we took opossums off the trapping list. Opossums' body temperature is so low that it does not harbor rabies. It cannot harbor rabies, and they don't cause any property damage. They do look a little strange, but they're very friendly animals. They're nomadic. They move on, so we don't trap wildlife opossum anymore. We do trap the groundhogs, raccoons, and skunks. We continue to do so.
Pull the mic in front of you a little, so people. So again, so you just indicated the division does not trap opossums.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, but you do trap skunks,
Groundhogs and raccoons.
groundhogs, and raccoons. Okay, welcome to my backyard. Okay. As it pertains, you did not put the number in here. What is your capacity to hold in the present dog kennel? How many animals can you hold?
We can hold up to about 150. We average, I would say weekly, we hover around 130 dogs in the kennel. We don't keep cats. We usually ship those off to our colleagues at the APL. We work very closely with the APL on our trap neuter release program. They handle that program for us because they do have that capacity, and we subsidize that program. APL takes in probably 4,000 to 5,000 cats a year, and this year alone, I talked to their CEO and president. They took in about a little over 4,000, and the majority of those come from the city of Cleveland.
Okay, you're going to provide to us, you don't have to give us the number here at the table, we need to provide to us how many dogs had to be put down in 2025.
Through the chair, we have the
I have that
information.
information.
What
for you.
is that number then?
For euthanasia in 2025, we euthanized 1,090 dogs. That's down 32 from the previous year. And I also want you to understand that 110 of those were owner-requested euthanasias due to severe aggression, dogs that were biters, dogs. These are calls that we go on.
Yes.
And their owners may surrender these dogs, maybe severe medical issues, and they also have some behavioral issues. So 110 of those were requested by
Okay.
owners.
Do you happen to know in 2025 how many owners were cited for animal cruelty in the city?
I do. We charged in 2025.
Listen up, everyone.
In 2025, charges, new cases that were charged were 614 cases.
Wow.
So, and I have a breakdown of all the different things it would take. I can send that to you in the essence of time, but I could go over it if you like.
Whatever, again, I'd say whatever I see you have a list here.
Yes.
So whatever you can provide to us, Again, animal control is very, so repeat that number of people that were cited and or prosecuted for animal cruelty.
Cases charged, 614.
614.
So dog nuisances under dog bite, a misdemeanor of the first degree, 116. Animals or fowl at large, 272. Dog nuisance, 25. Dog licenses, 82. Tethering violations, 16. Level 1 and 2 threat dog violations, 51. Animal cruelty and neglect cases. Again, we work very closely with the APL. They have
Right.
humane investigators, and we have animal control officers.
Yes.
So they take a lot of our cruelty and neglect cases and do those for us at no charge to the city. That's just part of their mission.
Okay.
And Sharon Harvey strongly believes in that. Unmuzzled dogs at large, 3, and then abandoned animals, 8. And I will say that we have recently, as of yesterday, I know we've been working closely with the new prosecutor's animal crimes unit. We had 2 animal control officers down there yesterday. We had somebody drop a dog in a parking lot in sub-zero temperatures. One of our animal control officers, supervisor, she became the lead on our real-time crime center and working with CMHA. And not to be a pun, but she was like a dog with a bone. And she found the license plate. They got that, and this person's going to be charged with a felony. Dumping a dog in -degree temperature is a felony charge that's going to be coming.
I called Prosecutor O'Malley, Mike O'Malley, to commend him for setting up that specialized unit. I'm convinced, I've been here long enough to realize that people who abuse dogs and cats at some time in their life have abused people or a person or will abuse a person. That's my experience over these years. So I'm glad that you have taken an aggressive posture. The existing laws that we have now on the books, because I have sponsored some of these laws over the years, are they sufficient?
Well, they are sufficient, but we have our chief animal control officer, Chief Bryant's, looking into and working with one of the assistant directors on making some changes and some proposals to some of the ordinances.
Okay.
Avery's laws was passed by the state, and that's going to go into effect March of this year.
Okay.
And that is a result of a young girl that was mauled by 2 pit bulls at a friend's house. There's still a lot of things to be worked out. We're doing a training session with the APL and the Federation down in Columbus to get all the nuances of Avery's law that's coming into effect.
So I would say to the director and the law department, who by the way is not here, but as soon as we need to do amendments, those of us on the safety committee, we'd be more than glad to sponsor that if need be. But let's not hesitate. As soon as we can toughen up the law on animal cruelty, we need to do that. I'm appalled by some of the things I've seen over the years. I don't get it myself. And then when your number, you had to put down how many again?
That number was 1,090.
1,000 what?
1,090.
90.
90, yes, sir.
Well, that in itself should just scream out at all of us that you have to do that, because I understand how troubling that is for the people who have to perform that task. That's what we've all come to realize. Especially the dog problem in the city is a people problem.
Right.
It's not a dog problem; it's a people problem.
Right.
And people want to abuse these pets, and they want to not care for them. They want to let them run the streets, and it's and all of us who've had pets are appalled by some of the things that we've experienced over the years. So you'll provide those numbers to our staff, and I'm going to be very blunt here, because I've always asked for frankness at this table. Are the 42 people you're requesting, is that enough?
Yes, sir. We reevaluate all of our staffing with Director Drummond and his staff, and we've gone over this pretty extensively. We're right now, when I took over a little over 2 years ago, we were down probably in excess of close to probably 15 positions.
I know
None of
that.
our management positions were filled. We're at a point right now where we're much more comfortable. We are only 5 full-time employees away from being fully staffed and 1 more part-time person. And that's really enhanced our ability to do more public education, more outreach with the public, and working with the people. The idea of our role is to keep dogs in people's homes. We don't want to cite people. We don't want to take and seize their animals.
Okay.
We try to work with them, provide dog food if need be, tie-outs if need be. We've provided kennels, and I've had employees go after their job and help a resident with a fence in their yard to keep their dog contained. Our whole goal is people helping people, and that's what we do here at the kennel.
But under part-time, you don't have animal care worker and vet in charge of spay and neuter. You have nobody there either.
Sir, I will say that I've been working with A.D. Underwood since she's been here a short period of time, and we've really ramped up our recruitment. I worked with A.D. Violent as well. We had to do a restructuring of the salary for a veterinarian. Veterinarians are in very high demand, and they can request a very high salary. So with A.D. Violent's guidance, we worked on a new pay band. So we had that position posted recently at a pay band of 130 to 160. We have 2 very qualified applicants right now, and I'm hoping to work with the director and make an offer this week for one of those. That will be one of the biggest, most important roles filled in this kennel since I've taken over in probably the last 5 years.
So my question is, we cannot contract out for that service with an existing veterinary clinic or dog animal
Sir,
clinic?
we did try that. That was one of our first approaches. We put an RFP together, and we sent it out to every veterinary practice in Cuyahoga County, ones that my operations manager is very familiar with. We got not one response back. The vet offices are packed. They're full. I have a hard time getting my dog into my vet to get an appointment. It's easier for me to get an appointment with my own doctor than my vet for my dog. So this is the way to go. This is going to, we spend a lot of money outsourcing spay and neuter services to 3 or 4 different facilities. We spend an awful lot of money when a dog comes into our kennel that's injured, shot, stabbed, run over. With West Park Animal Hospital, we spend well in over $200,000 a year to do this. If we can keep this in-house, this is going to increase the standard of care for the medical treatment that we can provide to all these animals that come in. And we're going to be able to do those spay and neuters in-house. And a long-term goal for us is to be able to offer that low-cost spay and neuter to our residents.
Okay.
We're just kicking this off, getting this veterinarian on
So
board,
then,
though.
my last question, and I'll open up to my colleague. On the critter control portion, I'm assuming that's the 450, correct? 450,000?
Page.
That's on page 231. Under contractual services.
No, that's all of our medical care. Part of that's critter control. But I think it would need a little bit more explanation because we're taking a twist this year on wildlife nuisance trapping. Historically, Animal Care and Control has been charged with the wildlife trapping program, runs through May to October. Every year we trap and euthanize wildlife without really making a substantial impact in mitigating wildlife issues. For every animal we remove, others move in and take their place. Again, working with Director Drummond's staff, we last year drafted an RFP, sent it out to several vendors. We received one response from a company called Freeman and Associates. It's a company with a strong background in this area, successfully worked with other municipalities. This contractor will cover all aspects of nuisance wildlife. They can provide residents with 24/7 service. The vendor would take on the responsibility of monitoring all traps, removing trapped animals that would be euthanized and then cremated. This vendor will also provide on-site educational guidance and prevention plans for residents especially for residents in a non-eligible trapping area. Where we will not trap is when somebody's house backs up to a park, they have big garden or community garden, and we want to go in and educate people on this. We're never going to get rid of the wildlife, but we're going to learn to coexist. But the biggest part to me, the most significant change to this program is going to fall under the exclusion and repairs portion of this RFP. Freeman Associates has the ability, when they go out and find a place, let's say they find a resident, they've got a groundhog under the porch, they've dug a hole, Freeman and Associates is going to go out to that house, deal with the trapping of the animal, but then they're also going to complete a single point entry home repair using durable wildlife-proof materials, and this will be done at no cost to residents.
Good.
We want to do something for the residents. This vendor, utilizing exclusionary techniques, humane trapping procedures, and aligning with best practices in Ohio law, is going to provide our residents with a truly sustainable option in dealing with nuisance wildlife. And the other tips is we have to coexist. We'll never get rid of all these animals, so we have to coexist, and that's where the education piece comes in for these folks.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I'm gonna have my son call. He's got one tunnel under his porch pillar. I don't know why they do that tunnel under the porch pillars.
It's a safe space.
Yeah. Well, this one was a tunnel boring machine. Let me tell you. So again, but you do have I'm going to say this to the director. You have enough funding for the wildlife control.
Yeah, we're very lean on that, but we feel that.
Well, don't give me lean. I want to know that we can deal with the problem.
That's what we're attempting to do
Chair,
this year. This is our first year doing this, so we're really working hard to get this going.
Yeah, through the chair, and Bruce is right. We are working diligently to get it up and running. And once we make an assessment, then we'll come back to see if we require additional dollars to make sure that the program is successful.
Okay, because if it's not sufficient, you better figure out how you go out and trap animals for us, okay? Because we gotta make sure that we have the adequate. This is a big issue with council. The groundhogs, the skunks, and all the other critters that are out there. Like I tell people, the only thing I haven't seen in my backyard is a bear, and I'm waiting for that one, okay? I've seen everything in my backyard. So I have Councilman Jones, I have Councilman Griffin, and Councilman oh boy, we got a bunch.
Yeah.
We got all the dog lovers here, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would.
Go ahead.
I would yield my spot because I'm the first one to the president, and after the president, if you allow me to speak,
Okay.
I'll be appreciative.
I was going to say, when you said yield, I thought maybe you had a temperature. or something. Okay. Council President.
Thank you, and I know that this is going to sound odd to the listening public, but this might be the most exciting thing that I've heard about in the last 7 years. People
He's
just
excited.
don't realize just this groundhog issue is a problem. Running people out of the housing and commissioner, I just got to say thank you, because I think people thought it was a joke at first, and now people are taking it serious. Director, thank you, because this made me perk up a little bit. How much are we investing in this, and are we doing the entire city, or are we just doing a pilot in certain areas?
Well, we're investing a little over $200,000 in this first contract, and we're going to see how this goes. And this is citywide. This is reducing a lot of liability on the city, too, because when we relied on the way we were doing this in the past, we give residents a trap, and they had to monitor it. And we don't want a child to go out there and see, look at the pretty kitty in a trap, and it's a raccoon or a groundhog that takes their finger off. This company will monitor those traps and keep an eye, and there's always going to be a level of liability. We just work our hardest to limit our exposure to that.
Thank you. And we think through the chair that 200 is enough to do that?
Through the chair to Council President.
Just to do the pilot.
Just to do the pilot. And
Okay.
I believe that this program will be successful. Like you, I'm very excited about it. It's very personal to me as well. My mother, who lives on East 95th Street, she's been complaining
Great
about...
Ward 6 resident.
Yes, so she's been complaining about groundhogs under her porch, and I see them all the time, the damage they do. So certainly understand. So this particular company will come out and not only trap the wildlife, but also repair the home as well. So this is really, I'm really excited about it, like you. And again, if it's successful, which I believe would be, we probably be coming back for additional funding.
And through the chair, this issue has made me kind of pay more attention to wildlife. And I'm not sure when you're going to get this up and running, but it is mating season now. And while it's mating season, this is a good time to be able to set up the apparatus. So I don't know if you're looking at trying to start putting things together now, but with skunks and the raccoons and all of those different wildlife, the groundhogs, they're starting to now mate. And they hit hard beginning around April. So I don't know how quick we're up and running. I hope this, we've been having a million conversations about contracts, but I hope that we're going to be ready to hit the ground running with this, because I want to advertise that these seniors that are being terrorized by these wildlife are important. I was actually ready to come to the table this year and suggest, even though it's not friendly to little small dogs, but I've been researching where other rural areas are starting to insert coyotes, because the coyotes are a natural predator to the groundhogs. And I'm so fed up with groundhogs that I was ready to insert a whole pack of, coyotes into the neighborhood. So this is exciting. I hope the listening public is watching, because I can tell you're going to get flooded with calls immediately. So you might as well buckle up, because that money's going to run out like by June.
Well, through the chair to the president, we're very cognizant of that. A lot of kudos to Chief Bryant. She did a lot of the legwork on this for us. Chief Bryant, our Chief Animal Control Officer. Chief Bryant,
yeah.
Rachel Bryant.
Chief, yeah,
She
Animal
did a lot
Control
of footwork because of her wildlife background. But we're very cognizant also of the mating season. We really don't want to trap when the babies are coming. We don't want to separate. Even though they're wildlife and they're a nuisance, they still must be and will always be treated humanely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And we're never going to do anything humane to any animal in our division. And we're cognizant of the fact that mating season's coming up, and we will not try to separate baby that will not survive on their own from their mother at that point. But we are gearing up. A lot of work has gone into this. A lot of people are excited because this really pulls away from our main mission of our animal control officers taking care of dogs, and we'll have this contractor taking care of the wildlife. But we are really excited about this. This is, again, the veterinarian and this nuisance wildlife program that we're trying to pilot are two huge. I can't tell you how much this means to our division to have the backing and support of public safety admin for this type of program.
Well, all I can say is Director Drummond, as well as Commissioner Campbell, kudos, because we've been asking for a comprehensive plan about this for the last few years. And this is the first time I'm hearing that we're trying to tackle this seriously and approach it comprehensively. So thank you. And now this is one that everybody knows that I'm the cheap member of council, but I really am looking forward to trying to see how we put more money into this one, okay?
Well, we're going to monitor this, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't seen a table this excited in a long time. What I will say is that, when we go back into the 1980s, the city of Cleveland was plagued with a whole bunch of wild dogs. And then we had Chief Beard, wasn't it?
John Baird.
John Baird, right. He wasn't the chief then, but he was known for being able to go out there and take care of business. And all of those wild pack of dogs, in fact, it was so bad that they had alpha dogs. They called them the alpha dogs. These are the dogs that control the whole pack. And I remember them quite well because we had like 3 packs of dogs in my neighborhood. And you knew who the pack member was because he stood out among the bunch. So talk about wildlife. They had become a wild pack of dogs, and the city did a great job over the space and time. And now we find ourselves, unfortunately, coming back to the same problem. And it was like the chairman has stated here, it's not the animals that's the problem, it's the people that are the problem. And the situations that we have right now, unfortunately, is a number of people who are breeding pit bulls. And the question I would have, Mr. Chairman, is how many calls do you get on pit bull breeding in the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair to the councilman, we don't get a lot of breeding complaints. It's very hidden, underground, undercover. If it is going on, we're not catching a lot of wind of it.
We've turned in a number of those complaints over the years. Now, we still have some of those problems. And here's where we're having problems at when we have a homeowner who have more than one dog in a property, when they have like 3 or 4 or 5, 6, 7 dogs. And I guess here in the city, we don't have any laws on the books that deal with that, do we, Mr. Chairman? To the director?
Mr. Campbell?
To the chairman, to the councilman, no, we don't, but it is one that we're looking at, a possibility of having an ordinance that limits the amount of dogs that a person can own in the city.
Mr. Chairman, I'm working on that legislation now as we speak. So I would like to work with you, Mr. Campbell, to talk about that, because one of the issues is that if people are going to breed pit bulls, they ought to have a dog license, not dog license, but a kennel license to do that. And I'm not so of a fan, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Campbell, that we have our homes turned into businesses where these dogs are barking all times of the night, keeping people up. And then a lot of these times, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Campbell, some of our neighborhoods have turned into rental properties. So some of these properties are rental properties, and these people are doing significant damage to the house. And in one particular instance, the breeding was so bad that they tore the house up so bad on Invermere Avenue, actually, East 177th Street and Invermere Avenue, they had to tear the house down because the house was in a deplorable condition. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, I would love to work with you, Mr. Campbell, to start talking about putting that piece together and hopefully passing it soon.
Okay.
We've started doing some of the legwork already. We started this proposition in 2024. We got distracted in 2025. And so now God has blessed us to have the opportunity to be sitting here serving the public in 2026. So I want to work with you on it. Now, the next issue that is important to me that has been brought up in years past, talking about wild animals, is the health of our community. And that's dealing with now we're seeing our neighborhood overrun by deer. The deer population has increased, and I've talked about this in years past. How do we deal with the deer population? Because now you can ride down the street and you can run into a deer. There's that many deer in the neighborhood. In fact, I came home one evening and saw a pack of 7 deers in the vacant lot, you know, having a good time sleeping. And I didn't mess with them, but they're there. Now, here's where it becomes a health problem. Because of global warming, and a number of citizens I represent are senior citizens, because of global warming, we've had an increase in the tick population. A lot of people can be bit by ticks and don't realize that they've been bit by a tick and have all sorts of health issues that they're not even aware of, and the doctors don't even know how to fundamentally identify if they have Lyme disease. So is there any kind of plan that the administration is looking to deal with? Now, this issue was brought several years, going all the way back to, I would say, I've been talking about this since 2019, all the way up until about 2024.
Marty Flask.
Marty Flask?
Go back
Right.
that far.
So the issue is, I would like to work with you to see how we can fundamentally deal with culling the population, or is there some way we can, I don't know, give them something to eat where they don't make any more babies? There needs to be something done because we're actually overrun in Ward 1. I can't speak for the rest of the city, but I have seen deer in the city and in the middle of the city, which is crazy to me. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like for Mr. Campbell to respond.
Campbell?
To the chair, to the councilman, this is not a unique problem to the city of Cleveland and some of my other roles in public safety. There's a lot of things that people try. Culling, minimum, you know, if people could aggregate 5 acres together, they would allow bow hunting. We did that in North Royalton. ODNR will not come in and cull deer. They like people to hunt deer. That's how they make their money, off of hunting licenses and deer. It's a problem that some people have used sharpshooters, SWAT team sharpshooters. It's very difficult in an urban environment to try doing things of that nature. So there's some things that we can look at, and we'd be happy to try to look at something, but people have talked about sterilizing deer, capturing deer, sterilizing them. Is there something you can feed them so they are no longer able to make babies? But there's nothing that's been cost effective, truly cost effective, that anybody's done, or we would all be doing it. And trust not just here, but every city around here.
Just educate, in the past when this whole discussion came up when Marty Flask was safety director, how long ago?
It's been a while.
Long time
Yep.
ago. He would not implement a culling program because, which was indicated, the proximity of the homes, the potential of a missed arrow, or missed, first they thought about shooting, then they thought about bow and arrow, and the thought was of someone who misses and you hit somebody's home, or worse, you hit somebody, the liability issue for the city. But Councilman Jones brings up a very valid point. I'm on Euclid Creek. Metro Parks comes through my ward, so I don't have to tell you what I got. I've got a deer population like you've never seen. But at the end of the day, it's something we would say to both of you. It's something you need to talk about or think about. Is there a possibility of that in some areas of the city where houses just are not up?
Calling, you're talking to?
Yes.
Yeah, that's something I don't advocate for the various reasons that you're talking about, but I can have discussions, obviously, with Bruce. We know that ODNR, they handle a lot of the deer issues. To your point, the Metro Park, they do periodically, depending on the amount of deer, they do culling. as well. So, I mean, there are different avenues that we have and different discussions we can have relative to controlling some of the deer population in the city.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, and this is I guess this is the public safety issue, is the increase in Lyme disease in my neighborhood and the negative impact that it's had on the health of my citizens. And so that's the reason why I bring this issue yet again to the table, to figure out if there's some kind, and I'm quite sure there's a way to deal with this. We got all these smart people, these scientists, and all these other folk. I'm quite sure we can find a way to cull the population. So, but I just want to put it on your radar screen, and I want to move back because I do want to work with you in partnership on creating that legislation on limitation on how many animals a house can have. And then the second issue that is an importance and concern of mine is what you just talked about, which we're really appreciative of your pilot program. Now, in our neighborhood, we do that for our citizens. We do provide traps. We tell them how to trap. We tell them, and sometimes we go out there and we pick up these things. Now, let me ask you this question. You don't euthanize these animals, do you? When you catch them, you talked about catching the little babies and the mother and all that. What do you do with these animals?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, under the Ohio law, when you catch wildlife, they have to be euthanized. You can't, let's say, catch a raccoon in the city of Cleveland and we'll just take over to Bracknell and let it loose by the lake and it'll live a nice life over there. No, you can't do that. So yes, we do euthanize those.
So then the citizens who do capture these animals in their cages, can they bring them to your department, to your shelter to have them euthanized?
You know, I would have to think on that because we're going to work with this new vendor, and I will check with them to see if that's something that they could do because they're going to also euthanize, but then cremate those remains too. So that's something that.
So this is something I'd like to also work with you too, as a hybrid. You know, we do have a number of citizens that have had these problems, and we've had to help them out. Of course, they take care of the animals themselves, however they do it. But what would be really appreciative of us being able to work with you is to set up a system where we're providing this service through this department some kind of way, where we do bring these animals to you and you are able to, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you're able to euthanize them. And I'll sit down and talk to you about how my suggestions of how it should work and give you some information on what has been done.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. I have Councilman Harsh, Hudson, Davis, and Shaw. Okay, Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Officer Campbell. My issue of recent has been injured deer. We have a lot of deer coming into Old Brooklyn. They come up through the railroad tracks, which are like highways for deer. They can come straight from the rural areas right into the city. When residents find injured deer, we often have them maimed or they're hit by a car, but they don't die. They just kind of limp away, and then they end up in people's backyards. I was told that the police can't destroy or put down the animal. They're not dangerous. What should a resident do when a deer is living in the neighborhood, clearly injured, and they're kind of big and intimidating? What should the guidance be?
Campbell?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's a really good question because we don't get calls for deers like that. And in my previous roles, police officers did put deer down if it was safe on a roadside situation. That's a difficult one because deer are very dangerous. Their hooves are very sharp. They can create a lot of damage. We can't get them into an animal control truck to try safely to get them down to the kennel to euthanize them. That would be something I'd have to brainstorm maybe with my chief ACO and our operations manager and see what we could come up with, because we're certainly always open to trying new things, and if it doesn't work, we'll regroup and do something else, but it's something we can talk about.
Just on Councilman, in the past, please correct me if I'm wrong, a deer that was injured, officers would put that deer down, and then we would bring that deer out to the tree lawn, have it picked up by the city. Is there something that has changed?
Through the chair, there are calls the Division of Police does receive relative to injured deer. They will euthanize deers. They also will call for either ODNR to come pick it up or dead animal pickup from the Division of Waste. That's also an option as well. What we find is that we have individuals that actually will come and pick up the deer as well for venison. So we have that as well. But But yes, there is an option.
So through the chair, the correct response to residents is to contact the police. If there's a maimed, injured deer in your backyard that's nesting or sleeping, they can call the police. That's acceptable, and the police should be able to assess.
Through the chair, that is an option, yes.
Okay. It's coming up more and more. I don't know if Old Brooklyn's unique. I doubt it is. But as Americans build more and more into exurbia, then we start to cut down more and more forests. The deer kind of come into the city. It's a problem, and it's an increasing problem. So thank you for your time, and maybe
Absolutely.
we'll have a plan here in a few years. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, so can you briefly explain what your department handles, the Division of Animal Care Control versus what's passed along to the APL?
We deal with all calls.
Pull that mic up in front of you.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we deal with all the animals in the city of Cleveland. When it comes to cruelty and neglect, we would try to refer those cases to the APL for their humane investigators, and they have their own prosecutor, and they're very adept at doing the research to prosecute on cruelty and neglect. Our officers are also getting up to speed on that because that call volume is going up, so we'll be doing some of those ourselves, working with the Animal Crimes Unit. We're an open shelter in the city of Cleveland, kind of an urban environment, right? We don't ever turn a resident away. If our kennel is full and a resident needs our help, we're coming out. We're going to come out, we're going to offer advice, education, we're going to make a neighborhood safe. If it's a vicious dog, a dog that's biting or terrorizing the neighborhood, chasing people around, we get those calls all the time. Our officers are trained on dealing with that, and they come out. The APL doesn't take those type of calls in the city of Cleveland. They come into our kennel directly, or they come in through police dispatch after hours. We have an animal control officer on call 24/7 after we close at 7:30. So all throughout the night, we have an animal control officer on call. If there's a bite case going on, a lot of times we get agency assists, a car crash, and there's an animal or a pet in the car, and the owner needs to be at the hospital. The police serve a warrant at a house, and they take the people out, and they find out they have really cool exotic lizards and snakes. We get a call out in the middle of the night. We're charged with handling all the problems in the city of Cleveland, and that's what we do. We do it all. We don't farm out calls to anybody.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. And so another question, I have adopted 2 city dogs myself, and I'm a dog owner, a dog lover, and the last 5+ weeks of being a council member, one of the things that has actually kept me up at night is the situation involving neglected dogs in Old Brooklyn. And, thinking about that and this number that you've given about the dogs euthanized and the staffing challenges regarding finding a veterinarian for your facility, which I believe, I agree, we had to wait when we adopted our dog. You had to send her out to be spayed before we could actually bring her home. So I do agree that it's a good idea to have an in-house veterinarian for multiple reasons. Does your staff have access to mental health services to help them with the challenges that they encounter on the job, similar to other safety forces?
And through the chair to the councilwoman, yes, Dr. Franklin has been on staff in public safety. She's still on staff, and people and our employees know that we had another associate working with her, and we had a very critical incident at the kennel earlier this year, middle of summer last year, and that person came out on site to offer counseling, to offer kind of critical incident stress debriefing, because I have a little bit of a background in CISD or in PTSD for public safety personnel. So yeah, we have an outlet, and we make that available to people. And of course, nobody can be forced to seek out that kind of help. We just like to let people know. We had somebody on site for that particular incident last year for 2 days, just in case somebody had the feeling that they wanted to talk to somebody or talk through that situation. So there is a resource here in public safety, and the employees are aware of it, and we always bring it up when there is an incident. And you're right, it is a very difficult place to work when you're euthanizing a lot of animals, but also just seeing the type of animals that come in, super emaciated animals, animals with injuries, animals that have been left out to freeze to death. We've had an animal that was frozen to the ground one time that we had to get off the ground. It's a lot to deal with, but we have a tremendous staff and a group of over 200 volunteers that come in every day and put the work in. So we do have resources, and we try to always refer our people over to that if they feel the need to take that on.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. You know, my mother had a line that she used so often. Take care of God's creatures and he'll take care of you. Unfortunately, too many people have forgot about that. Question that was posed. If a resident has their own trap, will you come and pick that animal up and return their trap?
To the chairman, we have done that in the past, and that's a nuance that we'll work out with this new
Okay,
vendor.
please, because a lot of residents have bought their own traps.
And we realize that we have in the past, and that is a very time-consuming effort to pick it up, bring the animal back, and clean the trap and take it back. But
Okay.
we're here to serve the residents, and we do whatever
But
works
just so
the
we
best.
can get some clarification, because those citizens are helping you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilman Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the officer, thank you for being here today. Just two quick things. One is, very excited about this pilot program. My residents have also been asking for exactly this service, so delighted to learn about it. And two, I represent the Near West Side, and we've had 2 coyote sightings in the last few weeks. My understanding, I was referred to ODNR, which gave me a list of trappers for private individuals to pay to trap coyotes. Didn't seem like a helpful answer for some residents. So I guess I'll ask, has there ever been a coyote issue in Cleveland? Are there any plans to address coyotes in Cleveland? Because again, 2 coyotes in my month on the job. If that's a trend, we're in trouble.
Great question through the chair. We do have complaints, not a lot, and Bruce can get more into details, and Councilman Polensek knows very well about the complaint by Collinwood Field that Bruce and his folks and others have been trying to trap for the last several months. So we do have complaints relative to coyotes, not a lot, but again, Bruce can get into more of the specifics.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, yes, we have, as the director expressed, we have that beautiful field out there in the Collingwood area, and there's a couple of probably young coyote that are real curious, and they were coming out in the daytime looking at workers. We have attempted to trap those with a private contractor, Critter Control, last year, months, and they've evaded all trapping. They haven't hurt anybody. They're usually very skittish, and they don't want to be around people. Small dogs could be a possibility, an issue, but we have not had any luck trapping the one that we tried to trap, but that's the only option is private trappers, and we've referred we had a private school that had a coyote around their sports complex, and we referred them out to ODNR and a private trapper, and that's how they handled it.
And through the chair, that's interesting. I'll share if it hadn't reached you. One of the instances was in Tremont. The other instance was at Lakeview Terraces. So pretty densely populated areas, not open fields. And like a lot of concerns from residents who are like, am I going to get bit walking my way home today? So I mean, let me ask though, is there any intention or vision for the division here to do more coyote work? Like if this becomes a reoccurring problem, we're seeing it apparently on the east side, apparently on the west side. Again, I've had 2 complaints in just 5 weeks. I'm getting concerned too.
Yeah, through the chair, we certainly understand, and we take those seriously. And as Bruce has talked about with the company that we're going to pilot with, to have them take a look at that as well, see if we can get that particular issue with the coyotes mitigated. So we'll work with the companies. Right now, as you know, it's through private companies or DNR. It's going to refer you to a private company and so forth. And we get this private company under contract, then we can ask them if they can deal with the coyote issue as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you through the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Shaw.
All right, thank you for your time today. Just wanted to real quickly go over through the chair to the director. I see in the budget the overtime budget is for $60,000, and the unaudited 2025 was 105, and just wanted to understand kind of what the thinking was behind decreasing that amount and not budgeting more for it, because it looks like historically we've gone over 100,000 each time.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. So the idea would be to fill the vacancies that we have, and the goal would be to meet or be below that 60,000. Obviously, we didn't do that the last few years, but you know, obviously around the city, overtime has been a significant cost, and we're trying to get those down by hiring. So as you'll see on the head count, there are, you know, 6 vacancies at this point based on the head count. So, you know, we're anticipating that as they hire and get more folks on board, you'll see that cost decrease and hopefully be down around or below that 60,000.
Thank you to the director, through the chair. And does that also allocate, or because of us wanting to hire more full-time workers, is that also why there's a decrease in the part-time workers? I see that we're not going to be hiring a part-time animal care worker or the vet in charge of spaying and neutering?
Well,
yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. So we ended up swapping out 3 part-time workers for a full-time worker in the head count.
And to the director, that's going to cover that, Director Campbell?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, those were three of those positions that were part-time were listed as part-time veterinarians. 2 of them were available by consult and never came on site, and then wanted to back out and not do that anymore, and that was kind of the impetus. We've had a volunteer veterinarian working with us for the last year. She's done several surgeries. She's working as a volunteer for herself, and we're getting her under contract as a part-time person to supplement our full-time veterinarian. But yeah, so we eliminated those 3 part-time and changing that in for this 1 full-time veterinarian that's going to provide us so much more.
Glad to hear that. And just out of curiosity, what's the caseload that you're expecting for that full-time vet?
Caseload for spay and neuter, I mean, for medical exams and making sure that they're all rabies vaccinated. You know, we have 130, 140 dogs every single day. Once in every one of let me just clarify one thing. Anybody that adopts a dog from Animal Care and Control, that dog will be spay and neutered. It will have a current license. It'll be up to date on all of its vaccinations, and it will be microchipped.
Wow.
So you get all of those features on a dog that you adopt through the kennel. So that doctor will be quite busy.
Go ahead. You can
And
finish.
that doctor's also going to bring some structure into our medical clinic. We have 3 medical staff in there right now, and that person will be charged with writing SOPs and protocols and medical protocols, providing medical exams of the animals in the shelter. Because let's face it, we have a lot of animals in there, and a lot of times dogs come down with kennel cough and they have to be treated, or a respiratory issue and they have to be treated and followed. So this position will be very busy. But the people we've interviewed are very adept to that type of work. So we're excited about that as well.
I hear you, and I think I share some similar concerns as what Councilwoman Hudson brought up, just in terms of burnout and their mental health. I wanted to understand if that caseload or the workload is in line with what the industry average is for private sector veterinarians, because I understand we want to attract the best talent and we want to retain it.
Absolutely, through the chair to the councilman. Two completely different things. A vet practice and kennel medicine are so different. You know, vet practice, it's very happy. Dogs come in, they get treatment, they're going home with their owners. In a kennel, once we seize a dog or take a dog in and it's on, let's say we have just a stray dog, there's a 3-day hold on that dog to allow somebody to claim it. After that, we take ownership. So there's various holds for different types of animals that we take in. A dog with a license will hold for 2 weeks to let an owner get a chance to come claim their dog. And we put all that out on social media. We found these dogs. If this is your dog, come get it. That's why we really promote microchipping, because that information, we scan the dogs and we can find the owner and return the dog to the owner before ever even bringing it in the kennel.
I think that I appreciate you explaining that, Director, through the chair. And I don't think that I don't think there's an answer to my question then, because it's not comparable. But I would just encourage, you know, that we're making sure we keep an eye on that workload to make sure that that vet doesn't get overwhelmed, because like Councilwoman Hudson said, I imagine they're going to be seeing some pretty rough things, but appreciate the work you do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the councilman, we certainly understand, and we do have Dr. Franklin on staff, and those are the things we watch out for our staff, to make sure that they have the necessary treatment if they want it and it's available for them.
Thank you. Our last person up is Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one or two questions. Here, looking at the staffing, how many trucks and workers that go out on the street to catch the dogs? When you get a phone call about a running dog or loose dog, how many trucks or workers that are staffed to go out into the neighborhood to go and capture these loose dogs?
Explain your crew.
Thank you.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, we have 11 animal control officers right now. Typically, we have 8 vehicles. We don't always have them all at once, but we typically like to deploy minimally 2 squads or 2 animal control vehicles east and 1 on the west side. But we have hired over the last few years, so we've been able to sometimes put 2 animal control officers together in a truck, because then if they're in the 4th district, assigned to the 4th district, it's a long time to get back up. And it's hard to be by yourself depending on the type of animal you're dealing with. So at any given time, we could have 5 to 8 officers on the road, depending on how many vehicles. We have 8 total vehicles. But we do what we can to keep as many people on the road as possible.
And based on the council lady's question, what are the condition of your vehicles?
We're waiting on a new vehicle out. Most of our vehicles are decent. A couple of them are older, but they're running well. And we're actually trying a new vehicle. We're waiting on that to come in. We're going to more of like those Ford Econoline, the tall, skinnier vans. As you know, in the city, Cleveland streets are very narrow and a lot of on-street parking. And we tend to get a lot of clipped mirrors or people squeezing over and grazing our trucks. So we're going to give this a try, because it's also configured in such a way that it's much easier to get big dogs into the van. Right now, it's very hard to get a 135-pound cane corso in a kennel that's 4 feet off the ground.
Yeah. Okay. Council lady?
Yes, thank you for that. What are the hours and the days of the week that they do work?
So Tuesday and Thursdays, we're open from 10 to 6 for the public. The other days we're open 7 days is 10 to 3. Our animal control officers start at 7 a.m. and work to 3:30, and then we have a second shift that goes from 11 to 7:30. Once we hit 7:30, we have an animal control officer on call all night long for emergencies. We only attend emergencies at night. If a dog's terrorizing a neighborhood, it's a severe bite, or it's an agency assist. We have house fires. We just recently took a couple dogs out of a house fire. We did the same thing on the Garden Valley fire. We take dogs out of those too. So we're available 24/7 for emergencies, and during the day, 11 a.m. to 7:30 p.m.
Okay, Chair, and also Director to the Chair. Chair to the Director. What about weekends? Weekends?
Same thing. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you work weekends?
From
Sundays?
the chair to the councilwoman.
Sundays too? Sundays? You work Sundays?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, same hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We're
All right,
365. We're just not always in the building 24/7, but we are available 365 days a year.
Okay, wonderful. And I just want to give you I want to give you kudos, because whenever I call, or whenever anyone in the neighborhood calls me, I have them call your office to put in that report about a loose dog, and the truck shows up within maybe 15, 20 minutes, depending on how far they need to come into the neighborhood. But the residents called me and said the truck is here, they got the dog. So the time effort that your crew put in is really exceptional, and you have been doing a great job. I have also, matter of fact, 2 years ago, we was in a meeting about those doggone cats.
Yep.
Solve that cat problem.
Good.
God, is that, that cat problem, Chair to the Director. And matter of fact, another young lady reached out to us who works in another facility in Strongsville. She heard about it. When the neighbor saw her somewhere else, she came from Strongsville, and she literally picked up all stray cats, take them back to a veterinarian, they spayed them, and then she bring them back into the neighborhood, unfortunately, because no one wants them. But at least she just up, and so she got in touch with me. We exchanged numbers, And she called me sometime. I let her know where all these cats are. They go pick them up. She take them back to Strongsville. They take care of the business. And if somebody wants them, they adopt them. Otherwise, she'll bring them back and put them in the neighborhood where they can't make any babies. So everything just kind of worked out
Brother, you're keeping
with that
time,
cat
right?
situation.
I'm glad.
And then the
Yeah, he's
neighbor,
got
she and the neighbor stopped allowing stray cats coming on her porch. She got the message because we all worked with her after that. So everything worked out. I just want to say I want to commend your service, your department, your crew. I'm very pleased with the service that you are providing from your department. So thank you.
Thank you,
Chair.
Councilman.
Through the
Okay.
chair to the council, and quickly, I appreciate the positive feedback. We do have some outstanding employees that are really dedicated to their jobs, and everybody at that kennel, but I do appreciate that positive
Bruce,
feedback. Thank
Bruce,
you.
get us whatever statistics you were reading off of. We appreciate it. And again, to the director, we're going to be monitoring this new initiative that you've undertaken. I guess I'm thinking you listened to it. You heard us.
Yes.
You
Yes.
heard our pleas.
Yes, sir.
So we're moving. Okay, without objection, we're done with the Division of Animal Control. How's Division of Correction? Anybody here? Division of Correction.
Through the chair, Lisa Scafidi is off, liaison, so we'll take care of it.
Who's handling that?
We are.
Okay, well, let's go.
So, through the chair to the committee, just want to make you aware that there is a green sheet for this section as well. There's a head count after discussion with public safety.
There's a green sheet.
There is, and it's due to head count.
I don't have it. House of Corrections, I don't have one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So this is just simply, after discussions with public safety and finance, we're adding a head count. This was after the budget book was published, for prisoner billing specifically
This is
to
not
assist
Hou-
with that.
This is not House of Corrections. There should be House of Corrections on top. Okay. House of Corrections.
Yeah, it should be Division of Corrections.
That's not it. That's not it. It will say.
Should just. It should.
Yeah, that's not it. Division of Public Safety and Inspector General.
Right there.
Where?
You got public safety, now turn around the other side.
Wait a minute. We're looking here.
It's 235. I think it's on the back side. That's it right there. That's it.
Oh, okay, that's a fooler. They got it's on. They got it buried. 235 on the backside. Okay, keep going. Let's go.
Page 234, Division of Correction, Corrections Liaison Lisa Scafidi. Page 235, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, 153,458.
I need page 234.
2026 budgeted, 205,848. Total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, 3,964,119. 2026 budgeted, 4,552,643. Staffing, 2025 actual, 2. 2026 budgeted, 3. Mr. Chairman.
That didn't change? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Are we anticipating an increase in the number of prisoners? Is that what I'm reading here?
So, to the chair, so this was discussions between public safety and finance. Currently, prisoner billing is being led by the risk division under finance.
Yes.
They are currently, we're working on outsourcing that to a third party. However, to administer that, through discussions, we decided that made sense to be housed in public safety, and they requested an additional head count to help administer that. So sort of similar to what we did with EMS billing, we'll be doing the same thing with prisoner billing and giving public safety an extra head count to run that program.
Whoa, wait a minute. Who said we would authorize you to go out with a private contract for House of Corrections? You better explain this one to us. Because, we complained for years about what you weren't doing in EMS collections. you let EMS collections, the number of staff people, drop to a point where we were not collecting proper billing. Then you came to us to go out private, and then all of a sudden, we were able to collect all this money, and the internal argument had been here from day one that you let the staff fall to a ridiculous level where we could not bill for EMS. Now, what I'm hearing, you're going to do the same for House of Corrections?
To the chair, this is the prisoner billing. So if
I understand
if the
that.
prisoner, we don't get any revenue from this. So if a prisoner's injured and they have to get medical, we have to give them medical attention.
Right.
This is to pay that bill.
Okay, but we're doing that in-house, aren't we?
Through the chair of the council person, no, it goes. They currently go to the hospitals and.
Well, who's doing it now, Jim?
Through the chair, it's Medical Mutual.
Okay, but
we need a person to process.
You're going to contract out. What are you going to contract out?
To the chair, it's still going to be like Medical Mutual, doing the giving the care to the prisoners.
Right.
Public safety is now just going to make sure it's our prisoner. What we were doing in risk management is making sure it's our prisoner. Do we have chain of custody? Just to make sure we were paying for people we should pay for. And now the only difference is now public safety is going to actually vet the list of prisoners just to ensure that we're paying for proper people.
But Ms. Scaffidi's doing that now, isn't she?
No, through the chair, risk management's been doing it.
Okay, is this going to cost us additional money?
To the chair, yeah, it's one head count, so the additional cost is on the green sheet.
And wait a minute. Okay, wait. I would pay. You're talking about 235. Okay, what's it going to cost us additional?
So, through the chair to the committee, it's going to be the one head count. So the highlighted amounts on the green sheet, if you look at that compared to the additional page. So it includes changes to benefits because of that one head count, as well as full-time salaries and the life insurance costs. So all of the highlighted areas compared to the sheet that you have shows for each category how much of an increase it's going to be.
So tell us, how much is it going to be to the viewing public?
Counting through the chair to the chair, counting salaries and benefits, it's between 90 and 100,000 total for an additional person.
Additional person. And that's again, who is that going to be? A city employee or a county employee?
To the chair, no, it's a city employee. They'll be working for the city.
Well, what's going to happen to Ms. Scafidi?
Through the chair, she remains in her position. She makes sure that not the prisoners that are arrested by the Division of Police and we're talking about a per diem. I know with the per diem, she makes sure that we are paying the proper amount to the county. That's her responsibility. Whereas we're talking to medical billing, that's the person that we're hopefully can add to our roles to assist in that particular endeavor.
So we have two staffers now, correct?
Through the chair, yes, you have Lisa and Nigel Fitz. Those are the two employees for the corrections.
And you're going to bring on a third.
Through the chair, that is correct. That's the handling of medical billing portion.
And that will be a city employee.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. What's the average number of prisoners we have each day? We know what that number is? Again,
through the
to your
chair.
sheet, your 234, you've indicated we're going to be housing more people.
On average, daily population, it varies, but it averages about 60 when you average daily population for city of Cleveland prisoners.
Who is going to guarantee that we're getting an accurate number out of it from the county?
Through the chair, that's part of Lisa Scaffidi's responsibility, and she does a tremendous job to make sure that the bill that we receive from the county, she vets that bill and make sure that the city of Cleveland is paying the proper amount versus what the bill that we received from the county.
Okay. Questions of the committee? Yes, Councilman Jones.
Chairman, to the director. Mr. Chairman, to the director, looking at these numbers, just want to get some understanding of some of this. When we look on page 234, the metrics, can you break that out? What we're, when you go about inmates received from county fiscal and for verification, explain what that is and bring it on down so I can have a better idea of what these metrics mean and I would presume, Mr. Chairman, that part of these metrics are based upon the new staff, part of the new staff salaries, and with processing the benefits. Is that, am I getting that right from what has been explained with the new staff person?
Through the director, through the chair, to the councilman, no, we haven't brought the new staff member on. This is just budgeted. We would have to fill that position during the year.
So what would that, I guess the question then would be, what would they actually be doing?
Through the chair, the employee, if it's approved, and once we bring that particular person on, we'll be handling the medical billing portion.
Right. So then they're responsible for payment for about, what is it, am I looking at this number right? Is it 22,000 inmates that we have a year? Well, how many inmates are we housing a year?
Through the
Whoever
director
can answer.
through the director to the chair, through the chair to the councilman. No, if I can go through this chart and explain it, I think
Please.
that'll make it a little clearer.
Thank you.
That person would be responsible for doing what the person assessments is licensed is doing now, or risk management rather. They would be verifying the medical coding, things like that, to make sure that what we're receiving from the TPA is actually what's allowed under the contract and what's allowed under Medicaid.
So they'll just be second checking what the Cuyahoga County has already done, just to make sure.
No, this would be through the medical billing part.
So
Lisa Sacfidi does the part that the county.
And she works for
sends
us,
over.
or she works for the
Yes,
county?
She works for us.
Okay, so they'll be double checking their work.
Yes. So in 2005, it was estimated that there's we had actual numbers for that last column through the end of October, and the last 2 months were estimated.
Which
Those
one are we
numbers-
talking about, number 4?
2025 on page 234.
Right, what number
I'll
on
put,
the metric?
I'll put metric number 1.
Okay.
It's the same assumptions for all these numbers, because we use actual data through October when we did the budget, and then the last 2 months are estimated. So the number of inmates received from the county was actually 9,702. After Lisa went through her process and she verified them, the number was actually 6,371. So she's cut it in about a third off of the top, right off the bat. The number of inmate days received from the county for verification were 61,078. The number of actual inmate days approved for payment after Lisa goes through her processes to see when they're booked, when the turnover to the county occurs, was actually 22,770. So that's actually about a third of what the county sent us. Whereas the number of prisoners was about 2/3.
So what did the county send us, if I may ask?
That's the top number, which was
9,702.
right.
Okay, so,
Then the
so
number-
just her going through the
Right,
verification,
verification
she was able to
process.
see that that was incorrect.
Right.
Okay.
And then the number of inmate days received from the county was 61,000 and change. What she verified was to be 22,770. Ultimate savings from that is over $3.7 million.
From her vet in front to the chair to Councilman.
So
Yeah.
so on that point, you're not alleging our friends over at the county are scamming us, are they not?
To the chair, we're not alleging that. We just have Lisa Scafidi in place to make sure that that we are paying the proper amount.
You're being real diplomatic, okay?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I didn't yield the floor to you.
Oh,
You
go ahead.
took it over my time and took my thunder.
Give him 40 seconds back, okay? Go ahead.
So he already cut to the chase. So the cat's out. So, but I am impressed that we were able to save 3.7. are we able to look back in years past to see if this has been the same situation and maybe say to the county, hey, you know, we found this and you owe us?
Through the chair, that's, yeah, if you look on the data, historical data that you have there for 2023, Lisa Scafidi and Nigel Fritz, again, they're the employees of two. They
So you're saying that they
$3 million.
verified these numbers in
Right.
the past, and this
Correct.
is what it looks like. This is what they
Correct.
do all the time. Anyway.
Yes, this is part of their responsibility.
So then let me ask this question, because this is one that's important. If they've been able to go to the county and say to the county, hey, what's up? You know, you're billing us for 9,702 people who are in this system that we have a partnership with and an agreement with. How is it then that the numbers are so starkly different from 9,000 to 6,371? So where is it that they're making a mistake on their end and working in a way to approve that versus us having to pick up an additional person just to double check?
Through the chair, that's a really good question. That's why we have Lisa Scafidi in place and Nigel to verify those numbers. Sometimes I believe it's a misinterpretation on a part of the county as they're counting the prisoners. Our prisoners, there are various nuances that's involved, and that's why Lisa Scafidi does a tremendous job in vetting it to make sure that we are paying the proper amount to the county.
Thank you. Councilman Jones?
And Mr. Chairman, looking on page 235, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the director for clarifying this. And I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Gilman. And please forgive me for having a brain fart. Really appreciate your professionalism over the years, coming in and out of City Hall, as well as sitting here at the table and just being a great person. So I just wanted to say that, because sometimes I don't ever get a chance to say it. And so who knows if I'll see you again. So I want to be able to say it. I really appreciate your professionalism and what you do. I want to move on to page 235, and I want to get down here to where it talks about contractual agreements. When we look at this contractual line here, is that number I'm looking at, is that 4.2, and is that all of this would be for those people who we're giving services for in terms of medical assistance?
Through the director, to the chair, to the councilman, the $750,000 is what's billed for the medical billing, and the $3.5 million is what's billed for the per diem to the county for the prisoners per day.
Okay, so this is the other is the 3.5 million to the county.
Correct.
And I see in years past that we have a different figure. So you're just rounding this off. It's not necessary that we will use all the funds. Is that correct?
Through the director, through the chair, to the councilman, that's correct. It's an estimate.
And so, has there ever been a time where we've hit any of these numbers that we have suggested here? For an example, the 3 million in 2024.
The director, through the chair, to the councilman, for the medical billing services, as you can see, we were underpaying the previous 2 years. And then there was a bump up this year as Medical Mutual gets caught up with the backlog of claims. So we anticipate that to be the case this year as well. We should be a lot closer to the 750 number. With the per diem, like I said, with Lisa cutting the days off, it saved us money. But it's not a number we can do a good job of estimating the exact number. We do the best we can with that, and with this year, it's with the per diem increase. That's why the increase in the amount is that. We anticipate that there's going to be a savings in the number of prisoners and the number of prisoner days, so we have not bumped that number up too high, even though the per diem has gone up. So we anticipate that that'll be a solid number.
I see.
Should be able to hit under it.
So our numbers are slightly up this year from last year, but certainly down in 2023. And I know the director has been here, the safety director has been here for quite some time. Based on historical data and input, what is one of the largest numbers that we've had in terms of housing inmates? And then, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions.
Through the chair, I don't have that in front of me. Obviously, when we had our House of Corrections and the Justice Center, we were housing quite a few prisoners. Those numbers have gone down, but I can get you those numbers.
Thank you. What's the per diem now?
Through the chair, it's $143.
$143
yes.
on the mark?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. I have Councilman Shaw.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening almost. Appreciate your patience as we hang through this. To the director, through the chair, just a quick question. I wanted to understand, how many Cleveland inmates have died in detention in the past 5 years?
Through the chair, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get that for you.
Do you know if any died in custody last year?
Through the chair, I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to get that information for you.
Yes, please. That would be great. If we can flag that to the chair, I want to understand how the county, I mean, we all know what the situation has been over at the county, and I understand that's not in the division's control, but we want to make sure we're looking out for our residents and are keeping track of how many residents have passed away in their custody. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. Dean, we're ready.
I can't hear you. Oh, you done? Oh, that was quick. Okay. You caught me off guard. Okay. Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, we've had a mayor who's been running around saying crime is down for the last 2 years. And we have a county that we went from $90 to $143, correct? Was it what, 90?
Through the chair, from 99.
99.
Yes, sir.
99 to 143. And now we know with that piece of legislation and our agreement with the county that it will go up every year, correct?
Through the chair, yeah, I believe January of 2027, it goes up 2.5%.
Right, okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we know that Lisa does a knockout job of keeping a watchful eye. But we also just had a law department here for 5 hours this morning telling us how wonderful they are with hiring more prosecutors and having a prosecutor in the jail from 4 to 12 o'clock. So have we seen a decrease in our time spent from 4 p.m. to 12 o'clock to get people actually processed and out of the city's custody and into the county care?
Through the chair, I know that additional prosecutors were hired, as stated by Director Griffin, to help us in the process, and the prisons are getting them, not processed in the prisons, I'm sorry, that's done by the Division of Police, but to get them charged or released. I don't have that in front of me. I can't give you that information. I believe Chief Todd, when she does come to the table, will be better suited or better to answer that particular question, but I don't have that information in front of me.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, I don't know at what point that would be appropriate to ask Chief Todd if we're talking about this when we're talking about the police. But one thing that I'm hearing is how long it is taking once we get a prisoner to the jail to get processed through. I don't know if that's the county staff. I don't know if that's the prosecutors. But we know that when a police officer goes to arrest somebody, it could take hours once they get down to the Justice Center just to get somebody processed. Do you know who's in charge of that particular fiasco that's going on?
Through the chair, it's a partnership with the county. When we went into contract with them, we had certain stipulations that is, to have prisoners charged within a certain time period, as you're aware, from felonies such as homicides. we have to charge them within a reasonable time, but we can hold them up to 36 hours. When you're talking about felony threes and so forth, again, it's within a reasonable time, but it gives us within 12 hours to charge and release those particular individuals. And that's why we have prosecutors, additional prosecutors, to assist in that endeavor to get those individuals charged or released within the 12-hour period, or reasonable, which would be a lot quicker.
Right, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, when you have a case like a homicide, right, where the investigation needs to be much deeper, it needs to be more detailed. Sometimes it cannot, you just can't get it done in 12 or even 36 hours, right? Because there's a lot more to a homicide than there is a simple assault. So what happens in those cases? Is that where we see our per diem? Could somebody sit in the jail, Mr. Chairman, to the director, longer than the 36 hours without being charged if it's a more serious, more detailed crime?
Director.
Through the chair to Councilman Casey, a very good question, and there are nuances involved in that, but contractually, our obligation is to have that particular person charged within that 36 hours. And you're right, homicide investigations can be complicated. It takes investigators sometimes more than 36 hours to get sufficient amount of evidence to present to a prosecutor to charge an individual. We have other methods involved, which is to consult with the Division of Police, to consult with prosecutors or ask for additional hold of the individuals to complete investigation. So there are other options available to the detectives. However, we try to do our very best, the Division of Police, that is, and their detectives, and they do a great job to get those individuals charged within that 36 hours, especially when we're talking about homicides and sexual assaults.
All right, and my last question, Mr. Chairman, to the director is, when we run into that situation where we ask for additional hold time, is that on our dime, or at some point during that additional ask, does it become the county, if we know that the person's going to be charged, i.e. a homicide?
If they're not charged, it's on our dime.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Slife.
Thank you. Director, last year and this, maybe I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but last year we had discussed an issue with EMS being called to the county jail when, again, our county tax dollars, and friendly reminder, we are in Cuyahoga County, pay for medical services at the jail, and they also have, which includes EMS services. So I'm curious, with the budgeted $750,000 last year that we ended up unaudited over $1 million, do those medical services include charges for basically Cleveland EMS? Like, is it almost a de facto interdepartmental charge where the county, instead of using county medical services, is calling 911, Cleveland EMS shows up, and then they're basically charging us back for our own service?
Director?
Yeah, through the chair. I want to make sure I give you the right answer to that. And let me consult with Commissioner Wheeler behind me here. Obviously, again, I want to make sure I give you the right information, right answer on that question.
Okay, and if it's, I mean, because again, earlier we were talking about there's this, and you may not know this, but we got an email in December from a county agency asking for Cleveland's general fund to support a countywide service, and my response was, how much are you asking other municipalities to contribute? And their answer was 0. So I can't imagine that if there's a Solon prisoner in the Cleveland or the Cuyahoga County Jail, they're not calling Solon EMS, they're calling Cleveland because they're in Cleveland, and us having to incur charges even for prisoners that aren't our prisoners. If it's possible, I would like to get a data dump of 911 calls or responses to the jail by EMS, because I'd like to be able, if it's to the degree it's possible, kind of slice and dice out calls that could have been handled outside of Cleveland EMS, and frankly, if another entity were, in my words, abusing our public safety services, we'd start levying fines against them. But since I would suspect that those could be charges being put on the city through the Division of Correction, and almost being seen as a revenue in EMS. I'd kind of like to understand that relationship.
Sure, and great question to the chair, Councilman Slife. Great questions you're asking. I can tell you this: if the billing is coming through the corrections, that Lisa Scafidi does an excellent job, as you can see here, in saving the city of Cleveland millions of dollars. So we'll make sure that we vet that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, any other questions for House of Corrections? It's good to know that the county was trying to whack us for Starr, Councilman Starr. You were hiding back there.
Yeah, they say when you as you get age, you start to shrink. You know how that go. You know what I mean? Since I'm not the youngest here no more.
You aged at the table today. Okay, go ahead.
No, just through the chair from the standpoint, just to make sure I get an understanding of some of the things I think a couple of my colleagues may ask. When you talk about the average daily population, what is the current average daily jail population, and what is the cost per inmate per day? Through the chair.
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, it varies. Average daily population and for 2025, for example, to start in January of last year, the average daily population was 69 for January, 60 for February, 60 for March, 58, 61. I can go down for a total average of 60.
Okay.
And, the per diem is $143, which became effective this past January.
Let's say 143,000.
No, $143.
Oh, that's where we got screwed over with that deal. But that's another story. Then when you talk about staffing and the safety, that is something that, since it's the county, is really the sheriffs that are actually staffing there, or would it be us through the city as far as the partnership? Can you explain how that looks through the chair?
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, I'm not quite sure the question. You're talking about staffing at the jail itself?
Yes.
Well, the staffing at the jail is through the sheriff department and corrections officers. Our officers from the Division of Police will convey the prisoners there. They stay with the prisoners, with the exception of homicides and sexual assaults and so forth. They stay with the prisoners to make sure that the prosecutors will charge out or release those particular prisoners. So our officers are not the one processing. It is Cuyahoga County's correction officers who are processing the prisoners and booking them through the system.
And through that standpoint, I know Councilman Casey was talking about this a little bit when this questions, and how does the time actually impact when our officers are taking someone to the correction facility, and how does it impact the safety as well as overtime costs?
Through the chair, to Councilman Starr, great question. Obviously, if an officer officers convey an inmate to the county to be booked, depending on the time of when they take those persons down there, it could run into overtime because they can't leave until the prisoner is booked into the system. So I can't give you definitive numbers relative to how much overtime that's incurring. I don't have information. I'm not quite sure if that's tracked. That's probably something that could be looked at. Not sure. And I'm sorry, what was the other part of your question?
No, just from that standpoint of the overtime and the impact on the safety. So you touched on it a little bit briefly from when the officer takes them there, and then how much time they may run into based on the processes and booking, how long the officer may have necessarily have to stay there. So that counts for one thing. Also, with regard to that situation, have we ever explored opportunities where we have possible staffing or some officers at the detention center that helps with the booking, so therefore the officer get back in the community or back in the streets? Probably prime example, if an officer or decided to or had to make an arrest and they had to get to the detention center or to the correction, division of correction, and take them off to the jail. And they transport them and deliver them to staff that does a certain amount of shift there to be able to be in charge of all the bookings so the officer can go. Is that way some type of process that can alleviate those overtime costs?
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, in the case that you're talking about, the booking and the processing of the prisoner is the responsibility of the county. We don't have Cleveland officers assigned down there, again, because we're paying them a fee to do the job of booking and processing and housing the prisoner. So we're not part of that process. What we are a part of is transporting the inmate to the county facility and making sure that the inmate is processed in the sense of being charged or potentially released from the facility.
And do we have to stay there as an officer during the duration of that time period?
Through the chair, it just depends on the arrest, the crime itself. For homicides, no. Homicides, sexual assaults, and so forth, the Division of Police and detectives have approximately 36, they're reasonable, charge them within a reasonable amount of time, and 36 hours to actually hold the inmate before actually charging them. And then other times we have up to 12 hours to charge or release the prisoner. So yeah, our officers are at the facilities for a period of time, no question about it. We like for them to get their individuals charged or released so the officers can get back on the road to provide service to our community.
Okay, but more so me, I was just thinking of how the process actually is done. You know, if you arrest someone and you take them to jail and they're getting booked and the officer still has to stay there for another 5 or 6 hours depending on the processes, that means it's 5 or 6 hours that officer potentially could have been out in the street. In a perfect world, imagine if we had a system set in place where another officer who works or officers that work a certain shift to be able to be the ones to mandate handover so the officers that pose a detail get back to the neighborhoods, back in the streets, instead of them spending a amount of overtime over and over. I think that could be something we should definitely explore. But I'd love to look into that when we get to the Division of the Police someday and see if that's some best practice that we could possibly study.
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, you're absolutely right. We want to make sure that our officers are very efficient and that they're on the road providing a service to our community. And part of that is to make sure, and through talking with the county, in agreement with the county, is to make sure that the City of Cleveland, the Department of Law, actually hire additional prosecutors, which they did, and having them there for the officers to actually confer with so we can get these individuals charged in our office or released, and then our officers can be back on the road in hopefully a very short period of time.
All right, and my last question would definitely be, as far as facility maintenance or anything like that, do we have any costs associated with the facility maintenance of the jail?
Through the chair to Councilman Starr, negative.
Thank you so much. And I yield, Council Ahmed.
Thank you, Councilman. And then, you know, we all of us are very much aware, again, the jail being relocated to Garfield Heights, what that's gonna, the burden that's gonna put on, that additional burden on. Well, that was a terrible decision, but anyway, that's beyond the point. Okay, we're gonna move on because we got police, fire, EMS. We got critical stuff up next. Any other questions on this? We're moving. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, House of Corrections. Thank you, Lisa Scafidi, for the work that she did. And I hope the county's watching. Quit cheating us, okay? Quit cheating us out of money, okay? Department of Justice is up next. Department of Justice, anybody here from the Department of Justice? If not,
it's just us.
What do you got to say? Come on.
Page 239, Department of Justice, Chief Dorothy A. Todd. Page 240, salaries.
Is the chief here?
20.
Through the chair, not yet.
Is she on her way, I hope?
Yeah, she knows that she's going to be up for the Division of Police.
Okay. Department of Justice. Who's going to handle Department of Justice?
We will.
Okay. What page?
Page 240, salaries.
40.
2025 unaudited, 1,440,219. 2026 budgeted, 1,192,373. Page 241, total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, 4,544,501. 2026 budgeted, 5,080,241. Staffing, 2025 actual 10, 2026 budgeted 10, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Question on page 240.
Through the chair, we have a green sheet.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Through the chair to the committee, just want to point out the last green sheet of the day. We found some typos on page 241 in one of the charts, so we've replaced that and corrected it.
I don't. Oh, I got it. Okay, 41. Okay. Okay. Okay, on page 240, under professional services, you were approximately $348,000 in 2025, adopted 532. We are back down to 307. Explain that one. What's going on there? Under contractual services.
Director, to the chair, that's for some of the contracts that we have for data analysis with Benchmark Analytics. It also includes training for the Internal Affairs Department with Paulus and IAPRO.
Okay, so we're saving money. Is that what you're telling us for this upcoming year?
The case contract was also supposed to be in that budget line, but that was actually put into the other contractual, so that's where the 250 difference is.
Okay.
But it's actually still in that appropriation. It's just under other contractual.
Okay. On page 241, under, again, here's another one, under administrators and officials, special assistant to the mayor, another special assistant. Who is that?
The chair, that's Dr. Anderson.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. That's actually Superintendent Meyer.
Superintendent who?
IA Meyer, Jennifer Meyer, with the Division of Police. She's the superintendent of IA.
You're going to tell how many special assistants are there to the mayor? Across, I mean, every time I'm looking at another special assistant to the mayor. I mean, I want to use my old Madone. Explain that one to me, okay? I know.
So
we got a specialist in the mayor in every department, division. What do we got here?
Yeah, so through the chair to the committee, I think this was addressed when the Deputy Chief of Staff, Trevisano, was up. And I believe one of the asks was to give you a complete list of all of those, which we will surely do.
List, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, those are the titles. Working titles may vary and duties may vary, but that's essentially the civil service title that we use.
And where is this person housed at?
Through the chair, she is housed in headquarters, police headquarters, Justice Center.
Yes. And what's their job? What do they do?
Through the chair, this is through the consent decree requires a superintendent, a civilian superintendent of internal affairs. She heads up the internal affairs unit.
So that's just special assistant to the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to ask, again, all the special assistants and what their department or division and what they actually do. Because I'm going to be intrigued to see that list, okay? Questions of the committee. Councilman Slife.
Thank you. And just for the record, Councilman, I am a former special assistant to a mayor, so I'm no longer special. I'm
That
just
explains
now I'm
a
just
whole
here.
lot right
now I'm
there,
just here.
Right.
Through the chair, so staffing is flat. The budgeted salaries went up as I would expect by the cost of living adjustment. But it's last year we went well over budget. It looks like it was because of uniformed overtime, over about $327,000. Do you recall what that's? Again, this is small compared to the scale of the budget, but do you recall what the need for the overtime was, and should we be going for $200,000 again?
Who can respond to that? Councilman Slife's questioning.
Where's-
Through the director, through the chair, I think that's overtime backfill for the training that internal or that some of the officers go to. So they're required to backfill that with overtime to cover those positions while they're in training.
Okay, so thank you. Through the chair, then, should we be holding constant with $200,000 this year, or would it be prudent to increase that since we more than doubled it last year? Will there be additional training?
Through the chair of the councilperson, one reason that overtime will go down is because they added 2 people in the we added 2 people in the supplemental. So we're going to have 2 additional people.
Okay.
So the overtime should start to go down with full-time people going up.
Thank you. And then finally, through the chair, I presume this budget is made in consultation with the Department of Justice, and as this is not the case for most budgets, but there are others that our ability to add to it or subtract from it could become complicated given our relationship with the federal government in this case. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
So just on Councilman Slife's kind of question, was this mandated as a result of the consent?
Through the chair, Councilman Polensek, we were required through the consent decree to have certain positions.
Right.
One of them is the superintendent, and the others that are there, the data analyst. So I would say yes. Part of it is we had to have a budget to support those individuals. Yes, and the training and other things.
Okay. Any other questions of the committee? Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director, this is the monitors, right? This is the consent decree, right?
Through the chair, that's part of it. Yes.
This is the budget that we pay the monitors out of, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Director,
Through the chair, to
correct? Right.
Councilman Casey, that's correct. Yes.
All right, and then assigned to the consent decree, you're saying that we have these 10 staff members, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
3 of which are police officers, the lieutenant, the sergeant, and the patrol officer, or 2 of them, 2, 4, 5 of them are actual police officers.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Why do we need a patrol officer assigned to the consent decree? Mr. Chairman, or 2 of them, Mr. Chairman, why do we even need any police officer, Mr. Chairman, to the director assigned to the consent decree?
Part of it is a requirement that we have, we was a captain of a police in charge of our CIT program. That's done by Lieutenant Mullen. And we also have a sergeant, actually 2 sergeants. I know it's a patrol officer there, but we should have an additional sergeant.
So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, we have 2 patrol officers, 2
Yes.
sergeants, and a lieutenant.
Through the chair, we have a lieutenant, and we have a sergeant. The lieutenant and the sergeant are both assigned, 2 sergeants are assigned to the CIT program to manage the officers and clinicians that are assigned there. Then we have 1 other patrol officer that's assigned as well to this DOJ budget.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, to the director, on page 240, then, is that where we come up with the clothing allowance and the clothing maintenance for these 8 patrolmen, or 8 police officers?
Through the chair to Councilman Casey, yes.
Okay, and then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, with these 10 staff members, what type of training do they need to travel to, or why do they need to travel?
Through the chair, it's various training that they have, which requires traveling. That's part of the expectations from the DOJ.
Okay, but Mr. Chairman, to the director, if we've only spent $1,000 the last 2 years, why are we jumping it to 20,000? And then on top of that, Mr. Chairman, to the director and to our staff, can we get the training that these officers occurred during their time under the DOJ?
Through the chair, you said you want their training? I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
Yes, yes.
Through the chair, we can provide information for you.
Okay. I just don't see the need for them to be traveling if their whole goal is the consent decree, and the consent decree is here, right? But, Mr. Chairman, also on page 240 to the director, program promotion, are we promoting the fact that we're under the consent decree, that we've been here for over 10 years? We're going to spend $25,000 again to promote the fact that we're under a consent decree?
Okay, can someone explain what that is?
Through the director, through the chair, to the councilman, that's actually for recruitment efforts for the police department. That's for them going to the colleges and universities to do job fairs and things like that.
All right, and then Mr. Chairman, to whomever can answer, why is that under the DOJ? Why isn't that part of your regular police recruitment when we're not recruiting for the DOJ? I mean, that seems to be, if they're out there recruiting, right, they're recruiting for the Cleveland Police. They're not recruiting for the Department of Justice. So, Mr. Chairman, again, to the director, whoever can answer, why the need to spend $25,000 out of the DOJ budget to promote the DOJ?
Question.
Through
Who
the
can
chair
answer?
to Councilman, it's not obviously promoting the DOJ. It's actually our officers in the recruitment unit responding or going to different locations to obviously advertise for the Division of Police to hire individuals or solicit to get individuals to become police officers.
And then let me ask this way. Mr. Chairman, to the director, is this $25,000 spent on the staff that you have listed on page 241 for recruitment? Is that $25,000 going to those 2 patrol officers, the sergeant of the police, or the lieutenant?
Can answer that question.
Through the director, to the chair, to the councilman, you're asking if the budget amount was $25,000, what we actually spent was $11,000?
Right.
Or you're asking if that was?
What I'm asking is the recruiting being done by the employees that we have listed for the Department of Justice?
Okay, sorry, thanks for the clarification. No, they would be done by the recruitment team.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, why do we have police recruitment in the Department of Justice budget?
Director?
Through the chair, I know you have, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Let the CFO
Whoever can
answer.
answer the question.
So through the chair to the councilman, this was what's submitted to us by Public Safety and reviewed with OBM between them.
Okay.
You're asking some good questions. I'll let Director Drummond, in terms of duties, I can't answer those questions.
Okay.
However, we did have those meetings and decide.
Okay, Director?
Yeah, through the chair to Councilman Casey. Really great questions. Part of the requirement from the consent decree is staffing and recruitment. That is part of it. It's in the consent decree, so that's why you see it in here, to make sure that we have our officers in the recruitment unit going out to the various locations and promoting the City of Cleveland, Division of Police in particular, to get qualified individuals to become police officers.
All right, and then Mr. Chairman, to the director, then when we get to the police budget, will we see recruitment dollars in there as well for promotion programming?
Through the chair, you should.
We should?
No, through the chair, you should. No.
Okay, so then when we get to that point, I'm going to ask you why we're only spending $25,000 on recruitment then. And then my last question on page 240, under contractual, is that the money that we use, Mr. Chairman, to the director of the CFO, to pay the actual monitors?
Through the director, to the chair, to the councilman.
250 or 275 or 650 or 3,000 they make an hour, whatever they're making now?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councilman, what's wrapped up in that 2.7 million is 2.7 million is a few things. Pole solutions training, which I'm sure the director can expand on, and also the DOJ consent decree monitor, which was about $2 million in 2025, and a few advertising campaigns.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to our staff, if we could request how much we paid each monitor themselves last year, and then if we can get a breakdown from 2015 to the current on how much each monitor that has been on the books of the city of Cleveland that have made, how much they've actually made in this, because as we heard from the law department earlier, they're ready to ask to get out of this, and we as a council is always looking for additional money in the budget. So the last question, Mr. Chairman, is according to the law department, if they're able to get out of the consent decree, these patrol officers still have employment with the Cleveland Division of Police, correct?
Through the chair to Councilman Casey, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Casey. So just again, point of fact, the actual, the monitoring team, they're the other contractual? Is that what they are?
Through the chair, Councilman, yes.
That's it. So the people that we are paying, that there's been some controversy about, that's that line item, the 2.7 million? Okay, we mean part of it.
Yeah, so to the chair, it's about $2 million out of that 2.7.
Okay.
There's a few other things like advertising campaigns.
Okay. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that Councilman Casey has done an excellent job here bringing out some points, and some of them are kind of like disturbing. And while he's been doing this, he's been doing it throughout the entire process of the budget hearing. So it gives us an idea that there's a trend here, and want to get a take on just the process of how we do business in terms of how we create this manual, so that when someone is reviewing the manual, if it says, for an example, what was brought out here just a moment ago, in terms of recruitment, because this is a big issue for us in terms of our citizens wanting to have more police on the street, as well as when it comes to professional training. We want to make sure that our men and women are getting the kind of training that they should be receiving, so that we can have a better, stronger police force and a much more educated and thoughtful patrol officer on the street handling our citizens. So my question, Mr. Chairman, to this would go to our CFO, is why is the budget so complicated and confusing as relates to, if you're going to say that we're going to do recruitment, we should have those funds where it ought to be in the department where we can see those recruitments. There's times just this morning, and just paying attention to some of the questions that Mr. Casey has brought up, they're not in the line items they should be, and it is misleading document to have people to have to thumb through. And if we didn't have you sitting here at the table, we wouldn't know A from Z. So we would have to presume or assume that the information we have is what it is. But as we take a closer, deeper dive, because he's looking at these numbers, my question is, why are we doing this? Is this to hide the money, or what is the purpose of not putting in some areas? And I know we have some really good directors here who've been here over a course of time and can thumb us over, but you can't thumb me over that quick when it comes to these types of things, because the issue is fundamentally making good decisions. And so as an elected official sitting here representing the First Ward and wanting to take a look at this budget book and make the best informed decision necessary, I have to ask a gazillion questions just to get the answer to where this information would be found. So when Mr. Casey, and he has on several occasions talked about the consent decree and its cost, that leads me to another question. So now you have the first issue while we're doing all this covering around with the funds in one department where it should show up and then it's not showing up. And then the second issue is, which causes for questions, is the amount or how many people are actually special assistant to the mayor. And why isn't it just in that one location where we can say if there's 15 or 20 people, which I'm not against or opposed to, however many assistants he needs to have for whatever reasons. The issue is it should be accounted for in the administrative text of either the safety director or in the administration dealing directly up under the mayor's office. So why are we doing all of this, and why is this so confusing? And that takes up a lot of time sitting here at the table to have to each year go in and out asking questions on why this is the way it is and where these funds are found. Can you help me with that, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO? Why this is so confusing when it should not be this confusing?
Through the chair to the councilman, let me shed a little light on it. So first of all, the process is the division. Every division in the city provides their own budget to OBM. We go through that, we meet with them, we discuss it, we discuss where the line items should be. I would like to point out, I want to back up a little bit to the Department of Justice, page 239. I want to make it clear we're not shuffling money, we're not trying to hide anything. Sometimes things can be classified in different areas just because of what they are. If you actually look at the description on the Department of Justice, 239, under key programs, one of those is reporting, recruiting, and planning. So that does fit under this category, that 25,000. So, technically there are a few things, like I know the Justice Center came up earlier, that can be classified, from an accounting point of view, from a budget point of view in different areas. So, we work with the divisions. We're not doing that by ourselves to decide where that should be best categorized. So, there's no attempt to move something to where it shouldn't be. The idea is to be as transparent as possible, and also in terms of the categories for each division, most of them are very uniform to try to avoid confusion. That I hope that sheds a little bit of light on that.
Well, it does and it doesn't. It just adds to further questions, because I'm quite sure by the time I go and break this down and do my own due diligence here, you've misused some of the wording here, if you're looking at the consent decree and what the consent decree is asking you to do. So you're saying to me on page 239, for my colleagues who are watching here, the key programs is collections, IT collections, tracking, reporting, recruitment and planning, and training. So when we talk about recruitment and planning, is it talking about as well as training? Is it really talking about the entire police department? And that these funds is for the entire police department to do recruitment if I go in there and take a deep dive? And I'll take a deep dive.
Yeah, through the chair, yes, it requires training. There's certain required training for Division of Police that's relative to the...
I don't think it's for all of the city of Cleveland's police officers in terms of recruitment. Is that what you're telling me right now? Is this Department of Justice consent decree is telling you that you need to allocate and put a line item to do all the recruitment from the city of Cleveland from this line item? Is this what they're suggesting? Is
no,
this
that's not
what their mission was to do? Is that what you're telling me? I want to make sure I'm clear here, because sometimes we can take some words and we can stretch them.
Through the chair to Councilman, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there are dollars associated with recruiting through the Department of Justice. I'm not saying that the dollars that you have there is for the entire training of the Division of Police. The Division of Police have in-service training, which are done primarily on regular time, which does not necessitate overtime. Sometimes they're required to train on overtime, but the vast majority is in service and the officers are working. So that's not related to overtime. Recruitment is part of the planning. Recruitment and planning is part of the DOJ requirements. So the officers are out recruiting, and sometimes they're required some overtime associated with their recruitment.
Well, I understand the wording and how you're wording it here right now. Just wanted to make sure that we're specific in this. So you're saying to me right now, if I pull up the recs on this, that this is intending to deal with the actual recruitment program that we should already have with the department, that this is adding to it, or this is telling us to add more money to recruitment? So what are we doing here?
Through the chair, the monies that we're talking about for recruitment, is for the recruitment money that's in here, is for the recruitment unit to go out and recruit. Sometimes it requires them to be on overtime, depending on where they're going. So there's dollars associated with recruitment in here, and it's also for advertising and so forth. That's part of the recruitment process. And that requires money at times, depending on the type of recruitment the Division of Police is involved in. So that's part of the process.
So there's two questions I need to ask you then. Then if we're talking about this is for recruitment, how much money is allocated to our CFO for recruitment? And where are all those locations in the budget?
So through the chair to the councilman, off the top of my head, I'm not sure every line item throughout public safety. As we go through the sections, obviously we're coming up on EMS, fire, and police. We'll be able to...
The issue is recruitment for, Mr. Chairman, just to make sure I'm clear, is recruitment for police. It has been an issue for me coming into the council in terms of having visibility and availability of police officers in my community. So for me, when we talk about recruitment, it's a significant, serious thing because unfortunately, we have not been able to keep up with people who are retiring and bringing on the right number that we have budgeted for. We have unfortunately failed every single year. To be able to keep up with the numbers that we have at least budgeted for. So my question, Mr. Chairman, to our CFO, how much money do we have or have we allocated or set to aside for police recruitment? And then where are all those subsequent pages that we can look at in this document that can show us that? Because right now, sitting here and trying to go through your stuff is like a riddle almost when you started doing a deep dive and starting to ask some questions. So I don't, it's confusing, and it shouldn't be so confusing. A document like this with accountants like you guys should be so very easy to read, especially when it's a public document. And right now, I'm confused with this and stuck on this, so it makes me question now everything in the line items. And so, you know, you scratch the truth, you find the lie. So hopefully, maybe someone can help me.
Sure, I can help you.
Thank you.
Okay. Through the chair to the council member, part of our DOJ consent decree, one of the line items of the assessments that we just had was about recruitment and hiring. So when you talk about that line item, we do have specific measures that we have to meet under the consent decree, and that is what that budget is for. That is not the only recruitment and hiring in our budget. We can talk about more, you know, about our efforts more during our presentation, but this is related to the DOJ mandated portion of the consent decree related to recruitment and hiring. And part of that was spent during the advertising. We did radio spots, and we also hired, you know, a team to help us with video. So that's what that portion's of talking about.
So I will, you know, for the sake of time, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield, and when our chief comes up, maybe you can give me a better idea on what the total amount is for recruitment, and give us an update on where we are right now currently. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Starr, last one on the list.
No, definitely. Just real quick, when it comes to the DOJ, a couple different things I would just want to make sure I understand is, based on the consent decree status, what compliance benchmarks remain outstanding, and how does the 2026 budget advance us to become in full compliance of the consent decree? Is there anything in this budget that attributes to that so we can be into compliance potentially this year?
Through the chair to the council member, we just underwent 7 assessments, and we are scheduled for additional assessments this year related to our community policing measures and a couple other different outlines from the consent decree. But we've made substantial progress, and those reports have reflected that. And we have a schedule with our police accountability team of next steps that we are partnering with the monitoring team on. So this is, when you look at that, it's about our ongoing measures and also the assessment portions, which we're undergoing.
Thank you. And through the chair, How many policy reforms are currently in progress, and what measurable outcomes are expected this year from where we currently stand within the consent decree through the chair?
So through the chair to the council member, the policies are already in place. We're at the testing portion.
Okay.
So that's where we're at right now. The policies are in place, the training is in place, and we're just being tested on those measures. So when you talk about next steps and what that budget looks like, it's about us being tested through this next progress period.
And through the chair, so then what is the annual cost of federal monitoring, and when is that projected to stop? To the chair.
Who can answer that question? The federal monitor, the cost of the federal monitor.
So through
Annual cost.
the chair, we could just talk a little bit. I'm not going to talk about the budget portion, but I know that we've had a change in our monitor, and we have Christine Cole, who is our lead monitor now, and I know that the cost to the city has been, exceptionally less than it was in the past. But the actual line items cost, the director may know more on that.
Yeah, through the chair to the committee. So I think we pointed it out earlier that 2.75 million, where 2 million of it was for the monitors. So that's the expense in 2026.
Okay, and then regarding with the community and the trust metrics, that is something that is very important when dealing with being under a consent decree. How are we measuring the improvement in public trust related to the actual reform through the chair?
Who can answer that question?
So through the chair to the council member, part of what the monitors do is outreach with the community when they're in town and doing these assessments. So that's part of the report that they present.
Okay, and then my final question, I wrap it up, Chair, will be, what is the long-term plans to ensure the reforms remain beyond the oversight? So once we get out of the consent decree and we're not under this policy supervision, what have we done within the length of this consent decree to ensure that the reforms remain beyond the oversight through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, we currently have been working on that process and what it looks like. We've also partnered with the DOJ COPS office to work with Jensen Hughes about making sure that we have established practices moving forward and making sure we have a system in place to sustain accountability beyond the consent decree.
Thank you. I yield, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Yes, Mr. Gentile, listen
To the
up,
chair and the
everybody.
committee members, I just wanted to mention, yes, this is a big budget, and I can understand how sometimes it could be confusing, but I'll direct you to one of the first couple pages in the budget book. We submit this budget book to the National GFOA every year.
Yes.
And we get an award, and that includes that. I mean, that award basically says this is a good budget book. It's very stringent on what's required to be in a budget to get the national award. So I just wanted to be clear. I understand this can be confusing because it's a big budget.
Yes. So you got a national award?
Yes, to the chair, and if you look at the first couple pages,
Okay.
you'll be able to see it.
We'll put a star on your forehead on the finance director. Okay?
I'm just trying to be clear to the viewing public. I just want to be
Okay.
clear to the viewing public. We talked about we're trying to hide things in here and things like that.
No,
So
no,
I'm just,
no,
I just
no.
wanted to be on the record.
No one, Jim, if I may, because I've known you forever here.
Sure.
It's the council. Our due diligence is very clear. As I've said, repeated, we can't hire, we can't fire, we can't deploy, we can't administer, but we allocate the money.
Sure.
And we have every right at this table to ask all the questions about where the money's going and to who and what line item. Because at the end of the day, all of us around this table are bombarded every day with requests for funding in our neighborhoods. And when I say that, in my time here, I have more requests placed on me every day for funding than I ever have in my entire time here because of the concerns in our neighborhood. So we're trying to identify, my honorable colleagues, we're trying to identify when we get into reconciliation where we can find additional dollars to some of our concerns. You had a concern this morning. We want to do receiverships. We want to do a lot of other things. We'd like to see more money in the street resurfacing. Okay?
Right. Yeah, to the chair, I agree with everything you just said. It is,
Okay.
the finance department took a
Oh,
lot of time putting this together.
I
That's all
appreciate
wanted
the
to,
work that the finance
Don't need a
director has
star.
done and that you've done over the years and that your team does. I think we have a good finance department. No one is impugning anyone here. I will tell you that. Don't take it any which way. We're asking, it's like, look upon us upon just we're relatives and we're asking for money, okay? Okay. Okay. Let's get into this one. Okay. Police Inspector General. Oh,
Yes.
yes. Okay.
Okay, I just had through the chair to the team here. Can you just talk about what is the team size specifically in implementing the crisis intervention team stuff? Like, what is that size of that team?
Can you respond? You understand the question?
Well, you have, because it's a lieutenant, a sergeant of police. What is that team size that they are, and any other police officer that is funded here through the Department of Justice?
Who can answer that question?
We have the lieutenant, the 2 sergeant patrol officer, but also for the CRT program and the co-responders program, the chief can give you the exact numbers of actually who was assigned there. Actual officers are assigned there, and clinicians as well. So again, what you have there is the supervisors that's assigned to the co-responders team, as well as a patrol officer. And again, you have also patrol officers from the Division of Police that's assigned to co-responders program, which is not included in this DOJ budget.
And through the chair to the council member, the DOJ budget only covers those 2 positions. The rest are under the Division of Police, which we have 7 teams assigned to the crisis intervention teams, and that's 7 patrol officers with 7 clinicians.
So I'm trying to, through the chair to the team here, I'm trying to understand if it's, so we only have, when we say 7 teams, is that 7 police officers and 7 clinicians?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand, why do we have 3 supervisors for 7 people?
Through the chair to the council member, we have 2.
Let's say 3 on here.
The budget, I believe, is for 3, but we have a lieutenant and a sergeant that are assigned to that unit.
No, this is what it said. It was 3 before. That's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get a clarity of that. That seems to be, again, workload. That just seems to be very light when it comes to.
Okay.
And we could talk about this later,
No,
but
no,
I really want to get into this, and especially as we are creating the Bureau of Community Crisis Response, all these people are going to have to work together and all of this type of stuff. That just seems very light to have 3 supervisors for 7 people.
So through the chair to the council member, the other supervisor is for our recruitment unit. I would just receive clarity. So 2 are for CIT and the budget there for the DOJ. 1 is under our recruitment unit. It's a separate position.
We'll get to this later. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor, you through? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Police Inspector General.
Page 236, Public Safety Inspector General. Public Safety Inspector General Shailene Agarwal. Page 237, salaries, 2025 unaudited, 131,073. 2026 budgeted, 359,298. Total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, 184,640. 2026 budgeted, 515,579. Page 238, staffing, 2025 actual 2, 2026 budgeted 3. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, staff. Introduce yourself.
Okay, how's that? Good evening, everyone. My name is Shailene Agarwal. I am the Public Safety Inspector General, used to be Police Inspector General, now Public Safety. And I've been here for about a year now, a little over, in 205, so you don't see me all the time, different building. But I am the Public Safety Inspector General.
Okay, So you're located at 205 St. Clair.
Yes, we are at
Okay.
205 St. Clair.
This is your first time at the table, correct?
Second time at the table. So I was here last year. It was shortly after I started. So it wasn't really part of that initial budget process, but just it was more of another opportunity to introduce myself and have a face-to-face with everyone.
Okay. We're going to have to learn more as it pertains to exactly what. Tell us what, for the viewing public, what does the Inspector General do?
So the Inspector's General Office has the authority and the jurisdiction to independently, through the work, investigate and audit. So have the watchdog for all of the divisions of public safety. So that looks like we are working through what the investigation side will look like, aside from the oversight of the Office of Professional Standards, to help bolster and ensure that they are conducting their investigative work to the utmost standards. And then on the audit side, this looks like reviews, inspections, evaluations, that your underlying policies, procedures are correct. They're rooted in best practices. Where there are challenges, we try to address that in sort of like technical assistance. But we do that in an objective manner rooted in standards that's established by the Association of the Inspectors General.
Okay. So then on page 238, if you are doing audits, you have no auditor in this budget.
Correct. I do not have an auditor in this budget. So I am and am still the primary auditor for this office. So for the last year up until December, when I was able to hire the first person, I have been the executive, the auditor, the administrator, and at time I make coffee for people, which is nice. That's a joke.
So
it's a little late in the day. So,
okay, so at present, Ms. Agarwal, how many staff people do you have right now?
currently there are two of us, myself and one other. I recently hired a deputy inspector general for investigations.
Okay. Let me see what other questions I have. Yes, sir. And what I'm trying to understand here, because this is the best time to ask this question of the administration. As a result of this consent decree, and I'm sure the viewing public is asking the same question because there's great confusion. As a result of the consent decree, the Department of Justice section has been created. The Police Inspector General has been created, section. The Office of Professional Standards has been created. The Police Review Board has been created. And then the Community Police Commission was created as a result of Issue 24, now Charter Section 115. I'm going to ask you to provide to us what the total dollar amount is for those sections that have been created as a result of the consent decree. Because there's a lot of discussion about the consent decree, but when you add up all the other sections that we had to create as a result of that, we're talking about a substantial amount of money here, substantial. So my question is this to Ms. Agarwal. How do you interact with because this is, I think, part of our confusion. How do you enact here with the Office of Professional Standards, Police Review Board, and the Inspector General's office?
So, great question. So our interaction and engagement with OPS and CPRB primarily is rooted within 253F. So that is the engagement of oversight of their actual investigation. So the relationship that I've built over time with the administrators, there have been two, now we have an interim, so there'll be eventually a permanent person that we will, again, build that relationship with. Our engagement has been really one of observation, reviewing how the investigators are kind of doing their work, how they are engaging within the adjudication process with the board. I'll bring this a little bit more granular. Sometimes this looks like having conversations with the board if we have a concern that perhaps they are not able to have as many adjudication or meetings to go through the cases, because that affects the workload of OPS and those investigators, and it can become stale. So we want to make sure that that's moving forward. Now that we have, and I have a deputy for investigations on board, and it's not just me, we can focus on, and with the interim administrator who we've met with, Michael Hess, is really being able to establish the continued rules of engagement, how investigators can engage their office. That's happened throughout the year, where they come to us with whether it's potential challenges or questions or technical assistance, how we can route that, that communication so that everyone is on board and they're aware, how we can support, not just oversight, but support their work, ensure that their investigators have everything they need in terms of resources and training. As the person that has come on board, his career has been within investigation. So this will be another way for us to dig deeper than what we have in the past year.
But you do not, your section does not investigate any complaints against a given police officer, do you?
That is a very interesting question. So this, I don't have a yes or no, simply because, and Chief Director Drummond can speak to this, I brought this up some months back with Chief Director Drummond, then we went to the Department of Law, and now the monitoring team, because within the chapters, within the paragraphs for the Office of the Inspector General, it does say that we have the power to investigate, full stop. So the question that I have posed to everyone is, what conversation did everyone have 10, 11 years ago when this was created? What did that mean? So that is on the table. And so we've been kind of pushing those conversations forward of my full intention when I came on board was to uplift an audit and an investigations unit to do both. There are ways to do both without duplicating the efforts of internal affairs with OPS. That's just communication. We can't do that until the DOJ, because we are still rooted within the consent decree. So this would be the DOJ, the courts, the monitoring team, and the city law department, and Chief Director Drummond. We sit at the table and hash out, what does that word mean? What power does that give us? If you just give me investigate, to me this is investigative review, but the power to investigate, not criminal, but administrative, similar to OPS. And then we would have to work out the guardrails of who does what when we share. That is happening right now.
And through the chair, so currently the Office of Inspector General is not investigating officers.
But do you understand how confusing this has become?
Sure.
It's like you got the Community Police Commission can investigate. You got OPS that can investigate, correct?
Well, through the chair, OPS investigates for the CPRB.
Okay.
They conduct their investigation.
You got the Department of Justice. I mean, this is, man, we got to figure out how all this works more
May I
effectively and
offer-
efficiently.
Through the chair, we do have oversight bodies. Like I said, we have several oversight bodies, internal affairs, OPS. Yes, that's correct.
We're spending a lot of Benjamins here. Lots of Benjamins. And the question is, as a result of the fact that we have the Community Police Commission, which is a charter section, which does investigations, I mean, we're going to have some serious internal discussions about how do we go forward here? If the federal monitor disappears, we've got a lot to talk about here.
Through the chair, if I can, the CPC, they're not conducting investigations. They have charge over discipline. They can have hearings relative to a discipline that's imposed by myself or the chief. And they can have hearings relative to our discipline, but they're not investigating.
Okay. Well, maybe we need to get some flow chart to explain who can investigate, who does what, who does this, who does that. Because I'll tell you, believe me, I'm here and I'm confused. And I can imagine the people watching this at home and people within the ranks of the Division of Police, they got to really be confused, the men and women working on our streets.
Again, through the chair right now, we have the Office of Professional Standards in their investigations for complaints against officers, not criminal in nature. Then you have internal affairs, and they investigate criminal and others offenses against or complaints against officers. And
okay, I have Councilman Jones first, but he's in hiatus somewhere here. Councilman Casey.
Thank you,
Lucked
Mr.
out.
Chairman. No, he lucked out. All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to our Inspector General, on page 237, you've got $9,000 for travel. Tuition and registration fee is $6,000, and professional dues and subscriptions, $1,500, for a total of $16,500. Can you explain what your travel is, your tuition and registration fees, or your professional dues are?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair to council member. So all of the travel, tuition, and registration fees are largely, I'd say all, largely connected to number one certification within the office. So within one more year, I hope that we can meet the benchmark to bring in AIG, the Association of the Inspectors General, to do we're a peer-reviewed office, so that we are a certified Inspector General peer-reviewed office, and part of that is that we are certified. So I attended the certification training last year, Certified Inspector General. The incoming deputy, he's not incoming here right now, will also attend the certification training. So that's part of it. The tuition and the travel, it's a week-long testing certification. Anyone coming to the office that is substantive to the work, so maybe not an administrator, but an auditor, investigator, or senior line staff would go through this. It's part of their requirements. Secondly, so that's number one. Secondly, the other money that is left over, that we have the ability to attend the other conferences that help to inform best practices, technical, things that have evolved over time, the way that you network with your other oversight entities. This would include NACOL. This would include ALGA, which is an auditing conference. We do a lot of that work. This would include IACP, International Association of Chiefs of Police, where it is invaluable to learn a lot of the techniques and the sharing that happens within that conference as well. So these things are completely related to either our continued observance and adherence to the standards that are set by that board that oversee IG offices, or the conferences that are specific to the work to oversight, which is NACOL, which is oversight practitioners, or you have ALGA audit practitioners, or something like IACP.
Okay.
So that's what that is for,
All
based
right.
on the amount of people we have this year.
All right, on page 236, the Inspector General is to conduct investigations, analyze trends, and make reports and recommendations. The PSIG's primary responsibility is to collectively review policies and procedures with the goal of the elimination of waste, fraud, and abuse in a fully transparent and compliant organization. In this case, I'm assuming that it's the Cleveland Police Department. So within your time here, which has been more than a year now, how many policies have you reviewed? How many goals of elimination of waste have you achieved?
Goals elimination of waste, I wouldn't put a number on that, because a lot of these conversations have been more so assistance as Office of One. Here's what I'm seeing, here's how we can help. We will have a first one, not in this last year, but what was requested from the mayor's office and started, and now will be coming out soon, is an larger audit that was related to, brought up by the Community Police Commission, CPC, and doing the due diligence of their work related to complaints of sworn and non-sworn personnel within Division of Police, HR. So that's coming. That is larger, in addition to now with our investigative person, a number of inquiries that are more investigative or HR investigative related that will also come out, that might actually be released prior to the larger audit.
All right,
those
so
are the few.
you've been here for more than a year, okay? You tell me what's coming down the pike, which is great, but you also earlier told Councilman Polensek what you couldn't do because nothing's been set up yet. So tell me what reports that the Inspector General has issued in regards to attempting to make us compliant with the consent decree.
We have not issued reports, but there's Police Inspector General and there's the Public Safety Inspector General. So I just want to, there's nuance, but I just want to put this out here. The idea of this office, as it's written in the consent decree, is somewhat to ensure compliance with the consent decree, but the overall intent is to be a permanent body that ensures the rigorous the integrity of the police department. The Public Safety Inspector General, as it was imagined by the city and how it was shifted, is oversight of all the public safety divisions, not just the Division of Police, and in an area that we will come to but not always tread, because as you all know, we have DOJ, monitoring team, we have PAT, we have entities that may not be temporary, may not be permanent, but are temporary, but they're here.
All right.
So this past year has been making sure that this office is outlined and it has laid and codified what we can and cannot do. We do not move without that. So it's been working towards that,
Hang on.
building our
Wait
presence.
a minute, Mr. Chairman, to the IG. Did you say that this was codified?
Codified, no.
No, so
what I'm saying is
no.
wanting it to be codified in the sense of it is not in charter, so the closest that we can get to it is ensuring that something is written that has
Okay.
gone out
All right.
to those folks so they understand what our power jurisdiction is so that we don't face those challenges and that
All
we can
right,
move forward.
I think that's, Mr. Chairman, to the IG, that's spelled out in the consent decree. Mr. Chairman, to the director, you've been safety director for
Almost 2 years.
2 years now. Prior to that, you were the chief of police.
Yes, sir.
How many reports in the last 10 years have you seen come out of the IG's office?
Through the chair, I would have to double check with our first IG, which was Chris Violin, who's now assistant
Right.
director. I'm not
Right.
quite sure how many reports that he generated.
7.
Yeah, maybe 6 or 7. Not sure, and I can get you the exact number that he
Was
generated.
that up from Mr. Chairman to the director? Was that out of when Chris was here?
When Chris was the inspector general, yes, sir.
When did Chris leave? Mr. Chairman to the director.
I don't know exactly when he left the division of police. He
3
left.
years? Has it been 3 years?
He left he left the first time
Right.
to go. He became the sheriff. Then he came back as the superintendent of IA, and now he's with me here over here as the assistant director. So I'm not quite sure what year he left. I can get that information for you.
Okay. Since he left, how many reports have come out of the IG's office?
So far, we have not had any reports come out.
Any information to better the police department to try to come up with elimination of waste, fraud, or abuse? Or have there been any investigations, analyzed trends, or reports or recommendations from the IG's office since Chris has left?
Through the chair, I have not received any investigations yet.
Nothing. Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to our
Yes.
CFO, if we ever get out of the consent decree, is this one entity of it that could go away? I mean, we're spending $241,000, and I don't think we're seeing much out of this office.
So through the chair to the councilman, I don't know about going away. We could look if it was a mandated by the consent decree about overlapping duties and that sort of thing. But, I think that's a hypothetical, and I'm not, I guess in a position to say that we could eliminate a division.
Well, I mean, and just going back, 2025, I mean, it's only 3 staff members, but it's still almost $250,000.
More than that. Look in the new budget line.
I didn't get that one. And as Councilman Polensek has been saying, we are spending an awful lot of money. And again, and I'll keep coming back to it, when we're going to be looking for money in reconciliation, one of the things that we're looking for, is where we can cut some stuff. And if departments, not only the IG's department, but if any department isn't going to be up to snuff with performance, then we need to take a serious look at it. And this could be one of them. I mean, if we've got no reports, if we've got no trends, if we've got no recommendations coming from the IG's office, then aside from the fact that we're told by the DOJ to have an IG, what's the sense of having an IG? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Any other questions of the committee? Any other questions of the committee? Okay. And again, you've heard our request. We want the dollar amounts for each of those sections, the total dollar amount. And you know what? We're going to ask for you to put together a page, a synopsis, the dollar amount, and roughly, so we can see it on one page, what each of these areas do. Because it becomes so confusing at this point, and it's like we're just trying to figure out who's on first and who's on second here, quite frankly. And we want to make sure that the dollars that we're allocating has been requested by you, the administration, that we're doing the public's work here. So, okay. We are through with the department, with the Police Inspector General. Thank you, Director
Thank you.
Agarwal, and Police Inspector General. Okay, we're going to jump right in. Division of Emergency Medical Services. Commissioner Wheeler, come to the table.
Page 226, Division of Emergency Medical Service, Commissioner Orlando Wheeler. Page 227, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $26,097,460. 2026 budgeted, $26,865,072. Page 228, Total Expenditures, 2025 unaudited, $39,240,639. 2026 budgeted, $42,090,620. Page 229, Staffing, 2025 actual, 278. 2026 budgeted, 315. Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner Wheeler, introduce yourself to the viewing public.
Good evening, Commissioner Orlando Wheeler.
Commissioner, welcome to the table, and I just want to say this before we get into your budget. I appreciate your dedicated service to the people of the city of Cleveland. We've had a good working relationship since the time you've been appointed commissioner. I appreciate the job that you do, and I think you've represented EMS very well, but I do have questions. So, to my colleagues, we have EMS before us. On page 226, under output metrics, the thing that has concerned me, and we'll jump into the number of personnel, but response time has gone up. So at the same time, I'm asking you about response time on page 226. I'm going to tie that into page 229. Your overtime is back up again. Response time has increased. Your overtime dollar amount has increased again. And I'm looking at your staffing levels. You've indicated administration is calling for 315 number of paramedics, EMTs. Commissioner, as I've always appreciated your honesty and your frankness at the table, and that's one of the things I like about you. Do you have enough people?
Currently, the way we're staffed.
Listen up, everyone, please.
We are staffed very well currently.
So then why is response time up?
Well, when I look at response time, I can't really quantify response times when we look at the level of care that we provide. We have first responders who are there providing good BLS care, and once we arrive, we provide care that no one else in this region does. And our survivability has proven it through everything that's gone on with the new programs that we've implemented, with the new procedures that we've done, that no one else in this region, nor in the state of Ohio, provides the level of care that we provide here at the Division of EMS. And I also want to speak to the fact that when you look at our response times and response times across the country, they measure these response times from the time the call hits the pending queue to the time that the ambulance arrives at your front door. Here, our response times are from the time the call is picked up, processed, to the time that we arrive at the door. So if you really take it, if you pick it apart for what it's worth, our response times average about 6 to 7 minutes.
Okay. But I'm using your figures now.
Right.
Okay.
And
So-
this is the figures that you see are the figures from the time we pick up the phone to the time the
But
ambulance
it
arrives
has
at the
increased
door.
over the last 3 years.
Yes.
The response time, which concerns us because we know, you know the history.
Yes.
Council created EMS.
Correct.
Working with then the administration. It was the desire of the city council to have a separate standalone EMS service in the city. 50 years ago. You just celebrated your 50th anniversary. And I appreciate, because I've been here, I came in right after EMS was created. I really appreciate what EMS has achieved over the years, but I've also been very much aware that a lot of what EMS has done is directly come out of council, especially the white paper we established years ago, calling for the improved trucks, the heavy-duty trucks. We address response time, equipment, et cetera. As I'm sitting here today and my colleagues, how many units do we have running right now?
Currently, today, we have 25. Yesterday, we had 26. Our goal is to consistently have 25 during the day and 21 at night, and we consistently run 21 at night since this new class has come out, and we've consistently run between 26 and 23 during the day since this new class has come.
Okay. So you're telling us at the table, and again, I appreciate, because, last year, some of the new colleagues would know this, but the council took action to create additional positions in EMS. You're aware of that. Because we wanted to make sure that we are covering, because there's no greater service that this body can provide than life-saving service. And I'd like to think we've done everything we can to provide that service. Again, we don't operate, we don't administer, we supplied the funding. And based on your comments last year, and prior to the budget, we took the action to fill positions. So right now, on page 229, you're indicating that 315 are sufficient. Is that what you're telling us?
Chair, that's correct.
Okay, and you're going to be able to run with 315, how many units a day?
The goal, 25 during the day, 21 at night.
7 days a week?
7 days a week, 365 days.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sir. But there's always variables based on
I understand that.
PPL, based on sick calls, everything else.
Okay.
So there's always variables, but the goal is to run 25 during the day, 21 at night.
Who is carrying the whole blood now?
The captains, the 3 captains' vehicles, they carry the whole blood.
They carry the whole blood, and that's citywide?
Citywide.
Okay. Before I ask my colleagues, because I have Councilman Jones down and anyone else. Okay. How many, our fleet, what's the condition of the fleet?
To the chair, our fleet is in better condition than it's ever been in my 32 years here with the city of Cleveland.
And of course, you're going to thank the council for that, of course.
Of course.
Of course you are, okay?
I have to thank council and the mayor's office
That's exactly.
for investing in EMS.
But always the council's first, remember that, okay? Never bite the hand that feeds you, okay? I appreciate that comment because we drew the line in the sand on EMS. We wanted to have a full complement of staff. We wanted to have the proper vehicles. We wanted to be able to respond to our citizens' concerns. And I want to just say this because nobody ever talks about this. I know the administration talks about the reduction in the drop, and the chief and the safety director talk about the drop in fatalities as a result of shootings and violent crime. But I'll say for the record, one of the reasons for that drop in fatalities is the fact that we got a top-notch EMS operation and paramedics, and we're carrying whole blood now. That has saved many lives. I will tell you that from the paramedics that have talked to me. They said, you have no idea, Councilman, how many lives have been saved on our way to the trauma centers as a result of now having paramedics on all of our units and having the whole blood. So I need to say that to you and to pass on to your care folks how appreciative we all are in council. I just want to make sure, Commissioner, that if there's something you need to tell us. Okay? Don't be afraid of these guys sitting there. Just tell us what you need, okay?
Chair, I appreciate that. And you know that any conversations I have with you are very candid.
I know they are.
Yeah.
And I take care of business for you, as you know. Okay? Okay, here's a case that the director's showing me where whole blood is actually being administered on scene of an accident. Yeah, and yeah. And so I want to just say again, I commend all of our men and women, and I attend all the graduation ceremonies. So I got to say this as well. The last graduation was 25 for my colleagues, was 25 laterals.
Correct.
Correct? I've never seen that before.
Right.
So that tells me there are people now being drawn to EMS for pay and opportunities, career opportunities. Correct?
To the chair, correct. What we've tried to establish with the division is doing things that paramedics like to do and allowing people to be paramedics and giving advanced care that most places, again, in the region and definitely in the state, I've advocated for whole blood. I've advocated for thoracostomies. I've advocated to get vents, which you all approved.
Yes, we did.
And I've advocated for our paramedics to give the highest level of care. And I've gotten it throughout the country that our paramedics provide better care than anyone in the state of Ohio, and definitely in this region. And we have helped multiple divisions throughout the country, not just this region. I was just on the phone this morning with Rochester, New York, to help them out with some things that they requested. And
well, Commissioner,
we
want the best emergency mental service in the state of Ohio. That's what our goal is here at City Council. Okay, my
goal is the country.
Okay, Councilman Jones, then Slife, anyone else? Okay, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Wheeler, you know, EMS has always been a division that I've been appreciative of and thankful for, going back to 1998 when I first got into council. And I met many of our personnel at the fire station, and they didn't have a good truck. So I came back here and started fighting for our EMS workers to have a nice truck, because I had an opportunity to ride in one of the trucks in a situation where one of the senior citizens was having issues in the home, and they had the fire department there, they had the EMS department, they had the police there, and she wouldn't leave the house, and she wouldn't let them in. And she told him, she says, "I'm not going anywhere until you call my councilman, Joe Jones." And so no one would touch her until I got there at the site to take a look at her situation. And I found it to be in a deplorable state where she didn't really have any fundamental running water. She didn't have any food. And part of her property had caved in terms of the roof, and so it was raining inside her bedroom. I was able to convince her to ride one of the trucks, and she didn't want to get into the truck unless I got into the truck with her. So I rode to the hospital with her, and I think I had a backache from riding in the EMS truck. In fact, it was really bad. I thought it was the most deplorable situation that a human being should have to be in. And I know if I'm hurting and damaged just riding in your EMS truck just to take a senior citizen to the hospital, there's a problem. So I started to really fundamentally working with EMS and working then with Mayor Mike White, and we were able to get a new truck, at least in that zone. Over the years, I've had an opportunity to fight for you for the EMS and preventing the merger of fire and EMS. And one of the reasons why that was the case was because at that time, which I will go into my questioning, EMS had showed me something that I couldn't see in any of the other divisions. It had 50% minority, and it reflected the citizens of the city of Cleveland. So now when we look at the departments, and Mr. Chairman, I must remind the director, I've requested the information for a breakdown of all of our departments. I haven't had an opportunity to really fundamentally see a breakdown like that in 3 years now. So I don't know if we have that breakdown, but that is the next line of questioning for each of our departments, is to have the people who live in the city have an opportunity to have the makeup percentage in our departments as well. So now the question would be, Mr. Chairman, and I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Wheeler, being an outstanding leader of EMS, so I'm really appreciative that you've done some great things, and I've had a chance to hear about some of that. And it's really good that we promoted someone from within the EMS that has over 30 years of experience. I hope I'm getting your resume somewhat right. So with the question is how many minorities are hired in the EMS and working with EMS right now?
Through the chair to Councilman, we are roughly about 36% minority.
And may I ask why that number has went down?
Through the chair, that I don't really have a good answer for, but we have started programs where we train people from nothing through paramedic, and that recruits a lot of minorities and women. Currently, we have a nice mixture of African American, Hispanic, Asian, men and women.
What can we do to increase African Americans on recruitment? And one of the issues is unfortunately, we've talked about this to nausea at this table, and we've also talked about the issue to nausea for the last 40 years now, in terms of minorities having opportunity. As you know, our Cleveland Public Schools are not the best school systems, and so we don't have the most educated workforce that we would like to see. And because of it, many of our kids have to go to other schools just to catch up in order to go to college, and they have to go to the secondary schools. So we do have an issue that's been ongoing in our neighborhood, the lack of having quality education for our children. It's unfortunate that we stand in one of the most wealthiest and richest countries on the planet to even have to talk about the issue, but it is what it is. And so what are we doing to try to recruit minorities so we can abolish this cycle of inferiority in our communities?
Through the chair to the councilman, what I do consistently is make sure that I embrace the minority community. And again, our training of EMTs and EMDs addresses that. And unfortunately, the field of emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and firefighters, I go to conferences where the only dark face is mine.
Mm-hmm.
I just came from one, and the only dark face was mine. So this is not a Cleveland problem. This is a national problem. And through education and exposure and the opportunity of giving people the training from, like I said, high school or wherever they were, up to paramedic that we provide here in the division of EMS, is that opportunity to bridge the gap. And that's something that I will not stop.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if you've gotten some kind of, and would be a suggestion, do we have some kind of relationship with Cleveland Public Schools with EMS where we can really do something? I remember back in the days of Fannie Lewis, she'd had this program where young people who are interested in being firefighters, police officers, EMS workers. It was a program that was fundamentally put together way back then, but it was told to me, and I don't know how true it was, that the unions killed it. And so I don't know why that was and if that's true and why it would happen. But I know that when it comes to minorities having an opportunity to get an opportunity, sometimes when it is working and those programs are successful, somehow the system seems to cut it out and kill it. And so in this case, how could we work together with you? Because I had an opportunity to go to Tri-C Community College, and it seems like they have a really good EMS program. Are you aware of that?
Through the chair to the councilman, I am aware of that, but their EMS program is pale in comparison to mine. We have had over a 95% pass rate with every EMT class that we put on. And we provide EMT classes for Cleveland Fire Department and for EMS. So I appreciate you complimenting Tri-C, but EMS's EMT program is far more superior.
So how do we get our people in that then? How do we get that going for? How do we set up a bridge where we can do that?
Through the chair to the councilman, this is something that we're currently doing. We have civilian EMT that we currently provide. And as soon as I get more openings, the plan is to even put on classes this year, even if I don't have opening. That way we have trained individuals in a pool to pick from. So this is something that I'm passionate about and that's being addressed currently.
It seems like the director's itching to get in here. So director, go ahead, but you know how I'm going to say it. My time is running out. Okay.
To the chair.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
The council member. Yeah, we have the public safety leadership. I mentioned that before, leadership outreach and access program that's being developed with Assistant Director Underwood and Coordinator Kelly. And part of that is exposing individuals, and we're working through the CMSD to expose kids to not only fire, police, but EMS, animal care and control. So we have a program partnering with the municipal school district to expose young kids to EMS, fire, police, and animal care and control.
How fast and how old do they have to be signed up to your program? If I may ask, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Wheeler.
Through the chair, 17 and a half. You have to be 18 in order to take the National Registry with a valid driver's license.
Well, I would love to, first of all, let me just say thank you. I haven't had an opportunity to really talk to you at the table maybe a couple of times. It is a great difference having you at the table based upon some of the previous people who've held your seat. So I must say that you have some spark in you and some energy. And I quite like that because our citizens need to have that. We need to have commissioners who are committed, dedicated, engaged in their jobs, willing to go above and beyond, and got some moxie about being competitive. Is one of the reasons that will make your department even better than what it is it all starts from the top. So, Mr. Chairman, some of the questions that I want to continue to ask, I'm going to take off the table and want to talk to you more privately to see how we can establish that in my neighborhood. We have a number of young folks. That's the reason why I asked you that about that age. And let's see how we can get them engaged in your place. Now, what I will end in conclusion is saying, and I'm a competitor. In conclusion, I've always had a problem, don't have a problem, but kind of had a problem with EMS, ending it, with EMS as being a system in which this council created from scratch. And it was Matt Zone's father who put it all together back in 1972.
As a result of him.
As a result of him.
Right, his death.
Pardon? Did you want to correct me? Go ahead, please correct me.
Yeah,
Please.
EMS was, Mary Zone started it when Michael Zone passed away.
Right.
And he couldn't get to the hospital quick enough of a heart attack. So it was actually Mary Zone who took over for Mike Zone, who one of her first acts when she was down here was to help create the EMS.
With then Mayor Perk. Yeah.
Right, yes.
And
The
I
cat
just
gray
want to
hair.
just take the opportunity to thank Brian Casey for that
Okay.
clarification on the whole proposition, and it leads me right on into what I wanted to ask,
Oh, well, you're
which is this.
Come on,
It's,
Rep. Okay, go
it's the ending statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I won't ask to come on the back end.
Okay.
The issue is time, getting there in time to save the life. And so I know that the first question that the chairman, Mr. Polensek, asked was, how are we going to improve our time? And one of the things that I've always been in, I felt that our EMS should at least arrive there at the same time as our fire trucks, if not ahead of time. You know, so I've always been that competitor going way back in the day, saying that, hey, I believe you guys can get there on time quicker. So when the chairman asks you if you need any more assistance and help, I'm the type of person that wants to be able to help you get whatever it is that you need to get to be successful, so your time is just as fast as the fire department. And I got to give kudos to the fire department because they're always, a lot of times, they're on time.
Through the chair to the councilman, I'd like to say that we have plenty of fail-safes to take care of any delays in arriving. All our high acuity calls either gets a BLS or an ALS fire engine. And because we work in great collaboration with the fire department, I know their skills are definitely far more superior than any suburb within the state of Ohio.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Councilman Slife.
Thank you. A few things. One, I do have some questions about your facilities, but I'll probably hold that for when fire's up because I know you guys are often housed together. I think it's notable to the listening public, revenues in 2024, this is not intended to be a revenue generating department. This is obviously about saving lives, but if we're not collecting our costs, then we can't provide services. Revenues were $4 million, $4.1 million in 2024. They were nearly $38 million in 2025. That's evidence of us being more aggressive with collections. That's great, and I understand from our budget presentation that we shouldn't be anticipating that level of revenue every single year. Simply because that was catching up. So we have a more conservative estimate of 18 million. My question to the finance department, we're already, by the time this budget will be passed, we'll be through the first quarter of the year. And I am curious if our monthly numbers in January and up to this point in February are on track for $18 million a year. If this ends up being larger than $18 million a year, how can this, because this is a situation where we're talking about actually significant dollars, how can we keep abreast of what revenues are throughout the year so we can figure out how to maybe position those dollars towards strategic priorities rather than having to wait until 2027 to find out that we did well?
Sure. So through the chair to the councilman, my understanding is we're on par. We haven't actually run a report yet, but there hasn't been anything to show that we haven't been dropping in collections in terms of like what we normally should be collecting according to the budget. I will say the budget's a little bit higher. We've been speaking with Commissioner Wheeler about our ambulance billing rates, and we feel like perhaps we should look at upward adjusting those. Right now they're lower than the cities around us by a significant amount. So we're looking at that. There's a little bit of a bump to 18 million too, because we still have a little bit of a backfill left for the outsourced EMS billing group QMC that we hired. So there's still a little bit of a cushion there. However, we don't expect to have, to your point, another $37 million year. That was a one-time recurring. It was multiple years where we were backed up on our billing and we ended up collecting. So all that combined, we're highly confident that we'll meet that 18. Obviously, we would hope to overperform that again. But I'm not aware of anything to make me think that we're falling short of that or will fall short of that.
Okay, and just for the sake of conversation through the chair, if we were to entertain increasing rates, I believe when we went through this endeavor, a majority of people using Cleveland EMS are billed against Medicare or Medicaid, so they would be held harmless from any rate increase. Really what we're trying to do is make sure that we are billing insurance And that is not it's a significant percentage, but it's not a majority. So we're not looking to charge people individually more money. We're really trying to collect through insurance programs. And it would, I think, be foolish for us not to do that in line with what those insurance companies would expect to be charged.
Yeah, through the chair of the councilman, yes, that's correct. There's about 30% that's private insurance, and the rest is pretty much Medicare or Medicaid for the most part. They're already capped out, so we're already collecting with the current rates what's allowed by the feds. But there's money on the table for private insurers, the medical mutuals, Anthems, and so forth, that when we increase these rates, we should get more revenue from those private insurers.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, remind me, I believe when we increased those Medicare and Medicaid rates, because we were leaving money on the table, we did structure where they adjust automatically. Is that correct? Well, I'll hold that. I'll look into it just to make sure that we don't end up in the situation again. To make sure I'm clear through the chair, there's sort of two ways to measure response time. There's I call 911, dispatcher picks up at the 3rd district. You could start the clock then, or you could start the clock when the call is actually dispatched to EMS. Is that as I understand it? And we are doing the former in our data.
Correct. That councilman is correct.
Do the latter data exist? I think it would be useful for us. I mean, there was an anecdote from one of our colleagues of someone walked out of a restaurant and fell down and was waiting seemingly a long time for the ambulance that didn't seem to align with what the perceived call response time was. So it seems like there's this disconnect, and I worry when there's a disconnect like this, it makes it look like we're trying to sanitize data to the public. So is it possible to also look at the data based on when the call was actually transmitted to EMS so that we can measure times from then, and then I think from that point we'd be able to understand what delays there are happening and why, whether it's an area for improvement or just something that happens within dispatch.
Through the chair, Councilman Slife, we can get that information for you.
Okay, thank you. I'll skip the question about motor vehicle maintenance because you said your things are going pretty good. I see there's an increase in there. Councilwoman House, were you looking to come on? Because I had a question about, okay. Staffing is, okay, so staffing is level, budgeted from last year, and there's 20 trainees coming on, but with the legislation just passed for the Bureau of Crisis Response, how is that reflected in this budget? Where is that reflected in this staffing? Is it this was obviously done in parallel to that legislative conversation, so can we anticipate some sort of budget amendment relative to EMS coming down the pike to absorb the Bureau of Crisis Response? Just where are we with that inclusion?
Through chair to Councilman Slife, I'm not sure. I don't believe it's represented in this current budget. We're going to put on, at least initially, the Deputy Commissioner of Crisis Response. From there, the Deputy Commissioner will then create a budget which we will obviously then bring to the Finance Department and then ultimately here to Council.
Okay, so as we are, my final question, as we are going through our own reconciliation process, should we have those numbers and head counts available so that we're not trying to reconcile based on we're throwing money at streets and parks and facilities when we really know that there's this mandate that we have to increase the budget of EMS?
I think that's something that should be taken into consideration because we will be coming back to this body for with a budget relative to the Bureau of Crisis Response.
Okay. Final question.
Yes, sir.
When do you anticipate coming back with that? And relative to our reconciliation, is that something that can be done sooner rather than later?
Through the chair to Councilman Slife, we're trying to make that sooner than later. We have to first hire the Deputy Commissioner, and we will do that expeditiously so we can get a budget to you.
Okay. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Slife, for keeping time. Councilwoman House Jones.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So just a couple of things. I know I'm going to thank the Assistant Director for providing the job description. I know we were able to get some community feedback, and one of the things that just I am really going to push that we incorporate, even without the deputy commissioner being here, there has to be a baseline start. And even again, they're not going to start with them in whenever, but likely an initial team and some sort needs to be in place by like September, October-ish. It needs to be put in now, for one. Two, when you look at even the job description, one of the things that was put out was, in addition to this creation of this division of community crisis, a Bureau of Community Crisis Response, can you go into who currently plans, manage, develops, coordinates, and administer community outreach, mobile integrated health, community paramedicine, and other non-traditional EMS service delivery programs? Who currently does that?
Through the chair to Council Member House Jones, the Division EMS and Commissioner Wheeler will get into some of the specifics. We've been talking quite candidly and about some of the things that you're talking about. Commissioner Wheeler has some really good ideas. He actually thinks outside the box relative to what he wants to do with the Division of EMS and services that we or EMS will provide to the city of Cleveland relative to some of the things that you just mentioned. So he can get into more details about his plans relative to the Bureau of Crisis Response and the things you just mentioned.
Through the chair to Councilwoman, everything that you mentioned would be administered under me, the commissioner. It would be approved and implemented under my direction. And I've had several plans in place and several things that I've worked on throughout the last couple of years that have proven to be successful. And the mobile integrated health is something that we have not implemented yet, but it's something that's coming down the pike. It's something that will be incorporated with the new Bureau, because the goal is to provide 360 care. And I've mentioned this 100 times to my people and through other individuals that I speak with. It's not about dealing with people in crisis. It's about keeping them out of crisis. We're good at dealing with people that are in crisis, talking them down, but then after that, they don't receive the care that they need to stay out of crisis and to get all the 360 care that they need. And that is the focus of this new Bureau, that we deal with people from start to finish and give them resources to stay well and to get the help that they need consistently.
Thank you for that. From the chair to Commissioner and our director, who currently, do you have a current clinician that's on staff? Or how many clinicians do you currently have within EMS that goes through any type of reviewing of professionals, accreditations, and things of that nature?
The chair, we currently do not have clinicians assigned to EMS.
Okay. So this is one of the reasons why I'm talking about the budget, based on just the amount of work, from creating, the realization of the mobile integrated health and community paramedicine. One person is not going to be able to do this, let alone, again, so we're going to have to look back at this budget, to really incorporate these things, specifically with the clinician expertise. That is a role in and of itself. So I just want to put that on. I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm looking to update some of these jobs descriptions just from the onset, and at least two from the onset with the deputy commissioner. One is focus on clinicians type stuff, and then the other person can work on the programmatic and governmental stuff. So I just want to put that on the record and go from there. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay. Through the chair, to the commissioner, there's a line item for tuition and registration fees. Is there a reason, and it's allocated, last year there was 320,000 allocated, let's see, 39,000, a little over 39,000 used. This year they dropped it to 230,000. Is there a reason why our EMS workers are not able to utilize the benefits of tuition and registration?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, there was problem with reimbursement last year, but this body approved legislation to get that resolved. I'm sure that you all remember that. And since then, we've had several people take advantage of, being reimbursed for their paramedic training. And we have several more to be reimbursed, but they have to bring proper documentation in order to get reimbursed. And the other thing is that isn't just for paramedic reimbursement, it's for other training and certifications that we provide. So we're currently working on neonate advanced life support. That will come out of this line item as well. And it's not an inexpensive endeavor to get 300 employees certified in that, so.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, I'm not arguing against having it. I just want to
no.
make sure that, that we're able to,
No, I definitely
utilize it.
appreciate the question, but people with the proper documentation have been reimbursed since the legislation was passed, and I don't anticipate any other hiccups with reimbursement, just as long as they had a proper documentation.
Thank you.
This is something we felt very strongly that we felt no employee in EMS should have to pay out of their own pocket for paramedic training. We just thought that was ridiculous. And that's so, what you can tell us, we'll ask how many people have been reimbursed. Give us that number when you get a chance. You don't have to do it right now. Get us that information. Okay, I have Councilman Casey, then Shaw, then Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, I want to concentrate real quick on page 229 with the 37,580,000 that they brought in last year, which was 33 million over. Where does that money go to? Where did that money end up?
So through the chair to the councilman, it goes to the general fund. And we also use that to pay for other things throughout the year. We brought, I believe it was was it transfer or supplemental? Supplemental to council and got that approved to meet other city needs.
Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, how much was in the supplemental? Do you remember?
Yeah.
How much?
Let him tell you.
Use your microphone.
Through the chair to the councilman, I'm hearing 13.7 from
All right,
my
which,
budget manager.
so 14 million. So that roughly leads, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, $24 million. So if we hadn't brought that, if EMS hadn't brought that additional money in, would we be looking at a $24 million shortfall in the budget?
Through the chair to the councilman, not necessarily, but we wouldn't have seen the growth in the carryover that we had this year.
Pardon me, I didn't hear what you said.
I said through the chair to the councilman, we did see a growth in the carryover, from about 60 million to about 90 million this year, and that EMS billing was a big part of that.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, and then we're using that 90 million to upfront the capital projects, correct?
Yeah.
So there's no additional dollars for the budget for the money that for the additional dollars that EMS has brought in.
So through the chair to the councilman, yes, in this budget, it's balanced and every dollar is accounted for in some sort of use.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, if we didn't bring this money in, would we have a balanced budget?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we have to by state statute, and we would have made that happen. But things definitely would have been tighter than they are now.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Shaw.
All right, good evening. I'll make it quick. I echo some of the concerns about the budget for the Bureau of Community Crisis Response Team. I wanted to just understand, I think to the director through the chair, Director Drummond, I think I've heard you mention, provide some details about what the vehicles would look like for the new Bureau. Could you just explain that real quick again?
Through the chair, Councilman, the vehicles that we are considering are be similar to what the Division of Police utilize for their co-responders. They're unmarked vehicles. They have lights in it, at least the Division of Police. There again, we know that certain colors are more acceptable for this type of response. So we're working with motor vehicle maintenance to identify vehicles. Right now, we have 2 vehicles. They're older vehicles that are identified, unmarked vehicles that the team that we're going to put together will use at least initially, and then working with the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Maintenance will hopefully acquire several more vehicles, newer vehicles for the program.
I see. Thank you for that. So, if my understanding is correct, that should be reflected in their budget. Is that right?
That would be reflected in the EMS budget. That's correct. Right.
Okay. So I guess to my colleagues as well, along with reflecting the adjustment for what we want to see for this bureau in the EMS budget, I think we should also account for that when we go back and look at the numbers. So I just wanted to make sure we flag that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we're done with EMS. Commissioner, thank you. As always, if you need whatever you need, you know who to call. Okay? And we will take care of you. And so again, I appreciate the work. Make sure you let the employee and care union know we appreciate what they do. Thank you. Fire up next. Okay, Acting Chief, identify yourself and introduce yourself.
Chairman. Page 221, Division of Fire, Acting Chief Wayne Nada. Page 222, salaries, 2025 unaudited, $84,448,787. 2026 budgeted, $80,501,998. Total expenditures on page 224, 2025 unaudited, $125,870,392. 2026 budgeted, $123,629,148. And staffing on page 225, 2025 actual, 778, 2026 budgeted, 778, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Chief, identify yourself.
Wayne Nada, I'm the Acting Chief of the Division of Fire.
Okay. And just for educate the public to the Safety Director, there is a vacancy in the Office of Chief of Fire. We have an Acting Chief. Explain the process to the viewing public how that will be filled, the Chief's position.
Yeah, to council members. Currently, the process to administer a test through Civil Service now, it's contracting with Pradco, who is going to develop the test, announce and give the firefighters, or those in the battalion chief and assistant chiefs rank, the opportunity to take the test. Once the test is administered, then obviously is scored, then a list is developed, and the mayor will have the opportunity to select from the top 3 high scores.
3 highest scores on a Civil Service test.
That is a Civil Service examination, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Chief, would you have anything to say before we ask some questions of you?
I am ready to go.
Okay, good. You've been sitting here all day. On page 221, the number 1, fire calls, incoming calls. That's first responder, correct?
That's all our calls. That includes all our responses.
That includes EMS when you run for EMS service as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the actual, the number 2 is the actual number of fires in the city. And then if we jump down to number 5, fire losses, because we've noticed, at least maybe it's just me, and please correct me if I'm wrong or incorrect. There seems to be more residential fires in the city this year than we've seen in the past. What do you attribute that to?
I think the number has been pretty consistent
Okay.
over the last
Okay.
5 to 6 years. I will say there was an increase in the loss value, even though we have a similar number of fires.
Okay.
And that is due to the way that we are calculating the loss. No longer, we conducted training with our chief officers who make the determination on fire loss as to the value of rebuilding the structure as opposed to just using the auditor's assessed value. It's obviously different areas of the city come with different assessed values.
Okay. On page, let me see, on page 223, under other contractual, there was a big spike in 2025, then again, another big spike, and now a significant drop. Would the finance director explain that to us? And
Sure,
then also
so-
local match grant programs as well.
Sure. To the chair. So the other contractuals actually made up. This was through discussions with the division. 86,000 specifically for Terminix, Johnson Controls, Schindler, Metro Parks Marine Fuel, Central Window Cleaning, Cintas Fire Extinguishers, and Shred-it. So this is for specific needs in 2026, and that's why we budgeted that for $86,000.
Okay, so you believe that's sufficient enough to deal with what we need in Division of Fire?
To the chair, that's through our discussions with public safety.
Okay.
OBM, between OBM and public safety, what we came to.
Okay, so then let's drop down to maintenance. And as the director knows, this is a big issue with me. We've got the 5 police stations under renovation now, but we have 26 fire stations. And man, I'm telling you, I got firefighters that call me. I've even had one of their mothers call me about the condition that their son is in one of the houses. Yet I only see $15,200 set aside for building maintenance. Just give me what the game plan is. We've got that, and I've said the director knows how, because he was tired of hearing me complain about the police station. So then we came up with this $21 million effort. I think 1 or 2 of our houses go back to the 1800s. What is the game plan to address the firehouses, the condition of them?
Yeah, so to the chair, that's a great question. So we've been working pretty closely, we being finance, with MOCAP to come up with a plan. Right now, we're seeing the police station renovation as a success.
Okay.
We want to see what that looks like, when they're completed, towards the end of this year, all 5 of the wards. So I'm looking forward to visiting those. I myself have actually visited with Commissioner Wheeler and at the time AD Carlton, 6 to 8 of the firehouses, and I agree with you. $15,000 doesn't make much of an impact on the firehouses. They are not in good condition.
Yeah.
So we're working specifically with MOCAP to not just put a Band-Aid on the problem, but to find a permanent solution. It's going to be costly, but that's more of a capital budget type thing, because we're kind of beyond the point where maintenance is going to fix these problems. Just like with the police stations, we need to go in there and basically gut them and replace a lot of the equipment in there.
Okay, but here's, this has been a big issue with me, as you know, and I've advocated. I think when I had a special meeting here with the Commissioner of Maintenance, Commissioner Nagel, I had a meeting with your representative, I can't think, from police.
Holt, Assistant Director Holt?
No.
Larson?
The gentleman you have that's working on maintenance of the police stations and all the safety.
It's Larson.
Okay.
Yep.
So we had this meeting here. So the way it was explained to me, listen up, my colleagues, if today at one of the firehouses, hot water tank goes out, they got to notify Commissioner Nagel's shop. Then he has to review whether or not they can do it inside with city employees. And if not, make a determination and to go outside for bid to bring somebody in. The problem is the lag time. And then how long things wait. Engine company 30. The roof leaked for 3 years. To the point then it became a major problem. We had a mold problem in a building, and then they had to vacate the firehouse until the roof was repaired. We got to do a better job. I think Commissioner Nagel told me, please correct me if I'm wrong, I think he told me we have 190 buildings.
Through the chair, I'm not sure of the numbers, but
We're talking everything.
Right.
Recreation, fire, police, the whole shebang. But we got to come up with a better game plan here. We're renovating the outside of City Hall because of water penetration and everything, and we see how much it's costing now. A lot of money. But again, because it was neglected for years. I guess what I'm going to be looking forward to you guys and interacting, we got to come up with a plan. We cannot neglect our city facilities. You can't ask men and women to come to work and water's dripping on their head. The conditions that existed at the 5th District, if an inspector would have went in there, they would have shut the place down. It was deplorable. Firefighters tell me that some of our firehouses would not pass an inspection by Building and Housing. So we've got to make sure that there is a game plan in effect here. So when I look at this 15 grand, I mean, 15,000 wouldn't replace a roof on a house. And that's what you got down here for building, and a drop from 38,000 in 23, not a 15. I got to tell you, that's unacceptable. Somebody's going to have to.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, the 15,000 is not for obviously capital improvements and so forth. It's just that's through MOCAP, as stated before. We work through property maintenance and MOCAP for the capital improvements such as roofs and so forth. And also there's a plan in place. You know, as you just talked about the police stations, the 5 police districts. With Leopardo and what they're doing in energy savings we have $21 million invested in that. So kind of looking down the same lines for the fire division to look at that and see if that's an option as well. So there's a plan in place to take care of some of the problems that we had in our fire stations. Like I want to make sure that our firefighters are responding or in a house that's clean, dry, and warm in the winter and cool in the summer. So that's our goal. That's our priority.
But you understand the frustration.
Yes.
You got, not you, but the administration's talking about spending $200 million plus, I think it was 284 on the lakefront, 284 million. There's got to be some reciprocation here. There's got to be some balancing of what we're doing here. You cannot, and so I'm not just talking about firehouses. I'm talking, I was today, my colleague, Councilman Bishop, who's been really trying to lead the effort as well on city buildings. You know, we were talking today about the condition of the rec centers, the poor condition of the rec centers, because he's been visiting them. And I appreciate his action. But we got to come up with a game plan here. We can't just keep kicking this can down the road. And the firehouses, there's 26 firehouses. And again, we've been waiting for the facilities utilization plan. Where is it? Do you have any idea where it's at?
So to the chair, let me address, first of all, the plan. So my understanding is that MOCAP either has already released or is about to release an RFP for the fire station specifically.
Okay.
So there is a plan. We have seen so far success with the the police stations. My understanding is the work has progressed. Folks have been over there checking on it from the city, and they're doing a good job. So we're starting down the route to see if we can maybe, and we still have to figure out the financing and that sort of thing. So obviously we have a lot more fire stations than we do have police stations. But I'm in agreement with you. It's been years and years of not enough maintenance to the point that now we have to actually essentially rebuild these from the inside out. All of them. So there is a plan in place for that. Rec centers as well. I understand your frustration. All of our city assets, we need to look at all those and invest in them and make them better. But again, that's more of a capital plan. We're kind of at the point with these fire stations specifically that we were with the police stations, where they're in such bad shape that we need to turn to capital and actually have a comprehensive plan to fix them up instead of maintenance isn't going to get it done.
Well, I appreciate, and Councilman Bishop's he's taking the lead on all the city facilities. I'm trying to advocate on because of police, fire, dog kennels, the whole shebang, EMS. I just want to make sure that, again, this time next year, we're not talking about the same thing, deplorable conditions with our buildings, which, it's not good. If we can't tell our residents and demand our residents to maintain their homes, and our businesses to maintain our properties, and then city buildings do not meet code. It's just not acceptable. Okay, I have Councilman Slife, Councilman Jones. Who else?
Starr.
Starr? Houston. Hudson, excuse me. Hudson. Okay.
All right.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Slife.
Thank you for keeping your time. So I have a couple things.
You got to make sure I'm on the timer.
There's through the chair been a growth in charges for service, if I recall, which is a revenue stream. If I recall correctly, we were maybe underperforming in fire inspections, and I'm wondering if that increase from 24 to 25 of over $400,000 is tied to fire inspections, or if it's something else.
Go ahead. Who could answer that question? Chief?
I can answer that question. Through the chair to the councilman. We had multiple reimbursements. We had over 200,000 grant reimbursement for recruitment and retention. We had a $93,000 refund from workers' comp, and another 63,000 revenue from damage to city property, which was most likely a vehicle accident in which another person was at fault.
Okay.
And the city was reimbursed for damage. So basically, almost more than 300,000 of that was, you could say, potentially say, just like, it may happen. It happened this year. It's not going to happen again next year.
I could thank you for that, and Chairman, I could probably go down a rabbit hole. If I recall correctly, I'm talking about commercial fire inspections, and I could probably use up all my time talking about that. So I'm going to put a pin on that, and I'll follow up afterwards. Could I receive through either safety or finance the $1.9 million motor vehicle maintenance charge from last year? I would like to know what amount of that is associated with an apparatus being hit by a vehicle, specifically on the highway. Chairman, Councilman Hudson brought this up yesterday. We spend an exceptional amount of money on fire trucks. We use them to block on the interstate. Cars hit them. It happened to a newer apparatus on I-71, I recall. And at a certain point, I think purchasing an attenuator system would make more sense than using our expensive vehicles as our first line of defense. But it would be useful to be able to quantify that to either justify my belief or to be proven wrong. Which brings me to a question through the chair to the chief. How are we on the state of the fleet? My brother is a firefighter in the Toledo area, and he is charged for his department with going, I think, to Wisconsin and looking to buy new apparatus. And I know there's very significant lag times. And when I first started, we got a new engine at 43, and there were delays in delivery, and then there were delays in radio installations. And I'm wondering if to what degree do we need to start being proactive about buying more vehicles for the division?
Who can answer that?
Through the chair to Councilman Slife, the chief can jump in, but yeah, there is a lag time relative to the purchase of apparatus. Right now, the chief told me it's about 3 years from the time you put an order in to get an apparatus in. However, we are anticipating getting 2 apparatus in this year, a ladder and an engine, and 1 next year. But there is a lag time, to your point.
Okay, thank you. So in addition to those 3, are we anticipating placing any new orders, for lack of a better word, so that we can have a new apparatus 3 years from now should we need it? Which I would presume we do, because I remember we bought like a used one from Lakewood, and I was like, why are they getting rid of it? Like, I don't want to end up buying like the Ford Festiva of fire apparatus.
I do know, excuse me, sir.
That's all right, go ahead.
We have another apparatus that's due to be delivered in 2028. Outside of that, that would be a question that MVM would have to answer.
Okay. So staff, could we get from MVM data on the age and mileage of all of our fire vehicles? And I might build that out based on other data points that would be useful. So find me at some point.
And you included that what do you call them, spares? We want how many spares, age of those as well.
Thank you. Council President, or congratulations.
I know.
Chairman,
Condolences,
to your point,
okay?
to your point on facilities, I questioned our investment in our police districts when that legislation was before us, because I think they all have like a Soviet chic aspect to them. And at what point are we throwing money at facilities that are better to be replaced? I could certainly say the same thing about the firehouses. 39 is a historic building. It is tied to the village of West Park. 43 looks like it's a hastily constructed bunker, and I would not be all that interested in putting large amounts of capital investment into it when really it's probably better just to have a different facility. To what degree in this facilities utilization plan and putting at RFPs are we just looking at using whether it's GIS or calls for service to understand where our facilities are located, where calls for service are, how we could strategically build new, consolidate, enhance. I know that providing information to the IAFF could provide an outside analysis of that too, but I'm just wondering, before we get too far down the pike in throwing money at junky fire stations, which are maintained by the firefighters at their cost through their generosity. That's why I don't see it in the budget. At what point do we need to start talking about a larger capital program?
So through the chair to the councilman, I have a few comments, and I'll let Director Drummond chime in. But when I went and visited these firehouses, I have a bit of an engineering background, and kind of asked about the structural integrity and whether, I asked the same question, does it make sense to just knock these down and rebuild them? What I was seeing in most of them, and obviously I haven't been to all of them, was they were made out of cinder block, brick. So the exterior was still very strong and structurally, strong. But it was really the inside. It was you've got these buildings that have like central air, or they're wired or whatever, vented for central air, but everybody's got a window unit. I mean, it's that kind of stuff that we need to go in and fix. So I think based on me and what I saw and what I was told when I went through these visits, the bones are good, but it's the guts. It's everything else, the roofs, all that stuff.
Through the chair to council.
Quickly, because I got two more things.
Okay, yeah, through the chair, I'll be quick about it. That's part of the assessment of the things that we're talking about, to see whether or not there's going to be replaced, refurbished. That's all part of the plan relative to MOCAP and the conversations I've had and so forth. To your point, it makes no sense to try to gut a facility that's really old, tired, and shouldn't invest the type of money into it. So we are looking at all the things that you're talking about, again, through MOCAP's, the conversation I've had with them, to have 3 different buckets. Again, one to replace, potentially replace, to repair, refurbish, and so forth. So all those things are being taken into consideration as we're sending out the RFP to look at, again, to renovate, replace, some of these firehouses, taking in consideration calls for service like you just mentioned. That's all being evaluated and taken in consideration as we're moving forward.
Okay, and I'll add to that I really want to ensure that the needs of EMS is included in that, because in many cases we park that just outside and there's living quarters for people working 24-hour shifts, but in like a break room for EMS, there's like an inflatable chair and a hot plate. Like we need to make sure, that's why I think at what point just do we need a new facility?
To your point, I'll be quick again. Absolutely, I'm sorry for not mentioning EMS. EMS is part of this whole assessment.
All right. So we are at our full staffing. And my understanding, and I mentioned this earlier when the law department was here, our understanding is that we approve your budgeted numbers of 778. Despite being fully staffed, though, we have a kind of a year-over-year run of overtime. $10.2 million last year. So we're kind of used to hearing about mandated overtime in police because we're short-staffed, but this is not a case where we're short-staffed. I'm curious what the recurring issue is, and it gets me wondering, is it because of the breakdown of our staff by different ranks? And are we, within the 778, could we resolve overtime by thinking through the number of firefighters we have relative to lieutenants, relative to chiefs, and is our overtime because we're having to put people into positions to maintain command staff or something? Like why are we at overtime when we're fully staffed?
Who can answer that question?
I can shed some light on that. We keep our staff to a minimum in order to support our suppression operations. We do have a daily minimum strength. We run 36 companies, plus our dispatch. We have a battalion chief officers, and we have a diesel mechanic who works 24/7 and assists MVM for after-hour repairs for fire apparatus as well as EMS vehicles. So we always have a minimum staff, and it's not so we always hire overtime to fill that number. I will say the second biggest use of our benefit time in 2025 was the use of PPL. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I believe it was over 20,000 hours worth of PPL in 2025.
My understanding, and I think this is shared by this body and what we've been told by law, is that you all have the leeway within your 778 budgeted positions to staff and put people in ranks, and if we are being overly conservative in how we're doing that and it's causing us to drive up overtime, my question is, would it make sense to be slightly less conservative and just put that back into salary and benefits, because overtime costs more and now we have more money to place elsewhere in the budget for things like an attenuator, so we're not having fire apparatus be hit. But I guess and I'll have to get back on because I have one more thing. But I don't think I have the authority to say you've got 406 firefighters, but you would have a cost saving if you had plus 5 lieutenants or plus, well, not plus 1 chief, but like plus X captains, plus X battalion chiefs, assistant chiefs. I'm wondering if it comes down to, if that's an aspect, if we need to look into it. Get me back on, because I have one more thing related to something Councilman Jones said earlier.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping time. Councilman Jones, you're up next. You got 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, good.
I liked your questions, Mr. Chairman, to Charlie's life. So I wanted to continue hearing you talk because I'm going to start off where you left, actually. If we would turn to page 224, I think that this is where actually Mr. Slife started, and I want to have some questions here, where it talks about revenues. Now, I remember a time when we had a little bit more revenues than this, so for me, this is a time period where revenues actually look down from when I initially started, and we put together a program where we were capturing for our trips. Are we still doing that if we get ahead of time before the EMS and we're taking citizens to the hospital? Are we charging for those now?
Through the chair to councilman, the Division of Fire doesn't
So they don't do that
transport
anymore?
They do not transport.
So you wait for the EMS to come and take care of the person if you're there ahead of time.
Through the chair to councilman, if they're first being fired, if they arrive first, they're all first responders. They're EMTs and some are paramedics, depending on which apparatus arrives to the scene. So they're administering medical aid to the person, the patient, until EMS gets there.
I see. So the question I would have, Mr. Chairman, can you explain that breakdown again of the revenues, the 1 point, the 1 million point 1?
So through the chair to the councilman, are we talking you're looking at the licenses and permits down there?
Well, maybe I didn't got it all mixed up here. I'm here dealing with it. Charges and services. That is the number that I'm talking about. So
Oh,
I'm
charges
sorry.
for the 604,000. That's from alarm registration and reimbursement for services in Breton.
In Breton. Now, I want to get to inspections. We were here several years ago, and we talked about increasing fees and a particular service that we had gotten into. I'm not sure if you were the captain at the time. And I wanted to kind of figure out where we are with that, and it's commercial inspections of buildings in the city of Cleveland. And we have quite a few buildings in our neighborhood that certainly need some inspections. I don't even know if they've ever had any inspections. So isn't that a place where we charge fees for, Mr. Chairman, to the director?
Right. Chief?
Through the chair to the council person, when we charge fees, we don't do it specifically just to come out and inspect your building. The charge would be if you have a alarm system installed or sprinkler system, any type of fire protection service, or if you need permits for hazardous materials on site. Then we come out and do an inspection, but you would have paid ahead of time for that inspection, or essentially you're paying for that permit or license in order for us to give approval for you to operate.
So you don't generally go and do inspections in general, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
Through the chairman to the council person, yes, we do inspections, but we do not charge for those.
What type of inspections, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, that you do and you don't charge for?
We'll go out and verify that systems are maintained in their proper order. So whether it's a sprinkler system has to be tested annually, or a standpipe system, any type of alarm systems, we will go out and inspect and ensure that they're in good, proper order, as well as if we get a referral from one of our company officers, if they respond and there's an issue with the system.
Mr. Chairman, to the chief, are you familiar with a system that City Council had approved where you would actually fundamentally do these inspections? I know we talked a great deal here at the table about it, and I'm not sure if it was passed, but I know we talked about it. I want to say it was passed. And you were supposed to do the inspections, and there was a fee system in place. So you're not familiar with anything like that, it appears. Mr. Chairman, to the chief.
Through the chair to the council. Again, we charge, the inspection is related to when you apply for a license or permit. And then at that time, we raised the fees that were being charged at that time. They were not new fees, it was just an increase in the cost. But again, we don't charge companies or a building owner just to come out and inspect their building.
So do we have an independent organization that helps to do that, Mr. Chairman, to the chief?
At one time, there was a program that they were attempting to implement, I believe it was called iRoll. That did not come to fruition. I believe right now they are working with a third-party vendor to where a building occupant or owner would submit their annual renewal, their certifications to say that their building fire protection systems are in good working order, and that is would then come to our fire prevention bureau, and they would go out and confirm that.
Mr. Chairman, if we would turn over here very quickly to, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to the chief. If we would turn over here, if you could tell me a little bit about, and I think we talked a little bit about this, other contractual, or no, is it, I'm going to make sure I'm saying this right. Local match grant programs, if you could tell me a little bit about that increase and what that means. That's page 223, and it's at contractual services.
The chair of the councilman, fire has gotten a few different grants, and there's a local match. So what you see in that line item is the city's proportion of that match. So usually they're 80-20 or 90-10. So we have to match either 10% or 20% based on the grant.
And what grant did we get? Do you know offhand, Mr. Chairman, to our chief?
Through the chair to the council person, we received the Assistant for Firefighters grant that provided for health and wellness checks for all our firefighters, as well as a stress test and blood work and chest x-rays.
Oh, that's excellent. And Mr. Chairman, to the director, are we still giving out free smoke detectors to our citizens?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we are still affiliated with the Red Cross. The Red Cross provides all the smoke detectors. And then once we get a request for them, we go and perform the installs. We do the installs. We do not leave them with the homeowner because we want to make sure that they're installed and in working order. And when we're in the residence, we also check to see if there's any other smoke detectors and if they need to be replaced or a battery needs to be replaced at that time.
And for the listening public who's listening to this, who would they have to call in order to get an installation or their batteries changed for a smoke detector?
Through the chair to the councilman, they would have to call the American Red Cross.
Do you have that number for them?
216-361-5535.
And if we would go down on that same page, 223, where we're looking at, I think we talked a little bit about the fire apparatus parts. Is that really just for parts? $87,840? And was that $87,840 spent from last year's budgeting of 2025? And this, Mr. Chairman, will be a question to whomever can answer that question.
So through the chair to the councilman, specifically those are for helmet decals, ladder welding, fire appliance parts, hoses and nozzles, and then there's other things wrapped up in there that, I don't have the details on, but that's essentially what it's for.
So, but did we spend it? Because I know we don't show that it's been expended. It was adopted, but we have the same budget amount for this year. The question was, what if we spend it? Did we actually spend $87,400 for that?
Through the chair to the councilman, if you look at the 2025 unaudited, that's what we actually spent in the budget book. So if you look next to the 87,000 in 2025, to the left of that is 19.
So we spent 19,000 of that, and so then it went. So why will do we anticipate, Mr. Chairman, that we will spend that?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we do expect that the fire department will need that.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, I yield to you. Before I yield, I just want to say I appreciate I don't yield. Let me take that back. I have one more question. This is the same question I asked EMS in terms of looking at your numbers. I noticed that you have 778 employees. How many of those employees are African American?
Just over, I can give you a
If
percentage.
you couldn't give me a number?
I can.
And the reason why I ask this question is because there's a lot of black people who fought really hard a long time to lay the path and the foundation for me to even be sitting here at this table to ask you that question.
Through the chair to the councilman, we have 99 black firefighters. That accounts for approximately 13% of the Division of Fire.
And may I ask why that number is so low, Mr. Chairman, to our chief? Why can't we get more firefighters that are African American?
Through the chair.
Back in, because we're gonna hit that. We got to hit that. That's the reason why we're here.
Through the chair to Councilman, we are doing
Because these numbers have went down.
Doing our due diligence to make sure that we recruit African Americans, minorities, and women to the Division of Fire. What I can tell you is that we don't, with the Division of Fire, it's not a recruitment issue. It's more a diversity. And so working with my staff, civil service, my team, not my staff, my team, public safety, as well as civil service, the vanguards, trying to come up with and develop plans and programs to entice, encourage, and assist minority individuals and females so we can enhance the minority participation in the Division of Fire. So we're working on different plans. Do I have something in place right now? We don't, but we certainly are working with those individuals to try to, again, enhance the minority and female participation in the fire division.
I want to dig a little bit deeper. He's going to put me back on this here. And the reason being is because we've been talking about this to nausea, going all the way back again, almost 40 some years. And we seems like our numbers are really down. It seems like we're not doing much well of a dent. We're losing ground in terms of hiring African Americans to be firefighters. And that we got to find out why, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
That is because we've had, and I'll end it with this. Okay. We've had Fannie Lewis and others have fought at this table. Down at that end of the table, she would fall asleep, but she would fight about the proposition of, and even though she may appear to be asleep, she was woke. Fought about the reasons why we should have more minorities, and that was about some of the young programs we put together, and I heard that some of the unions had killed it. And that's probably one of the reasons why we're sitting here today at this table and don't have African-American firefighters. It is absolutely, Mr. Chairman, shameful that we're sitting here at this table and we don't have more than 99 people hired as fire workers.
Thank you, Councilman. I have Starr, Hudson, Casey, Slife, and Jones once again. Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you to my colleague, Joe Jones. He touched on some of the points that I had to make, but definitely I would like to start off with, through the chair, how many firefighters retired last year?
We have those numbers?
Through the chair to the council, we had 22 retirements last year.
22 retirement, and we had budgeted for a total of 773 firefighters for last year, and then we actually closed the year with 778, which is to show that we increased or we pulled funding from another source to utilize hiring those additional 5 additional firefighters, correct, through the chair?
Whoever can answer that question.
Through the chair to the councilman, we had found out from public safety that they had a class that was graduating that was going to put them over head count. So, we discussed this and we ended up adding, moving the positions from police because they had so many vacancies temporarily over to fire. However, when it came to do the budget this year, we didn't make them put them back. We left them and we raised police back to where they were. So that we haven't lost any positions. We've actually gained 4 or 5 through fire. So that's the background.
I got it. And within that standpoint, I would ask through the chair, to the acting chief, how long have you been a firefighter with the Division of Cleveland?
Chief?
Through the chair to the councilman, 32 years.
32 years you've been here as a firefighter, right?
Yes.
And then to the chair to our safety director, how long have you been a current safety director?
Through the chair, just about 2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
And you've been an employee with the city of Cleveland for how long?
37.
37? Within the last 2 years, how many fire class have we had that have graduated into the Division of Fire within the last 2 years? Through the chair to
Councilman Starr, 2 classes.
2 classes. Do we have a total amount of number of individuals that graduated from those 2 classes? Through the chair?
Through the chair to Councilman, we're looking at that right now.
If you can't find it, please get it to us. If you can't find it now.
Spend the time for it. 4 minutes.
total of, to the chair, through Councilman Starr, a total of 69.
69 within
Yeah,
the
class
last
of-
2 years.
Yeah, class
our
of
last-
38 and a class of 31.
38 and a class of 31. Within those two classes, do you have the racial and gender design or the breakdown of those two classes through the chair?
Through the chair, Councilman Starr, that's correct, yes. Give me a second, the numbers are pretty small.
And what I mean by the breakdown, we can start slow. How many black females was in those two classes?
There were, yeah, I can't see that. Yeah.
Through the chair to the councilman, there was one black female in the last two cadet classes.
Okay, and then in those last two classes, how many white females were in those classes?
Through the chair to the councilman, two.
Two. Out of those last two classes, how many black males were in those classes?
Through the chair to the councilman, 5 black males.
And then what was the makeup of Hispanic males in those two classes?
Through the chair to the councilman, 7 Hispanic males.
7. And within the rest of the class, how many was white males in those classes?
Through the chair to the councilman, 52.
Now, if I'm not the only one at this table that got a problem with this, then I don't know why I'm serving on Cleveland City Council or anyone. This is problematic. And now I want to definitely dig deeper into what is going on. What is the current racial and gender design of the uniform division comparable to the city of Cleveland's population? I definitely would not want you to try to figure out that number right now, so I will put that question to our staff, and I know I'm going to make sure they get the right questions to ask you all. Through the chair, does the division have formal diversity benchmarks or targets that y'all are trying to reach through the fire department or the fire division through the chair?
Who can answer that?
Through the chair, can you repeat that question, please?
Meaning, does the division have a formal diversity benchmarks or targets that you try to accomplish when you are thinking about hiring employees to be firefighters in the fire division? Do you have any benchmark targets to make sure it's diversity within the division through the chair?
Through the chair, we do not, through the chair to Councilman Starr, we do not have anything formal that we have in place through the Division of Fire. We try to, through our recruitment process, to, of course, recruit the most qualified individual. Again, working with vanguards and others relative to the Division of Fire to encourage qualified minority candidates to take the examination to become a firefighter.
Yes, I mean, I'm trying to get that because a couple things that showed out, and I've done some research, and I've been able to figure out that we've been having this problem. There was something that was dealt with in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s. We went through a consent decree which allowed us and showed that we currently were not doing things the correct way. And a Supreme Court judge ruled that they found that our judicial court ruled that the hiring and the discriminatory outcomes of how we hire firefighters was unconstitutional. It was something that was upheld in court, and it was something that was proven that the way we test, the way we trained, and it's something that discrimination was going through. So when I talk about what we're dealing with currently from the date of 2025, when you talk about at the time in early 2025, we had about 743 firefighters in uniform. Of that number, total female was a total amount of 16, which was 4 black and 12 white females. Then we had 63 Hispanics, which was 8%. Then we had 97 males currently that are black males that are our firefighters. And then you got 544 that are white firefighters. So it's not a recruitment thing. It's not. This is a system that is designed to do exactly what it's doing. And that is not allowing us to have diversity within our firefighter division. And this is problematic, and this should not be happening. So then when you talk about leadership, and when I want to say this with the most due respect and ask this question through the chair to the safety director, what is your ethnicity?
If you, Director, if you care to answer that question, it's up to you.
Through the chair, Councilman, I'm not quite sure what. He said director.
The director.
The
The director.
He directed it to the director.
Yeah.
It's your decision where you care to answer
Yeah,
that.
I'm not quite sure what that has to do, ethnicity have to do with this.
The reason why I'm asking that question is when we're in position of leadership, if we don't think diversity matters, then who should? When we talking about historical practices that have been shown that we have been discriminating to not allowing others to have diversity in the fire division. We have lawsuits. We had lawsuits that went against us. And when you talk about, okay, the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission concluded a multi-year investigation and formally founded the city of Cleveland in violation of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. The EEOC determined that the fire department hiring practices from 2010 to 2014 was constituted systematic discrimination. When you say when 73% of our uniformed firefighters are white male and only 2% are women in a majority minority city, that is not demographic coincidence. That is structural outcome. The question is not whether there is a diversity issue. The question is what in our hiring and promotional system continues to produce this result. This is something we can fix internally. So as the question of me asking your ethnicity is me to see, do you understand what is actually going on in a predominantly African-American minority city where you telling me we don't have no way of making sure black and brown individuals actually get a chance to be a firefighter, as well as make a chance to have opportunity for upper mobility and leadership. So that is a problem that I have with this whole system. When you talk about all the different things that we have in place, and when you talk about some of the strides that other cities have done, they figured it out in Toledo, they figured it out in Columbus, they figured it out in other cities who was faced with this. And back in the 70s, as I recall from some of the research that I found out, when the case Firefighters Local 93 versus the city of Cleveland reached the U.S. Supreme Court. While the decision addressed whether a consent decree would include a race remedies without a formal trial verdict, the court opinion recounted the city's history of discrimination litigation. They then, in 2000, put us into a consent decree where they required us to get close to 30% as far as hiring a minority. And they showed the strides of us getting there. Now you look at us today, we took steps back. And that is the problematic. I see you, Dean, I'm wrapping up because I know they took 2 minutes.
Back down.
And the thing is, I just want to make sure we know that this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. If this was happening in any other division, in any other department, everybody be crying out having a problem. But since this isn't a fire and it's been something that has been done historically, we cannot address this in 2026. That is problematic. So the acting chief, as well as the safety director, I'm going to drill down because this is something that we can fix internally and get this addressed.
To the chair, I have to respond if you don't mind.
Then we'll move on to our next one, and I'll put Councilman Starr back on. Director, go ahead.
I never intimated, never said that we do not have a diversity issue. I said that we, in the Division of Fire, we do not have a recruitment issue. It's a diversity issue. So I want to make sure that's clarified. You articulated, I said that we don't have an issue. Sure we do. Sitting here as the director, I want to make sure that the fire division, the division of police, EMS, animal care and control, all the divisions, including my office and my team in public safety admin. It's a diverse workforce. And to that end, as I stated, I'm working with civil service. I'm working with the vanguards and my team to see how we can make the fire division and all the divisions under public safety diverse. That's what I'm doing. So I want to make sure that that's clear and for the record.
And Dean,
Thank you.
to our staff, I will definitely, Dean, if you may, I could send over questions from our staff and make a request of different things, because it's more than just the recruitment. It's also about the actual way that you have to test, the way you have to do the different exams, who's writing it, the language, and also the results that's coming back to see who's been completed it, who's qualified and who's not qualified to be a firefighter in the city of Cleveland.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, to the safety director, I believe. So in the new Ward 11, there's only one fire station. It's Fire Station 23. And I had the opportunity to tour that fire station towards the end of 2025. And, there have been some issues at Fire Station 23. It was described to me before I even toured as, one of the worst in the city. As far as conditions are. And that's in particular because there isn't adequate separation between the garage where the trucks are and the living quarters where the firemen sleep, eat, and stay, while they're on duty. And it is, entirely possible that this lack of separation, led to the unfortunate death of one of our firefighters. That's Sean Calvi, who passed away of esophageal cancer, I believe in 2024. And so while I was touring the station, I asked I can't remember the title of the person who's in charge of the fire station.
Probably the lieutenant?
Lieutenant, yeah, lieutenant, thank you. The lieutenant who's in charge. What was being done to mitigate the diesel fumes from the vehicles. And, he showed me how there are hoses that attach to the exhaust of the vehicles and they're, fed outside of the building. But he admitted that it's not, foolproof and that, there are still issues. And he said that the firemen have, and he showed me in his office, because he has a separate office with sleeping quarters of his own, he purchased himself an air purifier, but it's, like an air purifier that I might buy from my own home, certainly not meant for diesel fumes. And I know that the mayor is committed to building a new fire station for Fire Station 23. But is there anything here in this budget that would reflect something that is being done in the meantime? Because this is a pressing issue. It's going to take years for a new fire station to be built, and the firemen at Station 23 don't have years to be living in a station where they're breathing diesel fumes.
Through the chair to council member, thank you for the question. And again, the firefighters' health is a priority for us. The fire chief, the mayor, this administration, working with MOCAP, we're trying to develop a system and process to separate the firefighters, their living quarters, from the apparatus that you mentioned. And obviously, venting is extremely important. So that's part of what we are doing, again, working with MOCAP to come up with, again, ways to renovate, which will be a lot sooner than replacement, to your point, and have the firefighters in the green zone, that's what we like to use, which is a separation between where the living quarters are and the apparatus and so forth. And so we're looking at that. I don't have timeline. It's much sooner than the actual replacement, but we are looking at that in all the firefighters where you have the living quarters relatively next to the apparatus bay. So again, so we can have that separation and have the firefighters in the green zone versus more of a yellow zone. So we're working on that.
Is there anything that can be done immediately
Through the chair, part of it is the venting that we're doing now to make sure, again, that we separate the firefighters in their living quarters from the apparatus bay floor. The chief may be able to add more to that, but we're doing our best, again, to make sure that they're in the best quality location, again, where they're not inhaling, so to speak, the diesel fuel.
Through the chair to the council person, I just echo the director's statements. Really, the exhaust system is the biggest advance that we had as far as protecting our members. We upgraded that throughout all our stations about 2-3 years ago, all new systems with the latest technology. In addition, we also provided them for EMS because there was a period of time where when EMS was in our stations, they didn't have the exhaust system. So that is our biggest advance. But outside of the exhaust, we just have our current conditions, and I mean, we're doing the best that we can.
And by the exhaust, you mean the hose system that you described, where it's attached to the exhaust and then fed outside of the building? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair of the council. Yes, that's the system we use is called Plymovent. So, and that we hook it up as we're backing the apparatus in. We hook it up the hose so that while it's outside as much as possible, so that we don't, even when they're backing into the station or pulling in, that they're not spreading diesel fumes or exhaust throughout the station. And it stays attached magnetically until you pull out the station. And once you reach the front door, the end of the track, it breaks loose. And at that point, the apparatus is out of the station. So we're doing everything we can to limit the exposure utilizing that system.
Thank you. Through the chair, how long have you been using that system?
Through the chair to the council person, we've had that various vehicle exhaust systems for probably the last 20 years. But the latest system that we're using now, the Plymovent, has been in service for about the last 2 to 3 years.
So was the system similar to that in use when, firefighter Sean Calvi, developed esophageal cancer?
Through the chair to the council person, yes, we did have vehicle exhaust for at least the last 15 years, maybe even 20 years. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the director and the chief, last year I chaired public safety and crime prevention for National League of Cities, and I want to touch on the apparatuses because it's something that we dealt with at the national level. And actually, last November, National League of Cities passed a resolution urging federal action to expedite delivery of fire and emergency medical apparatuses. And basically, what we did was urge Congress and the federal government to increase federal funding and technical assistance to help local governments manage cost escalations and delivery delays, provide greater flexibility in federal grant timeliness or timelines and disbursements to reflect current manufacturing realities, and promote policies and support expanded domestic production capacity, fair market competition, or reliable access to safe and affordable emergency response vehicles. So if you'd like, Mr. Chairman, to the director and the chief, I'll put you in contact with the chief of fire who actually led the campaign. He's out of California, or I may have already done that with the director, so that you guys can follow up and see if Congress is going to help in any way, shape, or form cities who are behind with apparatuses.
To the chair, to Councilman Casey. Yes, appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. And then if I could just go to page 225 real quick with the staffing levels.
225, okay.
0 trainees, right at the very bottom, it's 0 trainees budgeted in 2025, 0 trainees on staff by the end of 2025, and 0 budgeted for 2026. Mr. Chairman, to either the chief or the safety director, does that mean we are hiring no new trainees in 2020? So we're doing no hiring in 2026?
Through the chair to Councilman Casey, that's correct.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the director, how many retirements are eligible in 2026?
Do we know by age and years of service? Have any indication?
Through the chair, I'm sure Acting Chief Nader can provide that information, but currently we anticipate 30 to 35.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not losing 300 firefighters and not have anybody budgeted or any classes set to go in. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO. On page 225, the final number is 778. That's the number that matters, correct? None of the numbers up top really, I know that it all equals 778, but as long as they stay at or below 778, it doesn't matter if we have over budgeted for misdemeanor investigators or private secretaries, as long as the bottom line number and the budget stay within reason, that's what matters, correct?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, in terms of it mattering, they have flexibility, the fire department, to move between the positions as long as they don't go over that.
Okay, so for example, I'm just going to take battalion chief of fire. We've got 25 budgeted for 25, and we got 57 captains. But if something was to happen and we only needed 54 captains and 28 battalion chiefs, we could do that, correct? I mean, that could be done. That's not a reason not to promote or anything like that, correct?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we could do that.
Okay, so that can be, those numbers, I guess above the line, as we would say, can be adjusted, correct? As long as the bottom line they don't go over the bottom line without having to go through supplemental and all that other stuff.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Councilman Slife.
Thank you. And so the final, Harsh. Let Harsh go first.
Councilman Harsh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I'm going to yield real quick to Slife. I just want to make one request to the chair, to the safety director. Could we get the data on the rejected applicants to the fire department? I know when I was asking about the police applications, we were able to say the number of people that were rejected based on gender, race, and all that data to get the idea of who was not being invited into academy. Could we get that data for the fire department as well?
Through chair, we'll get that information.
Okay. I just want to say then real quickly, I know it's a symbolic number, but we would have had 100 African-American firefighters, except unfortunately Simon Williams passed away in academy. And I was at the graduation for that class. And I just want to, commend the fire department on the respect they showed to the family in bringing them in to celebrate the graduation of what would have been their son, who unfortunately passed away. And I also want to commend the role of the fire department in fighting to get that firefighter his due, pension and benefits that are due to his family, because he was fully committed to the department. He would have been number 100. It's a symbolic number, but it is a true number, and I don't want to overlook that. So that's all, Chairman. Thank you.
I'll go ahead and jump in. And yeah, thank you for that, Councilman Harsh. I was at that funeral. It was very heartbreaking. But I do want to, the last thing that I wanted to discuss, and Councilman Starr and Jones both sort of cued me up into it, is about the diversity within the department, because it's been an interest of mine for a long time, and dare I say, an unlikely interest. And I think given what I look like and where I represent, some people may have worried if I had an ulterior motive behind all of it. But just to my colleagues, this is the research that I've been able to come up with so far, because I do think there are a number of things that I have some ideas, and then there's some areas where I think I still need to do some thinking. I got an analysis of applicant data in 2023 from the then safety director. And if I zoom in, we had 1,061 individuals express interest in becoming a Cleveland firefighter. Of those, 318 lived in the city, so certainly enough to pull a class off of. Of that 318, 134 were black, and 114 were white. So of the city initial applicants, there were actually more black applicants than white. So that's a good news. The question of, are there people expressing interest, that indicates that the issue is not people expressing interest. What happens, there's so many steps between someone saying, yeah, I'll commit to taking the test, and someone getting hired. And somewhere in that process, something is happening. And my initial question had been, if a class hired in 2000 was overwhelmingly white, well, they're still on the force. So what is happening in newer classes? Are we seeing more demographically even relative to the city in newer classes? And the answer was essentially no. So in what I think we need to understand, one aspect of where we need to explore this, civil service puts out a test, civil service administers a test, civil service determines who passes that test, and the director, when he's looking to hire a class, asks for a list of eligible applicants who have passed that process. If somewhere in that civil service process we are knocking out black and brown residents and women, if the list that shows up to the safety director is overwhelmingly white men, we're going to hire overwhelmingly white men because we failed before anything even got to public safety. Something needs to be fixed in civil service, and quite frankly, I don't think that I'm speaking just for myself when I say that civil service feels like a black hole sometimes. Like it's difficult to get information out. I've spoke with the Vanguards at length about this, and they've talked about the challenges they've had of getting especially younger black men to express interest after they've seen a process, a friend go through it and not be successful and not understand why they didn't have the qualifications. So flash forward, of that 1,061 people who expressed interest, took the test in 2022, the first class that was hired out of that, they hired 31 people. And it was 28 white individuals, 2 black, 1 Hispanic. Yep, that's right. But what's of interest to me is that of those 31, we only hired 4 city residents. That was our first round of hiring, so there were 318 people that took the test and are city residents, and we only managed to hire 4 people. If we had hired from that 318 at the proportion that they applied, this wouldn't be an issue. We would have succeeded, but somewhere something happened, and basically what we did is we hired white non-residents. So I don't think anybody benefits from that, because to the question of do we have a formal quota, for lack of better words, correct me if I'm wrong, but we do not and we cannot under equal opportunity laws. We can certainly make it a goal, but we can't definitively say this percentage this percentage that. And in this political climate, I don't think that we're going to move towards any such a system. I'm seeing nods.
Correct. That is correct.
But we do have a formalized goal of hiring residents. We can add points to your test for being a resident. And if we're just able to get our residents at the rate they apply to the point where they can get those tests, theoretically, this could be an aspect of resolving this problem. I'm not saying it's the cure-all, but I'm saying it's an aspect. And if we're just focusing on residents. Now, I will say something that I would like to see that I think could be a solution to some of this as well. And I've introduced a resolution to this effect. Councilman Polensek and Safety Committee, I still would like to do this demonstration. For reasons that it's easier for me to show rather than explain, I think that our civil service rules and how the director must conduct a selection process ends up knocking out a whole bunch of Cleveland residents from the process because it's a 1 in 10 selection, but you only get reviewed 7 times. So if you're number 8 on the list, you basically get passed over, even if you are a qualified candidate. And what we hear from the Vanguards and others is when people get passed over, which for all intents and purposes means you're not getting hired as a firefighter. You are basically have a void status for the duration of the list. Individuals do not get a debrief of why they didn't get hired, and that is problematic. Now, something that any hiring authority could do is exercise his or her authority to readmit people to the list who have been passed over. And the resolution that I introduced in 2025 would automate a process, would suggest that there be an automated process for readmitting Cleveland residents to the list as a courtesy for our goal of hiring Cleveland residents, which is our formalized goal, and the work cut out for us is assuring that those initial applicants which in this data reflected the diversity of the city, are getting through the process to benefit from that system. So it's not a cure-all, but clearly something is happening somewhere, and I think it's a problem it's a twofold problem. If we're not hiring a diverse workforce and we're also not hiring residents we have an opportunity to create middle-class jobs for people in a low-income city. So I just want to share that I've done a lot of this research. I'm not saying I have all the solutions, but it has been a point of interest of mine, and I would be happy to work alongside my colleagues to continue this work forward because I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Slave. We are going to, I have already seen the demonstration. Councilman Slave has showed it to me, and he had it set up in the committee room. I have mentioned it to the safety director. So we're going to coordinate, we're going to have a presentation. You had a question, Councilman? Because I have Councilman Jones, and then you back down. Go ahead.
Got you back on. But if you want to speak, did you want to speak ahead of me? Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, I would yield to Mr. Starr.
Go ahead, Councilman. 10 minutes, go ahead.
No, I think some of the stuff that we oftentimes don't want to address is the truth. When we were under the consent decree, they put in hiring goals and targets and benchmarks. And we showed that with that consent decree, we knew how to figure out how to hire more blacks and minorities. The minute the consent decree went away, we went back to doing what we were doing, which was nothing but prejudice and racist hiring practices. So when we're under watch, we know how to find the minority. But when we're not under watch, they just doing a 1 to 10 process, so they just selecting and choosing. So this is not about what we can or can't do, it's about what we choose to not to do to be fair for the residents in the city of Cleveland as well as minority. Like I said, I don't know how to feel, I don't know how to be nothing but black. And I know that there's a disadvantage for me just because of skin tone that I have. But then when we talk about a whole department since the 40s, when you talk about since the 40s, decades after decades, there has been rulings of the hiring, racism, disparities that happen in fire. We can't say, oh, this is just, people just fell in the test. And when you talk about the whole entire process to become a firefighter, it's more than just a test. It's also more than us having the actual programs in place. You know, one of the things that they did when they was doing the hiring test, you did the written test, and then you also had points if you lived in the city of Cleveland, also had points if you was a CMSD at MLK to be able to give an advantage to find minorities, to find more blacks. All those things are slowly going away the minute we got out of the consent decree. So this is not this is something different. Or we know how we just can't find blacks. Oh, we're just eliminating them because of 1 to 10 process. The 1 to 10 process was put in place to ensure you find the best qualified candidate. Not just because you could test better. Also, let's talk about how the test is written. Let's talk about the language of the test. But then also let's talk about how the applicants who are rejected don't even get the reason why they were rejected. We don't talk about that. We don't want to talk about who wrote the test. Nothing like that. Matter of fact, when you talk about whether the written civil service exam was written to make sure that it was in a language, whether it was making sure that it was non-biased, because they have this, I forgot the name of the test, but I got it written somewhere, where it's the test and they ask you certain things, and if you don't answer it in enough time, you lose points. So sometimes if you're a different ethnicity and the test is designed for a certain individual to do well, you might take your time to read it again. So therefore, is that fair? No. But at the end of the day, long as we continue to see 73% of our fire division to be white, everything else don't matter. Everything else don't matter. We're talking about a whole department where there's 743. And you telling me we only got 97 people and then we're going to applaud that we almost got to 100? That is disrespectful. That is disrespectful. And I'm not gonna sit here and let everyone just to think like, oh, it's cool. No, it ain't cool. Because if you was black, it wouldn't be cool for you. If the roles was reversed and we had 544 blacks firefighters, would everybody be up a roar? Unions, all lawsuits, everybody tripping. But when it's on the other side and a majority black city, we talking about, well, the test is going other. But when everybody ain't got a problem when the 1 in 10 is making sure we got blacks in police. Police able to figure it out. Oh, nobody tripping on that, huh? But when you talk about a good paying job with some great opportunities, don't have to work rigorous 12-hour shifts or do all these different things, is problematic. And this is the problem that we don't want to address. And it's sad that we talking about this in 2026 when we just saw in 2000. When we just saw in 2000 under a consent decree who required to make sure the city of Cleveland had hiring benchmarks and targets, goals to reach. We showed that we could reach them. We got almost a 30% of minority and blacks involved. And then the consent decree went away because they said you figured it out, and we went right back, and now you're talking about 13%. Give me a break. I yell, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Starr. Thank you for keeping time. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, when you see the passion, Mr. Chairman, of one of my colleagues, and I don't want people who are listening or maybe people who may not be black to be upset or unsettled by this. If it wasn't for African Americans standing up and fighting for a fair process, then we wouldn't be elected officials sitting here right now. There is a lot of African Americans, unfortunately, who are still in situations of poverty and a cycle of poverty and issues and problems to such a degree where it's, as I mentioned earlier, when I go in certain parts of the city of Cleveland, it's a third world country. We have actually been blessed here in the city of Cleveland to have a number of our fire chiefs to be African American. I would presume you're a minority as well, Mr. Chairman. Are you Hispanic?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
And then I would ask the question, you know, Mr. Chairman, to our unions. You know, the union apparatus here, do we have any minorities who are in the union that are officers of the firefighters union? Do we? Would you know?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we have one African American.
Right. And is he new, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair to the councilman, I believe he has about 20 years on, if not more.
He's been in the higher end of the union apparatus. What position does he hold, Mr. Chairman?
Through the chair to the councilman, he's the vice president.
And he's been the only vice president. He's the minority. You have a vice president now? Well, congratulations. One of the things I will say is when I sit here at this table and we talk about minorities, this has been an issue that we've talked about since 1997 when I first got in as an elected official in the 1998 time period. And at that time, we still had a dismal record in terms of African Americans. So I think that what we need to do here, Mr. Chairman, and to my colleague and to the table, so we won't be sitting here another 40 years or 80 years, in this case, 120 years to be exact, talking about the same issue. So my suggestion, Mr. Chairman, to our research staff, because we have such capable research staff, is to look at other practices in other cities. I think my colleague, Mr. Starr, has done some extensive research. Mr. Starr, what are some of those cities that have been very successful in recruiting and getting African Americans and turning them around?
Example would be Toledo, Cincinnati, and I believe Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that our research staff begin the proposition of looking at what we've done in terms of recruiting in those areas and make recommendations to our committee about how we could turn this dismal situation around. And what it looks like, Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank my colleague Slife for even trying to dig deeper to try to figure out what some of those issues are. We need to really fundamentally get granular on the issue if we want to resolve it. Now, I know you talked about the Vanguard. I've been talking about the Vanguard since 1998. And I also understand that when we looked at this whole situation, even way back then, they still couldn't figure it out. And so I don't know how we're going to figure it out with them now, and this is no disrespect to those who are vanguards, but we've been stuck. We're looking at a number here that represents 99 people, and it just doesn't suffice here. And it just shocks me now that we have an African-American mayor and an African-American president of Cleveland City Council, but we're still governing systematically in a way in which our citizens that look like us, that we represent, still being discriminated against in some kind of systematic way. It's one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Chairman, you know, what was the no's? I still haven't gotten that yet. So even when we go through the hiring process, there is the politics of selecting who you want to select. I do like the lottery scenario that Mr. Slife has brought up. I don't know how that would work. But then also I brought up the story that was really germane to me when I saw the young man who was about maybe 21 or 22 years of age, Mr. Starr, and he came to my office with his parents. And so when they came to my office, I didn't know what the meeting was about. I just knew that he was a gentleman looking to be on the firefighters and wanted to talk to me about some problems he was having. Mr. Chairman, as I shared with you, the safety director, I shared it with the previous safety director, and I had a conversation with him. The young man came to my office and he passed all the tests. He was physically capable. He looks like he was an incredible hawk. He looked so good. And I remember his face because I couldn't, because he was sitting in my office and we handled so many issues, I remember his face, but I just couldn't place it. So as they began to speak about, he began to tell me a little bit more about himself, I realized he was that same young man at the age of 13 who volunteered at the food bank and would give food out to the homeless. And so I just thought that we had an incredible character here. Now, the only kick was that they hired a new, that then safety director hired a new process for examining people's psychological. So he didn't pass the psychological exam. So what he did was, he said, well, why didn't I pass the test? And then they eventually told him he didn't pass the psychological exam and that he would have to take another psychological exam and he would have to pay $1,200. And if that psychological exam came out to say that he was okay, then they would then take him on and maybe potentially seat him. At the same time, he was arguing about that whole piece, so I didn't know what to do. I called the safety director, told him about it. And then we come to find out later that the same scenario, Mr. Starr, that the same scenario on the psychological exam, a white candidate had also failed the psychological exam, Mr. Starr and Mr. Slife. Mr. Slife, that the white candidate also failed the exam as well. But the white candidate went on to move on to being seated to go to the next level, while the black candidate was not seated. So then when I brought the situation that we had found during our due diligence, because if you scratch the surface, you find the lie. And so once we found the situation being similar, I then asked the director, says, how is it, and this is a black director, I asked the director, how is it that you're seating one person and you have neglected to seat the other one and they both are in the same situation here? Why wasn't he told no? Why did you continue to move him on to the next step? And he didn't have an answer for it. And so there is gaps in the system, there's problems in the system. We need to figure out what those problems are, and we need to make a fair process. The reason why the East Side, again, is in a spiral condition is because we can't get good jobs. And if you can't get good jobs, you can't take care of your community. You can't take care of your homes. You can't take care of your properties. Your neighborhood begins to fall apart. So all a part of this whole proposition is not really saying that we're in a bad shape, but saying we need to improve this. And then the next question I would have, Mr. Chairman, is this. How many firefighters actually live in the city of Cleveland? How many current firefighters right now fundamentally live in the city of Cleveland out of the 778?
I don't have that information, but I can get that for you.
Do have an ideal of what it might be?
Through the chair to the councilman, we ran about 3 or 4 years ago, we looked at that, and it was about a 50-50 split at that time.
Okay, so it's about 50-50. So I want to applaud the men and women who are firefighters who have kept and stayed in the city of Cleveland. We appreciate the job that you do. This is, and I want to make sure that we're clear so that there's no wrong intentions from my colleague or myself with asking these questions. We appreciate the work that you do. We're thankful for the work that you do. I think that the firefighters do an outstanding job. So the question is more administrative. As it relates to making sure that minorities have an opportunity to be hired. And then I will say this, Mr. Chairman, I got to go back to Tri-C Community College, and I got to go talking about the recruitment process. They do have a program that's really good for helping people to be prepared to take the test and be engaged. Years ago, legacy families prepared their children and their children's children, that's why they're called legacy, to win again and again and win again. And so what we have to do, if the vanguards are going to be about the business of doing some of that, maybe they need to take note so that they also can become a legacy generation if possible. So with that being shared, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say I don't have anything against it. I think our staff needs, I don't have anything against and nor does this council have anything against our men and women who are actually out there performing work, and we don't want this to look like it's a negative thing, but we just want things to be fair, and we haven't seen that fair operation here in this, and we would hate to have someone arbitrarily put a lawsuit in, and then we have a consent decree happening with the fire department.
Thank you,
in
Councilman.
terms of hiring minorities.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Okay. I think we've asked every question we possibly could of the division. I will say for the record, as I've said in the past, I think we have one of the best fire departments in the country from indication of response time and dedicated members, et cetera. Are there issues that need to be addressed within the department, within the division? Of course there are. So again, that being said, I'm going to ask Council President wants us to wrap up, please. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess so these folks can hit the restrooms before we have to bring a porta potty in the room here. Fire is complete. We're going to take a 5-minute break. If you got to go a few minutes longer, I can understand that, but it's going to be 8:25. We're resuming. 8:25. Take some medication if you need it. Take some medication. Take whatever you need to take. Please get ready. The council president's going to owe me big time at this point. He's going to owe me. There better be some additional block grant funds or NEF money here, okay? I'm going to tell you that right now. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum. I want to thank all of my colleagues who stuck it out. We've been here since 9 o'clock. We took a 45-minute break for lunch. And some of us are all backed up on phone calls and emails, and then we just took a little 7-minute, break. And I want to thank the administration for being very patient and working with us, because this is a very important time of the year, the budget. Okay. Division of Police.
Page 214, Division of Police, Chief Dorothy A. Todd.
214.
Page 216, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $154,506,075.
Okay.
2026 budgeted, $157,143,784. Total expenditures on page 218, 2025 unaudited, $231,221,812. 2026 budgeted, $238,517,586. And staffing on page 220, 2025 actual, 1,546. 2026 budgeted, 1,939, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we are on the Division of Police. You heard the page number, so we're going to jump right into. I'm glad to see the Chief of Police here, Dorothy Todd. Would you care to introduce yourself to the viewing
Yes,
public?
good evening, council members. I'm Dorothy Todd. I'm the Chief of Police.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on page 214, we're going to jump right into this as it pertains to the output metrics here of the tickets, of parking tickets written. We're going to ask of the administration, want to know what the dollar amount was associated with parking tickets written for 2025. We also want to know what the dollar amount is for moving violations for 2025 and the actual numbers of moving violations that were given out in 2025 by the Cleveland Division of Police. We also want to know how much money was confiscated in 2025, and if there was a drug amount, anything that can be provided to us that was confiscated as a result of action by the Cleveland Division of Police. Thank you very much on that. Okay, on page 216, under uniform overtime. Director, I'm just trying to gauge my own brain. Were you here last year for the budget?
To the chair, yes, I was.
Okay, so you know what I said last year on overtime, that you were totally out of whack. Totally out of whack. So you indicated, I forget what the exact dollar amount in the previous book. I think it was 11 million, if I'm not mistaken. 14 million. 14 million. Okay, now you're estimating this year 22 million, but we were told, and I want to direct this to the safety director and the chief, that when we went to the 12-hour shifts, that overtime would be reduced significantly. And it obviously hasn't been. So I'm going to ask some other questions, then you can respond. So put that in your list there. The travel amount under training and professional services, we're 200,000. We want an explanation on that. And then on page 217, under other contractual, there's been a significant drop in that from 2025 unaudited. So we'd like some explanation on that. I'm glad to see, and I want to thank you, finally, for putting the $100,000 in for auxiliary police that I had requested. That is in the budget, so I want to say thank you on that. On the maintenance contracts on page 218, we'd like an explanation on that. And then also the, here we go again, maintenance building of $100,000 for the Division of Police is totally inadequate, as we've talked about during the fire discussion. And then the, let me see what else we got here. questions that have been posed by colleagues. How many horses in the mounted unit? How many riders? And how many traffic enforcement officers do you have presently working? So Chief, the floor is yours at this time to give us an overview of your division. And then if you would touch on some of those areas. And then also, unlike the previous book, which is raised questions to the council president. In the previous book, you indicated how many officers you're going to hire in this year. You had it clearly delineated in the last book, in the previous book. You don't have it delineated here. Is there a reason for that? We want to know how many officers you're going to hire in 2026. So I'll let you start, Chief, and then you can address some of these issues that I've raised.
Okay, good evening, Councilman.
Thank you.
So I'll start with the overtime numbers. So I'm going to break this down a little bit for you to get a better understanding.
Okay, thank you.
In 2025, we had several of our CBAs that were settled, which included back pay amounts, and a lot of that was overtime-related dollars. So that did cause a significant increase in our overtime numbers, but that's not the only overtime that we have. When we talk about, I'm going to talk about hours right now as instead of dollars when it comes to overtime.
Yes.
When we talk about the overtime hours related to special events, the Division of Police has 56,855 hours that are just related to special events. So when we talk about that, that's not about our patrol operations. That doesn't affect the 12-hour shifts. When we look at those special events, those are, the parades, the sporting events, but it's also the protests. We have almost 9,000 hours of overtime just related to the protests that our officers work each event that happens.
Is that for 2025?
For 2025.
Okay. And you can provide that to us, thank you.
Then when we look at our reimbursable overtime, of the overtime hours, we have 62,934 of those hours are reimbursable. That includes hours worked at our airport. It includes some of our federal partnerships, some of the escorts that our traffic unit does complete, and some of the grant funds that we have.
But Chief, at the airport, the enterprise account should be covering that.
Yes.
That overtime.
So when you look at our overtime numbers,
Yes.
those are all incorporated into those.
Okay.
When we talk about the police work itself, we do the majority of our, we do have a large part of our overtime is related to, staffing. And sometimes that could be extended tours, that could be covering the shifts because we do maintain a standard operating car plan. When we look at our staffing numbers, we currently are at 1240, which is just 110 short of our 1350 numbers. We are currently processing a class to start in April. And we have, I believe, about 135 for that April class that are being processed currently.
How many officers in this budget are you planning to hire this year?
I'm hoping to get to the 1350, if not to exceed it.
Okay,
So
but-
the plan is to hire 3 classes this year,
Of how many total?
as many as we can get for each class.
Okay, last year was 180.
Mhm.
It was in the book. And we had it delineated in the book. Why wasn't it delineated this time?
So to the chair, it is in the book.
Where? Show
if
me
you
where.
if you go down to the staffing page on 220, down
Hold on. 220. Okay, show me where.
all the way down at the bottom where there's
Yeah.
a footnote that says 180 police trainees budgeted in 2025 and 2026.
Oh, and that small print, you need a magnifying glass to see that one, okay? That's the one. You want to make sure you really hid that one, okay? I need Coke Coke bottle eyeglasses to see that one. Okay, let me see what the hell you got here. Okay, 180 at the bottom. Man, why are you hiding that number down there? Okay, is there a reason for that? Okay, that was the stealth number you put in there. Is that what that was about? Okay, 180. Okay, so that's what you're proposing. And you know what? We're going to hold you to that number. I'm
I
not
intend
kidding
to.
now. See, the $27 million overtime, that's the largest amount of overtime that we've ever had in the history of the Cleveland Division of Police. That's when we had 1,936 people in 2000 and 2001. That's why I keep stressing, and I want to drive the message home to the director and to the chief and to the administration. I certainly appreciate the increase and the efforts that you've taken with your special hiring events. I commend you for that. I've said that publicly. I've said it down here. I've said it in neighborhood meetings. But you got to figure out how to bring more people on. I don't care if you got to go to Tri-C, or the Ohio Highway Patrol, as we once did. We have got to get people on, because the more people you get on, the less overtime you're going to have, and the more you can do those special events. You know, when Mike White was mayor, I was council president at the time. We had this joint agreement that we were going to try to get to 2,000 police officers. What was the goal? It wasn't to arrest people. It was to prevent crime from happening. It was all about crime prevention. You put people in the street, you do traffic enforcement, you do your special events, you do your parades, you do the walk and talk where the officers get out and walk in our neighborhoods. You had the DARE program. You're going to put police officers in the school to interact with the kids, in the rec centers. That was the whole focus of what the mayor at that time wanted, and I totally concurred with them and worked with them. We got to 1936. Then Mayor Campbell came in and had that massive layoff, and we've never recovered from that period of time. And you were here, Director, so you know. But we got to get back to that, having that presence, because that's what you hear from the residents in the city. They want that presence in the neighborhood. They want traffic enforcement. They want to have that community engagement with the officers, where people get to know them on a first-name basis like it used to be. And I can't stress enough, you want to really tap that overtime. You want to reduce that overtime figure and have the kind of police department that we're all striving for as a result of the federal monitor and the consent decree, a police department that is engaged with the citizens. You got to figure out, and I want to drive that home to the finance director, you got to have bigger classes. I appreciate what they've done. I don't know the previous director hiring 8 and 9 people at a time. I don't know what the heck that was about. I commend the director. I commend the chief. I've said to the mayor's people, I appreciate on behalf of council, but we got to get classes like around 50, 52, 53 people.
Absolutely.
If we don't, we're never going to get ahead of the curve anymore here. So, I mean, you want to comment? What
Yes.
are we doing to
So
get there?
to the chair, for the January hiring event, we had just over 300 applicants come out to test. Of those applicants that came out, there was 132 that did not pass the physical fitness portion. They were given an opportunity to retest the following weekend, and it did add additional candidates to our list. So with that, we had a 30 additional that had come back and passed the next weekend. So we're seeing, we as a division are hiring all qualified candidates. We are giving them, we are having conditioning.
Say that again.
We are hiring all qualified candidates. We have conditioning camps before these tests to prepare the candidates, to make sure that they know what to expect, and to give them an opportunity to be successful. Our officers go out there, they conduct these camps so that they know exactly what to expect when that test is coming. When they fail, they again give them an opportunity to practice, and then they retest them, in accordance with OPATA standards the following weekend.
And I've said to the director, I've seen the recruits that you are bringing on. It's a good cross section of the city.
Absolutely.
I'll be the first to tell you. It's men, it's women, it's Hispanic, you name it. It's African American. There's been a good. I'm looking at the last class. I'm saying to myself, man, this is a good mix of people here.
Absolutely.
We need more.
I agree 100%. This is finally, in the last 2 years, we've finally seen an increase in interest in the Division of Police. And we are working on that. We have our recruitment efforts that are continuously going on. We're hosting these hiring events. As soon as we graduate a class, we're running 2 classes at the same time, all the time. And we, like I said, we are taking all qualified candidates. And I think that our numbers over the last 2 years have proven our commitment. We have exceeded the number of those who've separated. We've hired more than those who've left the division. And we are on track. Our numbers are, they continue to increase. We are above the curve finally. We are not on a steady decline. We are seeing a definite increase in our staffing.
How many did we lose last year?
I
Retired.
believe it was 83.
Identify yourself.
Yeah,
officer.
Deputy Chief Daniel Fay, Administrative Operations, 86 departures last year.
Okay, so compared to the year before, down or up?
Down significantly.
Okay.
That's the lowest departure number we've had since 2015.
That's what we want to hear.
We average about 117.
That's what we want to hear. We want to, well, and again, we raised the age. It's what, 50 what now?
55.
54.
54. So when you're watching TV, if you're under 54,
Yes.
you're in bed, right? Because of your age, probably. Sign up for the Division of Police. If
And
you
we've-
have tattoos, you can
Absolutely.
sign up.
And
If
we've
you
had
have a
qualified
beard,
people over 50 who have been very successful in our academy classes.
if you have beards, you can sign up, correct?
They have to shave it initially. They
Beards?
shave it during the academy, but after the academy,
Okay.
yes.
You can have a beard.
After the academy.
After the academy, you can have tattoos. Is that before or after the academy?
The tattoos are fine.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Tattoos are fine.
And you can be 50, what was that again?
54.
54 years of age. So all you potential candidates, cadets out there, sign up. $5,000 signing bonus?
Yes.
After how long?
So they get it incrementally. It's initially, and then it's when they successfully pass the academy, and the last portion is when they complete the probationary period.
Okay. And then, am I missing anything? Healthcare, pension, 25 years you can retire, prescription,
Vision.
vision, dental. Am I missing anything?
They get vacation time.
Vacation time.
There's a lot of opportunities.
2 weeks in the first year.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah.
2 weeks
Yeah.
the first year. A lot of private businesses, you can't get 2 weeks the first year. So,
And if you've ever had an opportunity to come to one of our hiring events, the excitement from the candidates is unmatched.
Okay.
There's definitely a lot of excitement.
okay. So is there, within your ranks, on page 219, I want to make sure, is there any executive assistant to the mayor in your shop in here?
No, sir.
No, okay, okay. I want to make sure I'm checking here, just to be on the safe side. It's, what is that? Trust but verify or some kind of crap? What was that? Okay. Okay, to my colleagues, I'm going to stop because once I start asking questions on this, I'm going to keep going. Okay, questions I have down. Councilman Slife?
It was Casey.
Oh, excuse me, Councilman Casey. Okay, keep going. Start, Keys. Okay, I got you. Go on, Keys.
You ready?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just go in order here, according to the book. On page 216, and I know we've had this discussion in the past, but under salaries for school guards, we spend $1.125 million out of the general fund in the police budget for school guards. I'm a firm believer that that should go back to CMSD, and this is not an anti-kid, anti-safety thing. but I think that that is the responsibility of the school district and not the police department. Seeing how, Mr. Chairman, to whomever I'm talking to, it's extremely difficult, and we're using resources to hire people, and we know that it's not an easy, it's just very time consuming, and that would be a way to save at least 1.125 million out of the general fund budget. And seeing how CMSD has a larger annual budget than the city of Cleveland, that I believe that whether it's the safety director or the chief of police, I would encourage you to engage with CMSD, their chief over there, to take that responsibility off of the Cleveland Police Department. We don't hire regular police officers to do this. These are regular civilians, and there's no reason that that can't go back to CMSD. If you want to comment, you can, but
Whoever would care to comment?
I know the conversation has been there to the, through the chair to the council person, but I don't know where we're at with that right now.
okay. Staying on page 216 under travel, you have $200,000 budgeted for travel. You spent $188,206 last year. The mayor's detail for the Cleveland Police Department on his travel trips totaled $83,659.72, including 2 police officers who have spent a week in Martha's Vineyard for a total of $35,000. Mr. Chairman, to whomever would like to answer, who oversees the travel of the police department? And more importantly, who okayed or thought that it was okay for the mayor to take 2 police officers to Martha Vineyard for a week and charge the city $35,000 for their overtime or their detail? I don't know what it was.
Who, can someone answer that,
So
please?
through the chair to Councilman Casey, we have a policy in place, the Executive Protection Detail, which is a general police order that covers the mayor's protection detail, and it includes, you know, the travel portion of that. When the mayor's security staff travels, I am the authority on their, you know, approving them to travel. But as far as the expenses related to it, those don't come back to me. I believe those are through public safety that see the final bill for those.
All right, and then Mr. Chairman, to either the safety director or the chief of police, who gives the mayor the authority to take a detail out of town with them? Why does the mayor need a detail to go out of town? I can understand in town, I can understand having a driver, council president has one, I can understand here, but why do we feel the need to take police officers to travel with the mayor? He's not the president.
Through the chair to the council member, this is not something that is unique to the city of Cleveland. This is something that is done, you know, nationwide with mayors and their security teams traveling with them. When we put a policy in place, because one did not exist, we put a policy in place back in, I think it was 2023, that outlined that and defined what the expectations were to make sure that we had the proper security details in place for both the mayor and the city council president. And that is part of that policy.
Mr. Chairman, to the chief, the council president travels and he doesn't have a detail with him. All right. I, at least 3 times a year, travel for political reasons, and I'm at conferences with 3,000 people, and half of those are mayors. And I can be honest, in 10 years, I don't think I've ever seen another mayor be at a conference with a security detail. So, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, is that a policy that was started under this administration? Because prior to this mayor getting here, I can tell you the previous 16 years, the guy didn't go anywhere.
So through the chair to the council member, we did memorialize it into a policy. I've been with the city for 28 years. I was not a part of the, I wasn't chief at the time when Mayor Jackson was here, and I wasn't aware of him traveling, but I know that this mayor is more active with the travels, political travels. We do evaluate the risk and where the location is that he is traveling to. I know that not all travel is 2 members. Sometimes it's just one of them. But that is usually, based on the needs and where the location is.
Well, when you've got places like Martha's Vineyard, Toronto, Canada, Salt Lake City, Utah, that I was just at, which you can find a crime there. I'd love to see it. This is an overkill. This is way too expensive of a line item when a mayor's detail is half of the police budget. When you've got just assigned to the detail taking up almost half of the travel, that means you've got half the money left for the possibility of 1,939 other people who work for the Department of Police to travel on, if we need to travel. It doesn't seem fiscally responsible that we spend that much money on one individual to have police officers travel with him, no matter really where he's going. It's not like he's the president. It's not like people know who he is and he's got some rock star fan base where he needs protection. I would understand if that was the case, but I really don't believe that this is the case here, and I think this is an overkill in travel for expending that much on just a mayor's detail.
Just through the chair to the council member, I did receive clarification when Mayor Jackson was in office. Deputy Chief Morris, who's behind me, was on his security detail, and he has traveled with the former mayor.
Okay, well, this mayor last year alone took more than 13 trips and was gone for more than 46 days. I don't think Mayor Jackson traveled that much. If DC Morris would like to come to the table to defend Mayor Jackson, that's fine, but I think this is an overkill for 1 year for somebody traveling, anybody. If we move to page 217, rental property, where does CPD rent property from?
So through the chair to the council member, we have space at Burke currently, where we house our employee assistants, our accident investigation units are there. We have, I believe that's the only one that's covered in here is the rental space at Burke.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, to the safety director, or let me stick on this. Mr. Chairman, to the safety director, in the overtime, which was on page 216, I'm sure you don't know right now, but I would like to know how much of that overtime came from the mayor's detail. So if, for example, the Martha Vineyard trip, were these guys paid for 8 hours a day? Were they paid for their 12-hour shift? Any overtime, I'd like to know the dollar amount to any police officer that was assigned to the mayor's detail.
But just on that point, wouldn't that be out of the bottom overtime, the second up? Would that come out of that overtime? That's the 1.7 million. Now, what is that overtime then? Non-uniform.
Non-uniform, yeah.
And the mayor's detail's non-uniform, aren't they?
No, they're uniform.
They're in uniform?
Yes.
Well, they're considered a uniform.
Right.
Okay.
They're considered a uniform officer.
So that would be what, civilian overtime?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilman.
All right, so if we could get the amount of overtime, not the regular pay, because they're entitled to that, but the amount of overtime that we're putting into the mayor's detail. Mr. Chairman, to the chief, you had mentioned before with the overtime about parades and special events. Do the Browns, Guardians, or Cavs reimburse the city for overtime outside of the stadiums?
Through the chair to the council member, for most of the overtime, no. There are some escorts that they do reimburse, but the city does have an agreement with the sporting teams for the number of officers that we will assign to those events.
And then, Mr. Chairman, to the chief, does that agreement include any sort of payment?
Through the chair to the council member, I don't believe so. We don't have any reimbursed from there.
Okay, so for Cavs, Browns, and Guardians games, the city basically provides in kind the police security detail outside of the stadiums.
Through the chair to the council member, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Chairman, to the chief or our CFO, if we could get the cost of what that was for game day events to the city of Cleveland for both the Browns, the Guardians, and the Cavaliers.
Well, it would be more than just game day. It would be any special event there.
Okay, right. So any special event hosted at, I still call it Cleveland Brown Stadium, Rocket Arena, or Progressive Field. So any overtime or salaries that we paid during special events at those, because I'd like to see what the chunk of overtime is just for those. And then,
To the chair, I'm sorry, through the chair to the council member, I have the hours related to that, but not the dollars.
okay, the hour, I don't know what
And
anybody
we
makes
will,
an hour.
and so staff, did you hear that?
So if we could just get the
Thank you.
dollar amount, and then that would come out of your uniformed overtime budget, correct?
Through the chair to the council member, that's correct.
Okay, just making sure. All right, Mr. Chairman, to the safety director, the new headquarters, hopefully opening this October, maybe,
I think
November,
before that should be at third quarter, chief.
third quarter sometime.
I believe in the third quarter, yes.
Do we know yet what the actual cost is for the headquarters?
90 million. 90 million.
90 million, because
Yes.
I think it wasn't supposed to exceed 93, correct?
I think it wasn't supposed to exceed 90 million.
Okay, well, I tried giving you 3 million, but you didn't want it. So,
No, I'll take the 93
no,
million.
well, I thought it was
93
93.
million.
But Mr. Chairman, to the safety director, it's come and the CFO, that building is coming in on or under budget and ready to open in third quarter of this year.
Through the chair to councilman, it's on budget, and it is on budget, and expected to open the third quarter of this year.
Okay.
I just toured it, by the way, so they told me they're on budget.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I got two more questions.
I didn't want to be miserable, but anyway, go ahead. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, to the CFO or the safety director, the last 2 years we've allocated $50,000, $10,000 for each police district to have in, don't want to use the term petty cash, but for reimbursable expenditures. Where is that in this contract or in this budget book?
So through the chair to the council member, we did some research on that, and from what we found that it was a one-time budgeted amount.
Okay.
That they have, we've been tracking, the funds on it. Most of those have been expended by the 5 police districts, but it's not a reoccurring fund.
Okay,
It was
well,
a
it will be
one-time.
now. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, during reconciliation, we want to make sure, we got too many police officers spending their own money for community events and stuff like that. So we want to allocate $10,000 to each district per year, Mr. Chairman, going forward, so that there's dollars on hand for things that happen in the district.
Well, just on that, the money we set aside for the 5 police district,
That's what he's talking.
that I thought that was an ongoing effort.
So did I.
Through the chair to the council members, we verified that it was just a one-time, and they've been expending that money now.
Well, no, we got to go, I concur with Councilman Casey. They have Halloween parties, they have neighborhood events, they have other things. And I say that because if not, they're hitting us. They're coming to the council members asking for funding constantly to support these neighborhood events. So they should, if these are legitimate neighborhood events, Councilman Casey is correct, and I don't think there's anyone's going to disagree at this table. They need to have that ability to do that. So.
What's that? No, this isn't the community relations. This is to have each district to have $10,000 to help spend on community events and.
Like for their Halloween parties and stuff.
Right.
Through the chair to the council member, they use it for their award ceremonies with CPRB. If
Right,
that's what
yeah,
you're
the
talking about.
community relations, but
No,
that's
this is
separate.
Community
That's
relations.
separate.
Yep.
All right, and then my last question, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure you don't have the answer here today, but on page 219, under your administrators and officials, if we could get a list of the 303 people, how many of them actually live in the city of Cleveland? And how many of those have, or how many people within the Division of Police have take-home cars? Thank you, Mr.
Wait
Chairman.
a minute, I want to make sure the staff is.
Staff, you have that? Administrators living in the city of Cleveland, and then how many take-home cars does the Division of Police have? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I have Councilwoman House Jones. Just a minute, let's stop. I have Councilwoman Hudson, Councilman Harsh, and then Councilman Starr. If there's anyone else? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to our public safety team, good evening. I have a couple of questions. One, I just wanted to get a understanding under our salaries. Overtime, deferred overtime payments. And can you just go into what is that? And what's the difference?
I'm going to defer to DC Fay. He'll walk you through each line.
DC?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, deferred overtime payments are an opportunity for CBP members and FOP members to cash in some of their built-up comp time. So it's in the labor contracts. So it's allocated for about $650,000 every year.
Okay. And then what's the overtime line item?
For the uniform overtime or
They're
just
the one
uniform?
right above it.
So is this I'm assuming this is ununiformed.
Yeah, overtime line is just for civilian overtime.
Okay, civilian overtime. And then can you go into this bonus incentive? So it wasn't anything budgeted, but it seems like every year we're spending significant dollars for bonus incentive. And can you explain what that is?
DC? Or whoever?
Deputy Chief, I believe that's related to the recruit classes.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, it's for a grant that was established for our recruit classes.
Okay, through the chair to the team, can you explain how is it a grant and we're paying for it?
I'm not sure, I have to get a clarification on that, but I think it was a matching fund, but I can get you clarification on that.
Yeah, because it seems like, again, can you provide?
No.
So just for the staff. if we
Understood.
could Actually get just clarification on what that is, that would be greatly appreciated. As I look at this budget and I'm trying to figure out, I've had more than enough conversations with Chief Drummond about communications. Where's your communications personnel in the Department of Public Safety?
Whoever can,
So through the chair to the council member, they're under police. So you're talking about our radio dispatchers?
Nope.
Which one are you
I'm
talking
asking like communication professionals. So remember, okay, so this is the thing. I'm gonna go to here. Let's just talk about so we have these statistics that say what we do. How do we communicate to the public what we are actually doing, right? I think we need to have like our own news bureau, like the Cleveland Remembrance page, right? Like, and I just go through, and I'm saying that not to be funny, but it is a real source that people are getting information from. We always hear about the sensationalized things, like the bad stuff that happens. We never hear in a comprehensive manner the good things that we are doing. It is random. It is not often. It's very random. And our significant challenge is to communicate effectively for a variety of service, literally from the 6-year-old all the way up to the golden years and 100. We have to do it all. It is not optional, right? I mean, even just looking on like social media, I was like, dang, it was 2 of y'all I didn't even follow. But I mean, it's just, where is that in this budget?
Through the chair.
Yep. So through the chair to the councilwoman, we have a public information office that is currently runs out of my office, and the following we have on social media is extremely high. It's higher than the city's social media following. We have been making proactive videos and posting those, including one that we just posted about the officers going out onto the ice to rescue a female in crisis. So we are taking proactive measures. We had another one that was picked up nationally about the officers in the 4th District who were pumping gas and noticed a house on fire. And they went out there and alerted the residents, were able to help rescue them and, successfully rescue them from that fire and take them to safety. So we do have a proactive on the Cleveland Police Facebook page, and we have a large following that we put our stories out because we find that when we were just giving them to a particular news station, it wasn't told our way. So we've been taking our officers' videos, their body camera videos, and we've been proactively posting those videos with a story behind it so that the community can see the work that we're doing, the positive work.
And also, if I can as well, it's going to be real quick because I know you have your time. Also through the Department of Public Safety, and EMS also has PIO as well as Fire. Fire has a really large following as well on their Facebook page with Lieutenant Norman, does a really good job as well. And also in the Department of Public Safety, we have a public relations person as well, Jamil Harrison.
Okay, so then maybe that's the qualification of when we say large following on what platforms, because again, this is the thing, it's like we feel like we're only talking to a certain demographic of people, right? We act like young people are not citizens of the city of Cleveland and that we have no responsibility to communicate to them. Or even the things when you were talking about like, oh, people were really excited about our recruitment efforts, right? What does that look like of the day in a life to prepare for, I don't know what this stuff is because I haven't seen it. But what I do know on just varying platforms, it does not seem like we're telling that story there, which means, and I'm just as guilty as the rest, and I wish I would actually get communications help and support from this organization, but that's neither here nor there. One day we'll actually get a communications audit, but in the meantime, for other organizations who can actually potentially do something about this, I think is really important. And so where is the public information office person?
The public information officer, through the chair to the councilwoman, those are members of the Division of Police. So those are normal Division of Police staff that are put in there. They are sent to training specific to that role, including our Sergeant Diaz, who is actually went and takes college classes related to it. So they are certified in the work that they are doing. It's not just Facebook, it's Instagram. They take videos of our recruitment events, they post those. If you look at our hiring events, a lot of that is by word of mouth and by social media that the candidates are coming here.
Okay. So how many people are in the public information system?
In the Division of Police, we have 2.
Okay. We got 2 people. Okay, so I'm gonna really just challenge us. I know people really don't think this is important, right? You cannot, I'm just gonna say, this y'all thing, y'all gonna do what y'all wanna do. Communications is important. There are far too many people in the city of Cleveland that tell all of us they do not know what's going on, right? And I do not think a 2-person team is sufficient to effectively tell the story of a team of 1,500 people. Maybe it is, and maybe I'm getting it wrong. I just don't think, I just don't think so, and hence, when I am in space, and even myself, as a person that fully work here, don't know all of the things, and so that is just a point to ponder. I will not harp
Oh.
on that.
Just through the chair to the councilwoman, we also have a YouTube channel. So I have to disagree with you. They are a team of two, but the work that I see them do is, we've had national TV channels come here because of the social media posts to hear more about those stories. So they're really caring. Their stories are, I would encourage you, if you don't follow us on X, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, that you follow those pages, and you may be surprised with the results.
Right. So let me tell you, the reason why I will say it's not enough is because through the chair to our chief, is that communication helps drive the narrative, right? Still to this day, as we put out reports of we're, decreasing robberies and decreasing murders, people don't believe it. Why don't people believe it? Because our communication is not reflective of that. This is not just your job. It is the job of all of us, but the narrative is not hitting. Well, it might be going nationally or whatever, but if the people at home don't feel it, hear it, sense it, then it don't matter what you're saying in statistics. All I'm saying is I believe we should be better telling our story so that it translates in a way that with the statistics that we are putting out there, people actually believe it. That's what I'm saying. That's what communication does for you, and that's where we are missing the mark because we are not communicating in a way where people receive it, believe it, and know that Cleveland is on a right path being a safer community because we have men and women working extremely hard to do it, and they're delivering results. That's what communication does, and that's where we are not meeting. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Through the other question, through the chair to our public safety team, regarding the data analysts, I know there were 4 in public administration, but I'm trying to figure out where are the data analysts here.
Through the chair to the council member, we have actually 6 total that are crime analysts. We have 5 that were recently hired. We had 1 that was existing. So those are part of our civilian staff,
Okay.
the analysts.
All right. And, okay, so it is the crime analyst, just wanted to know that. I think this will be another conversation for another day. I'm going to save that question.
Timely, Council Lady.
Yeah. I will stop. It was regarding pensions.
Okay,
but
thank you.
I'll stop.
Councilwoman Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the chief, I see on here that in 2025, there were 103 criminal homicides, which is down, significantly down actually from 2023, and still down from 2024. Of that 103, do you know how many of those were solved?
Through the chair to the council member, 80%.
80?
Yes, and we had 83% solved in 2024.
Okay, thank you. And then flipping to the back on the staffing, I was going through the various positions, and can you explain why detectives aren't listed as a position?
Through the chair to the council member, they're not a rank. They are actually a patrol officer. It's not a promotion. It's it's the same lateral. Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how many detectives are currently on staff at CPD?
Through the chair to the council member, I believe when we have detectives, we have district detectives, we have detectives in our homicide unit, our accident investigation, sex crimes. I know, excuse me, I think, I know it's over 200 total, I believe, when you incorporate everything, because some of those classifications include the members of who do the background investigation. So there's, yeah, probably close to or a little in excess of 200.
Great. And so I recently, toured First District and Second District, and it was, just kind of mentioned offhand that the detective division at the First District used to be much larger than it is now. Are the detectives, is that understaffed, or is there a reason why there aren't as many detectives at the First District as, there once was?
Through the chair to the council member, when we look at our deployment, it's based on the calls for service and the number of crimes related to that. We have seen a decrease in both. Our, calls for service had gone down. Our staffing numbers have gone down. And also, the crime has decreased. So when we look at the needs of each individual district, they vary. The detectives in the fourth will have a larger amount because they have a larger amount of Part 1, which are violent crimes. So when you look at those deployments, the priority is going to be patrol for me as chief. I want to make sure that that is first and foremost a priority, that we have enough people answering the 911 calls. So we do take into account and have conversations with each district commander to make sure that they are properly deploying their personnel.
Thank you. And through the chair to the chief, do you believe that you have enough detectives on the force right now?
Through the chair to the council member, absolutely.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me see who else is up. Batter up. Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 214, we're going to camp out here for a second. Through the chair to the chief. The number of tickets, line number 6 in the output metric, 39,679 for 2025, which is down from 2024 and 2023. Through the chair to the chief, could you break those down into category? I know they're not all moving violations. I'm sure some are parking tickets, some are probably speeding tickets. What are the categories for those tickets issued?
We have those. I believe I have a breakdown.
Sure.
Let me just check really quick.
Page 214. I do have a huge objection to people parking in their front yard. This is one of my quality of life issues in Old Brooklyn. It's free to not, while we wait for that, as a public service announcement, it is free to not park in your front yard. Anybody, for no cost, can choose to park in their driveway or the street. You do not need to park in your front yard. It costs you nothing to not do it.
Some of it costs them what they do.
So anyway, through the chair
Through
to the chief.
through the chair to the council member, I'll get those numbers for you. We have an absolute breakdown for each of those.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is I thought this was going to be something around 20,000 moving traffic tickets or less. And the reason I'm asking, Chief, through the chair, is that I believe in 2018 or 19, right before COVID, the city issued like 120,000. And I think last year we issued less than 20,000. And it is lost on no one in the city of Cleveland that traffic violations are rampant. Every single day I watch people blow through red lights, blow through stop signs. I mean, the stop signs are not even, I don't even notice them anymore. It's the red lights and highly trafficked intersections. I watched somebody right out here the other day at 9th and Lakeside just run right through the red light. And nobody thinks twice about it. And we've all noticed, all of us drivers have noticed. And I'm just wondering, through the chair to the chief, what is the thought process for reining in traffic violations?
So through the chair to the council member,
Chief, go ahead.
Part of the work that we do is, our districts have the traffic enforcement. Our traffic bureau has the traffic enforcement, and we also partner with the Ohio State Highway Patrol. In 2025, we had 42 different traffic initiatives, which was a partnership with the Ohio State Highway Patrol. If you've ever had an opportunity to ride along with a member of the Division of Police, and everyone who has done that has come back and told me that a vast majority of those traffic violators will do it right in front of a police car. It happens, you know, and it's frustrating to our men and women, but it does happen. There has been a culture that has been established within the city of a lack of care for anything related to traffic.
Right. So through the chair, wouldn't the sort of way to counter that be to step up enforcement of traffic law? I mean,
So through the chair to the council member, we do have, when we look at it, and I will get this verified, but the number of tickets on this list are uniform traffic tickets. Those aren't the parking tickets, but I will get the breakdowns for you.
Excuse me, Councilman Harsh, we've
Yes.
asked for that.
I'm sorry?
We've asked for that.
Okay, we did
We
ask
want
for that. Okay.
parking
Yeah,
tickets.
we'll get that all broken
The
down.
dollar amount and moving violation.
Thank you. Through the chair, does every officer have in their patrol car a radar gun?
Through the chair to the council member, no. You
Through the
have to
chair,
be
is that-
certified.
Just the traffic division has that?
Through the chair, no. That's, there are individuals in the districts who do have them or have access to them as well.
Okay.
But you have to be certified to operate those.
Okay, through the chair, is there always an officer on duty that has that certification and that equipment on them?
Through the chair to the council member, I don't know for sure if 24 hours a day, but the traffic unit does operate 2 different shifts.
Yeah.
And cover a majority of the day, so they are available.
Sure. And through the chair, I understand that the traffic division is mustered for events and for specific enforcement activity, and I understand that. I'm getting down more to the just daily, you know, Officer Joe goes out to do their shift, and it's a slow day, and they're just thinking, you know, maybe I'll just post up on Pearl Road here and see if I can find anybody speeding. Do they have that capacity, or is it just a certain number of people, a decreased percentage that have that ability to, you know, because of equipment and training? It
So
sounds
through
like
the
the latter.
chair to the council member, every member of the Division of Police has the ability to write traffic tickets.
For
They
some-
have, for, you know, they have tickets in their cars, even if it's an observation, it just has to be enforceable. They have to testify to it in court.
Through the chair, I'll drop this subject because I think, you know, we're going to end up beating a dead horse with another dead horse. But we all know that traffic is like the number one issue that I hear all the time. It's bar none. It's the top issue. Everybody sees it. When they do, they roll their eyes and they get upset. I'll be curious to see what those numbers are, and if we can start tracking that. I'd ask my colleagues to keep an eye on it too. Through the chair, the only other question I had, I didn't quite get the answer though on why the 12-hour shifts didn't decrease overtime. I heard the question asked, but I didn't quite catch the answer. And my apologies if I did miss that answer. But I do remember sitting here and hearing that the 12-hour shift was going to have a good impact on the amount of overtime, and it didn't. So through the chair, in case I missed the answer, what was the answer for why that didn't transpire?
So through the chair to the council member, not all the overtime is related to our frontline patrols. Some of it is, but when you look at the special events, those are all incorporated in it. When we have our violent crime reduction details, when we have, which we've been seeing a lot of, is we track events that are happening throughout the city. So we take, I'll just, you know, use car takeovers, for example. Every time we have knowledge of one of those events, we call in a lot of officers to make sure that we are taking proactive measures to address things before they happen. There's a lot of work that's done within the Division of Police that fortunately our citizens and city councils don't have to call me out on because we stopped it. 2 weeks ago, we had an event that was supposed to be organized that we were anticipating, and we stopped before it started. So there's a lot of, you know, when we talk about these street takeovers, these car meetups, they're still being organized. But we are taking proactive measures to stop those things.
Yeah.
When we had these vehicle break-ins, we took proactive measures to stop those, and that included a lot of overtime.
Okay. So I appreciate that, Chief, through the chair, because I understand how hard it is to get credit for the problems you prevent, right? It's kind of the goal is to stop problems before they happen, but then you don't get the credit because you didn't see the problem and people don't know that you stopped it. So I can understand that. So the answer to the public would be, The overtime is up because of targeted enforcement and police activity that is, quite frankly, coordinated in an effort to reduce and prevent crime. And
Through the
those
chair, that's a good part of it.
those
That's
targeted efforts are the overtime. Okay, that's all I had, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh, for keeping time.
Councilman Palacios.
Councilman Starr.
Before, this is why communication would be really great through the chair to the chief. If you actually promoted that in a good way,
So
I know I'm just
through the
being
chair to
funny.
the councilwoman, there is some of the work that we do that we can't promote. You know, but I appreciate that.
Okay, we
I
have
appreciate
Councilman
it.
Starr, Bishop, Shaw, and Jones. Anyone else on the magical mystery list here? Okay, keep going. Councilman Starr.
Thank you, Dean, for that wonderful tour and opportunity to see the new facility. That is I appreciate your leadership on that. But through the chair, I definitely will work with the chief to do that tour.
Absolutely.
Because she's from 3rd District, you know. But one of the...
We are going to, we are going to set up a tour when more of the construction is completed. They were worried about your health and safety. They weren't worried about mine, okay? They were worried about your...
Okay, I got you, Chair.
Okay.
Speaking of that, I just wanted to make sure I ask, are we currently paying rent at the Justice Center through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, yes. I don't believe it comes out of our budget in particular, but yes, we are paying rent at the Justice Center.
Okay, and do we have an actual, what's the actual rent cost at the Justice Center? Do we have that dollar amount?
Through the chair, it's $3 million.
Thank you, Twin. Thank you through the chair. That's inside. Y'all don't know, we've been working together on this budget. And also, with the current setup of what we're paying for the Justice Center, I would definitely say with this new building, are we paying any of the bond payments on this new building already, currently, through the chair?
To the safety, to the finance director. Are we paying bond payments on the new police headquarters? Okay.
Through the chair of the council person, I think we are paying some already because we issued bonds quite a while ago when we were going to build a brand new one somewhere else, and then we've changed it a couple of times. So we issued those, some of those bonds like 5 or 6 years ago. So those have we've started to pay those, but because we've changed plans at least 2 times since then, before we settled on the current plan, we'd issued debt before that, yes.
And then with all these different initiative of payments, is this payment coming actually out of the current $90 million budget for the new facility, or is it different line items out of the general fund through the chair?
Through the chair of the council person, this comes out of the debt service fund. So when we repay our debt, it comes out of a different fund. It comes out of the debt service fund, so you don't really see it in here. I mean, you will see it when we get to the debt service fund, which will be later, but yes.
Okay, all right, so we're paying for 2 facilities currently, the Justice Center and then the new facility currently within the budget through the chair.
Yeah, but the Justice Center is rent. This is bond funds.
Okay. See, Chair, I don't care what nobody say. You working overtime,
Okay.
12 and a half hours. He still got it since 1977.
Thank
But
you. Keep going.
And within that context of just understanding, one of the biggest things that we deal with the police is just not just the communication, it's also what is being said from the officers. Oftentimes, officers is telling residents to call the council person. And I'm telling you, I'm putting out a whole communication plan, and I'm going to request residents to ask for badge numbers, because the minute they tell them to call me about something that police is within their realm of their job description, I'm just going to be sending the emails to you all, to the leadership, because it's it's an oxymoron when an officer like, call your council person, you want this change. Or call your council person. I'm like, wait, what? This you know, and it's not all officers. We just and you can't get all employees to follow the rules. But through the chair,
Yes,
I will ask, when it comes to actual hiring police and having them in different roles, through the chair, do the police division have job descriptions?
Through the chair to the council member, yes, we do.
I just want to
And
make sure,
I
because
just want to clarify one other point. If someone is telling you to call or them to call you, please let me know, because I've made that very clear that that's not the path.
I got you, Chief. I'm glad you have job descriptions. When it comes to the division of police and all other hiring, I definitely need to make sure I put this as a reminder to ask for job descriptions, because that is not a best practice in 601 Lakeside, as we learned during this budgeted time. Maybe we could learn some of the things that you're doing to make sure people understand their job roles can be helpful for what we're doing as well. Other than that, when it comes to police response time, I don't know, I know the dean usually asks that question and he possibly got an answer already. What is the actual police response time on average from the 2025 budget that we received?
We didn't ask for that question. You have a rough idea what's the average response
So
time?
through the chair to the council member and to the council chair, we, for priority 1 and 2 assignments, try to keep that below 10 minutes for a response. And on average, the districts are keeping it below that time.
Okay, that's perfect. And then I know one of the biggest things when I first got on council we was discussing was more officers, obviously, in the street patrolling as much as we can. And currently we have how many patrol officers staffed through the chair?
Chief?
Just give me 1 second. Through the chair to the council member, we currently, my apologies. Deputy Chief Fay, do you have that quicker than I do?
Are you looking for the district versus support differential?
Just the total number of patrol officers.
Yeah. To the chair, to the councilman, as of right now, patrol officers, we have 943 patrol officers, 943.
943. And in 2024, what was the total final count of patrol officers to the chair, if possible?
Anybody have that number?
Through the chair, we can get that for you.
I would like to get that number to see if there was an increase, decrease, just to see how we do it. And then I wanted to make sure I had
Do
that
have-
on record.
We have, through the chair, do we have that
just
increase,
have
the
a
total
total.
added staffing from the year, I believe, was 160?
If to the chair, to the council person, at the end of 24, it was 932, 932.
That's perfect. So we was able to increase plus 11 additional patrol cars. Okay? And I know, are we still working to the same projected number of police officers for the final year? Is it 1,100 something or is it 12?
Through the chair, it's 1350.
1350. Oh, man. And we're projected to have how many police class?
Through the
This
chair,
year?
3.
3? And on average, how many months or time frame does it take to get a class through?
Through the chair to the council member, it's about 8 months.
8 months?
So that's why they have to put on as many classes as possible right now.
So you can get them. Oh, okay. That's why we're doing the hiring event. Now, you know, one thing I would definitely say, that was a Kerry Howard initiative. I remember when it was individuals and they didn't believe it might not work. And he requested to do, hey, on the spot hiring, get this certificate. I think it was a form to say like, hey, you were selected. And it created a nice morale for people who wanted to enter into the division of police. So I definitely want to send kudos to former Director Kerry Howard for that initiative, but then also from the vision of you all at the table for seeing something that was great and saying let's enhance it and continue to do that. And that's called great leadership on your behalf as well. And I'll just close with this. It's just very important that you know, we talk about the fact that it's easy, I mean, not easier, we don't have no challenge with finding diversity with police, which is one of the most toughest, the hardest job to commit. I go to the graduations before, and I see diversity. I see the entire city. And I'm going to double down, and I'm gonna hone in, and I'm gonna get with the director, and I'm gonna get with the other chief, the acting chief. We gotta solve this. I can't. It's a bad taste in my mouth when I go to a graduation, and I'm like, yo, it's not a reflection of the city. And you can't tell me that we don't have people who are not qualified or we can't get them through. We've made great strides with the police division. We've made sure we had equitable testing, different ways to make sure people are becoming a police officer. Because when I grew up, coming up, everybody didn't want to be a police officer. Nobody wanted to be quote unquote 12. But we was able to rebrand, market, and now you have a lot of different individuals. And what I mean by that is me going to graduations, and I'm going to the police ceremony and going to the graduation, I see my classmates, people I grew up, coming out of the academy. That says, I never would have thought that. You couldn't tell me if we took it back 20 years ago that they would want to go one day enter into the police academy. Because that means the police is doing something right, and you're setting precedent that you can have diversity and the safety. And I know it's almost time for the dean to take his medicine and go home, so I'm gonna just yield. All right.
I need more than medicine at this point, let me tell you, right? Okay, let me see who's up next on our magical list here. Councilman Kevin Bishop.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for hanging out and sticking it out. Thank everybody from the administration for sticking it out with us, being here so late. Give us an opportunity to ask you the same questions over and over and over again. I want to thank all our staff, too. It's been a long day. Thank you all for sticking it out. Inez, thank you, too, for being here. Chief, I want to back up Councilman Starr. And I can't count on my hand how many times my residents told me that a police officer told them to call me for a police matter. It is a real thing, and officers are telling our residents to call their councilman. Secondly, I just want to touch on what Councilman Harsh had talked about. Chief, I hear there's only 2 traffic cars in the 4th district. Is that true?
Through the chair to the council member, each district has 2 traffic cars outside of the traffic unit, which is a separate.
Okay. Is there any plans or any initiative to increase our traffic enforcement in the 4th district, because it is very, very much needed? Is there any plans for that?
Through the chair to the council member, like I explained before, every patrol officer has the opportunity to do traffic enforcement. It's not just those traffic cars. It has been a priority. I know it's been a frustration on a lot of the parts of our members, because when they do initiate these traffic stops, there's a good portion of them where the driver won't stop. And because of our, I'm not complaining about our pursuit policy, because it does keep our citizens safe. But traffic violations alone is not a reason for pursuits.
Okay. This morning, I took a call during my short lunch break from a 50-year resident on Sandusky Avenue, and I promised her that I would give this message to the top brass of the CPD. She was 65 years old, and she got her house broken into on President's Day. And she called the police at 10 o'clock in the morning when she got home from her doctor's appointment. And it took the police till about 7:30 p.m. that night to show up. She was very upset. And she asked me to help her find a place outside of the city. She says she wants to leave the city as a result. So I just want to let you know, Chief, and the safety director, that our residents are not feeling safe in our communities. And it's even a bigger slap in the face when we need the police, and it seems like they don't really, what our concerns are is not important to the police officers. So I just want to let you guys know how my resident on Sandusky feels right about now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you, Councilman, for expressing that concern of your constituent. I think all of us around the table have run into those cases, and it's very troubling and disturbing. People who've lived in the city all their life, and now they feel they can no longer live here. It's a sad situation. Councilman Shaw, excuse me. Councilman Shaw.
Thank you to the chair, and appreciate everyone hanging in there. I wanted to echo what Councilman Bishop just mentioned. I know we're late here in the night. I have a lot of questions about this budget. You know, we've been nickel and diming every single division and department that's come before us, and this is the largest one. And I think it deserves ample scrutiny for us to be able to go through this and tell the residents of Cleveland what exactly we're doing with this. So just bear with me here. I'm going to try to make it as quick as possible, so I do appreciate everyone's time. Going back to the question that Councilman Casey raised regarding the school guards, to the chief and the director through the chair, I wanted to just understand, we're actually going down in the number of buildings, so why is that budget increasing if we're going to have hypothetically less buildings and places to guard?
Whoever can answer that.
So through the chair to the councilman, the budget's actually going down. So the budget for 2025 was the 1,425,000. 2026 will be 1.125 million.
I hear you, Director, through the chair, but we've never spent more than 860. So why are we still requesting over 1.1 million?
Through the chair to the councilman, you know, we still have vacancies, so we have to assume that, you know, and we hope that vacancies will be filled. So we're leaving a little bit of room, you know, in case we do fill those vacancies, and hopefully we do, so that we don't, you know, we have enough room in the budget for those.
Chief, did you want to add something? You look like you.
So through the chair to the council member, that's a big part of it is the vacancies. We've tried to do a lot of recruiting, but it's one of those jobs that is normally for someone who's retired because the incentive is the insurance, the health insurance. That's the incentive of those positions, and those do go unfilled. A large majority of them, even with the schools being cut, you know, we still will reevaluate what the need is with CMSD, but we still don't have adequate staffing to cover all of those schools.
Just out of curiosity to the chief through the chair, why aren't officers taking that position after they retire? What else are they doing?
The officers, well, there are some former law enforcement officers that do take those positions, but you know, I would hope that most of them retire to retire.
Historically, what happened there is that I'm saying, like, I'm trying to understand why that incentive isn't enough if historically that's what we were depending on for them to take that position, if that makes sense.
So through the chair to the council member, that's not what that position is for. That is just one of the things, you know, we just manage the program itself. So the hiring of school crossing guards could be anybody. It could be, you know, just a resident in the neighborhood. That anyone is open to take that position. It's not just it's not law enforcement related, but we do manage those positions.
I think I've misunderstood then. So to be clear, these are school crossing guards, not the actual security guards that are manning the...
These are just school crossing guards. It's a part-time position. They only work a couple hours each day.
Got it. Thank you for explaining that. That makes more sense. I wanted to also understand, I think someone else raised this to the chief and the director through the chair, going back to the part-time permanent role budget, why that is so much greater. Once again, is this also vacancy related, or can you please explain what that discrepancy in the large gap is?
So through the chair to the council member, the part-time permanent are usually our traffic controllers. So they supplement the work of the traffic unit. They work a lot of the special events. So they are permanent employees with the city, but they do traffic posts throughout the city, as well as we have those that are dedicated to the airport.
And can you explain if we haven't spent, you know, historically, I'm seeing just a hair over $100,000, why would we allocate 3 times that amount for the new year?
Through the chair to the council member, our 2026 budget is lower than 2025, but we are still have vacancies, and we're trying to fill those vacancies. And that is an important role within the division because it supplements our officers not having to do that work.
I see.
And through the chair to the councilman, we also have 2 part-time pilots for our aviation unit.
2 part-time, what was that?
Pilots
Pilot.
for the helicopter.
And that also goes out of that part-time permanent position?
Affirmative.
Thank you. And then I think the professional services was raised. Did we get an explanation on what that discrepancy or the gap was through the chair?
Deputy Chief A, do you want to go over that?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilperson, are you referencing the unaudited from 2025?
Yes, just the amount. Yeah, why is that? The actual 2024 number is, 2.3 million. The unaudited 2025 version is at the top of 217. And then the unaudited 2025 is 723. And the departmental request is 1.4 million. So wanted to understand again what that gap was and what we're doing with that.
So through the chair to the council member, I actually have a list of the breakdown of every line item for that, so I can give that to council staff and they can make copies.
Okay, thank you. I will wait on that. And then going back to the hardware and small tools, that is on 217, and it's about halfway through the materials and supplies. Once again, historically it looks like we've used 26,000. We're requesting 75,000. What's the jump? What kind of things are we allocating for here?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilperson. So some of the things that we're going to be looking to buy is accessories and equipment for our bomb squad unit. Some tools and for our SWAT unit, and some tools for our forensic science unit, our SIU.
Do we not have these right now, or are we replacing?
We do not.
I see.
Yeah, that we're projecting that we need these in 2026.
And does that go as well for the small equipment through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilperson, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, if we could get a breakdown of those items as well. This is, I think, combined over $200,000, and that would be much appreciated.
Yep, we can get that for you.
Thank you. Then regarding the software line item, I wanted to understand what that big jump was that we're expecting. I'm trying to see where that went.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilperson, you're looking for the computer software line item?
Yes, that's right.
30,000?
Yep.
Yeah, in 2024, a lot of the software that was purchased for the division was through the IT department. So we're looking, what we're forecasting is that IT is not going to buy some of that stuff for us. So we're going to have to assume that cost. And some of that cost may involve software at the new headquarters also. So we're just forecasting that we're going to need some items.
I see. And is this just any specialized police software, or is this just run-of-the-mill management software, such as Word, Excel, all of that stuff?
Yeah, for the most part, it's just run-of-the-mill software.
Okay, because I know we got some legislation just about a couple weeks ago regarding some additional software. Thank you. Regarding some additional software, I wanted to understand also, as of right now, through all of the different types of software that the division is using, is any of that being shared with ICE?
Through the chair to the council member, no.
Does that include any of our contracts with third-party contractors?
Through the chair to the council member, no. The contracts that we have, we own those contracts.
Okay. And then my final questions to the chief through the chair is can you explain a little bit more about the police chief expense fund? I don't know if that's been covered already. I don't think it has, but you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure. It's through the chair to the council member. The police chief expense fund, a lot of times what that is used for is not for me. That is used for our intelligence unit, They use that for informants. They use that for some of the DEA funds or the drug investigation funds. So it's about the furtherance of law enforcement. It's not an expense that is for me in particular, but it's about the investigations for our men and women.
And through the chair to the councilperson, if I could also weigh in, codified ordinance 135.091 designates what that fund is. And technically, it's pretty generic, but it's for the furtherance of justice.
Okay. And is there any reason through the chair to the chief why we're expecting that to go up, over 100,000, I think, based on what we've used?
Through the chair to the councilperson, in the city charter, it's every year it's 250,000 per ordinance.
Oh, it's required by ordinance to be 250?
Correct.
I see. Thank you. I wasn't aware of that.
218?
Sorry, what was that?
No, go ahead. Keep going.
All right. I think this is all I have right now. I think the final thing I would just like to echo is what Councilman Casey raised regarding the travel expenses for the mayor's detail. I think in a city where the average income is, less than $40,000, I find it hard to justify spending this amount of money on the mayor's detail when we're asking everyday people to take much greater risks. And I think as council, we really should be looking at how we can encourage the mayor to take that upon himself to either get a gun or get some training if he's that concerned. But he's going to have to do what every other person in the city of Cleveland does. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First up, I want to start out by just thanking our Safety Director Drummond for all of his years of service and sitting here at the table, his consummate professionalism. I just wanted to say thank you because you've been here for quite some time and we have a whole lot of engagement. I remember when I was coming back into council, you sat down and we had a great conversation over in the building over there. And since then, God has blessed you not only to become the chief of the police department, but also now to be the safety director. So I really look forward to you working with you to deal with some of the issues that we talked about today. One of them fundamentally being able to see how we can start granularly looking at what needs to be done to get more African Americans on the firefighters department. Now, I've asked the question, I don't know if you've sent that information over, the breakdown of all of the different departments that you're over in terms of,
diversity.
The breakdown. That's
Yes,
correct.
Yeah, if you don't have that, I'll make sure you get that to our staff, get that to you.
I appreciate that. And then also I just want to just do a shout out also to Sammy Morris. And one of the reasons why it's good to have African Americans on the workforce and out in the street is because our people can relate to that. When you have just all one group of folks and they don't understand the environments they're in, they really can't relate. And we've been in a number of situations, unfortunately. I know I have personally been in situations where our family, unfortunately, had to deal with others who knew nothing about our culture, and we've had some traumatic experiences. Is about the best way to put that. And so having men and women of color having the opportunity to serve, is significantly important. And we need to do something to reverse this trend where we're seeing less and less people of color in our safety forces. And I think that, we've talked a lot about it, but I really want to fundamentally start doing something about it. And then I want to just move in here on some of these numbers. And I will echo some of my colleagues' past comments. Some of the things that we are doing well to the chief, we should broadcast that. We should talk about that. I don't know if we, need to take time at some of our council meetings to, on those Monday nights, to make presentations to those police officers, those men and women who are sometimes not even mentioned, should have the opportunity to be mentioned to talk about some of the great things that they do for our citizens. But I will tell you, Mr. Chairman, to the director and to the administration and to the chief, that I am, kind of like brokenhearted with how our numbers have dismally fallen in terms of our uniformed police officers in just a mere 4 years, and how we've watched this and unfortunately managed the decline of our police department in 9 years. There are some, I will say, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, I'm quite sure there's some on the administration side that would like to abolish the police. Don't think that we should have a police department, and if they could do away with it, they will do away with it. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those people who believe that. I believe that we should have a force to keep our people safe. I'm watching these numbers go down in terms of homicide, which I must say is good. But we have to also understand, too, that our population is declining. And people don't move to cities they don't feel safe in. And our numbers will continue to decline. So what we will begin the proposition of is managing decline in our city if our citizens don't feel safe. There's three things, the reason why people move to cities. One is the amenities. So they move to neighborhoods that are nice neighborhoods that have good quality amenities, number one. Number two, they move to cities that have good educational systems when they're choosing to make a decision for their family. So good amenities, quality education, and then when you swing back around to the last one, which is actually the first one, they're all three hitters, but the one that's major is to know that they're safe, to feel safe in their home, to not worry about if they go to the grocery store or the gas station, like we've had a number of incidents where people are getting robbed at the gas stations, people are getting shot and killed at gas stations, people are getting shot and killed going to the grocery stores, people are being robbed at the Family Dollar. Now, I brought this to a number of our men and women in service, and still haven't to no avail really gotten any fundamental aware with it, where our businesses are continuing to be robbed. And a lot of these businesses have left my neighborhood. We lost Family Dollar on Miles Avenue. We lost the Rite Aid on East 147th Street. We are looking at General Dollar that's being robbed now twice a week. And when the last commander we had there, the young lady said, well, it's a low misdemeanor. We won't get there. And so they've gotten so bad, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, to our chief, and I think I may have shared this with you, but I know I've certainly shared it with if I haven't shared it with you, I may have shared it with, I know I've shared it with the commander on a couple of occasions, where they're going, this one person is going into Family Dollar and they're robbing it twice a week. And he goes in shopping, he puts the stuff in his car. The lady threatened in the past that she's going to call the police, and he tells her, go ahead, call the police. Here's my phone. You can use my phone. And he packs all of the stuff and the goods in his car and he goes. That's what we're dealing with. That's why people are leaving the city of Cleveland, people who have the means to leave. And what it's leaving us with right now is people who can rent. And so we've watched the decline of our city move from home ownership down to a point where we're in 50 and 60, in some areas 75% renters now. Now, I don't know about some of my colleagues and those who believe that the police department should be abolished. I'm not one of them. Because what we're going to do now is be managing nothing but rental properties in the mid if we continue to go down this route. And the funds that we're now enjoying and the cushion of the resources we have right now in our funding cycle is going to dissipate just like thin air. And so at the end of the day, I would just remind my colleagues and those at the administration, safety is the most important thing. So when we look at these numbers and some of the questions that have been asked, when we look at on page 214, the first question I would have, do we have a breakdown on the homicides? Do we know how many, what's the ethnic breakdown?
Through Chair, yes, there's a breakdown.
We'll ask for that.
Can we get that breakdown? Do we know how, because see, this is important too.
gonna
If
ask
you have the breakdown, can you tell me?
We'll get it.
Through
We'll
the
get it.
chair to the council member, we'll get that.
Do
for
you know it offhand?
No, sir.
Okay.
We'll
So if you can get that breakdown, because that's going to be a part of the argument later on down the road. The second piece is, that I'm looking here on that same page, is the drugs confiscated, the seized cases, the drug property. I think there's like 1,032, so I don't know what that means. Can we get a breakdown of that?
We asked for that and the cash seized.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you jumped
Yes.
on that right away, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so then do we know how much it was?
We'll get that for you.
We'll get that.
Okay,
We're
we
gonna
don't
get it.
know?
No, they're going to get it for us.
All right, now I'm gonna ask for it again if I don't get it, because I think
We know
and
that,
I'm-
so we're
okay.
going to get it.
Now, now I've been here long enough at this
Okay,
table. You know, some people get the information and some don't. That's why you ciphered it through to certain folks.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And then I don't get the information, so that's the
We'll
reason
make
why I'm
sure
asking for
you
it.
get
So
it.
now I'm not gonna be played here at the table like a oogie.
Okay.
So
Keep
I'm
going.
just letting you know right now.
Okay, you're going to get it.
Okay. So then, now the next question that I want to ask, Mr. Chairman, that term oogie came from Fannie Lewis.
Okay, keep
That
going.
means she's being treated unfairly.
Well, we love you. Keep going.
Thank you. So the number of tickets, thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. I love you too.
Okay.
The number of tickets, we talked about that. Is that, when we break that down, how many uniform officers in the city of Cleveland versus others? So how many officers in the city of Cleveland got to that number of 39,000?
Through the chair of the councilman, we'll do some research and break those down.
And so then that took us to the Kevin Bishop when he asked the question over at the end of the table, because he had apparently just found out. But it's always been the case where we've only had 2 traffic enforcement cars, correct? And then we have another group.
Councilman, keep going.
Can you put me on the back end?
Back in.
Give me 8
minutes to ask a question.
So give me 2 minutes. Now I
No, wait a
understand
minute,
some
we
of my
have
colleagues
we
are.
have Councilwoman Gray. Listen up.
You can leave.
You won't have a quorum.
Well, okay, well just give me 2 more minutes then, if you don't mind.
No.
I've
Okay.
sat here all day just
Okay.
like the rest of the folks. So
Councilman,
put me
okay,
back. If we're
let's-
gonna follow the
okay.
rules, put me back on the back end.
Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you. Chair to
Okay,
the,
listen
chief-
up, everybody,
Chair to
please.
the chief of the director, on page 14, pertaining to the calls dispatch, do you know, do you have any type of percentage of?
We're gonna be
of
nice.
the,
Okay.
Of the nuisance calls that came in per se?
Through the chair to the council member, these are just the calls for service into our dispatch center, 285,404. As far as nuisance, that is handled under public safety.
Public safety? So chair, chair to the director, would that be under you, public safety?
Through the chair, the nuisance calls or maybe complaints, they can come through my office. They also can come through 311. So it comes in a variety of different options and ways.
Have a percentage of those particular nuisance calls that pass through the ordinance? Or are they a combination of the calls dispatched?
No. Through the chair to the councilwoman, no. Those are just the calls for service.
Okay, all right. Okay, second question, thank you. Second question is, I notice here on page 220, non-EEO reporting, the helicopter pilot. I thought we had like 2 helicopters. It says one pilot, 1 staffer, 111 across the board. So could you, chair to the chief of the director, could you explain about the 1 helicopter?
So through the chair to the councilwoman, we have 1 full-time pilot and we have 2 part-time pilots.
How many helicopters?
We have 2 helicopters.
Okay, all right, so, but you have 1 here, so that's why I ask. Okay, and then the last question is, I noticed, the 4th District Commander from the 4th District, he is now emailing all councils in the district with the information of incidents. Is that something new other than
So
that?
through the
other
chair to the
report that we-
councilwoman, In January, I sent an email to all council members about a directive I put out for all the district commanders. And that was making sure council received notifications about anything that happened in their wards. So you're getting them from your particular commanders. Each council member is getting them from their commanders. So that was a directive I put out to all commanders in January.
All right, well, I'm just saying thank you for that. Because
thank you.
Because I know you used to have the other type of report. It's that Brittany report that you used to put out, you know, 4 years ago. But now you got a whole new system to do it this way.
Yes.
But thank you for that.
You're welcome.
The information coming in, sadly, every day about the incident, but at least we all getting them in the 4th District. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it. That's it.
There are members that have questions. We're going to please pose those to the staff. For the record, I've just texted the council president. We need to start at 10 tomorrow because the staff, the staff has been here since 9 o'clock in the morning, and they have to be prepared for the budget hearings tomorrow. I hope he agrees to the 10 o'clock. I would urge you all to text the council president as well, those of us in council, and urge him to start the meeting at 10 tomorrow out of respect to the staff. Without any further ado, the Finance Committee stands adjourned at this time. Thank you all for being here.
We have to have more time.
Text them.